The Night Manager by John le Carré. Chapter 1. On a snow-swept January evening of 1991, Jonathan Pine, the English night manager of the Hotel Meister Palace in Zurich, forsook his office behind the reception desk, and in the grip of feelings he had not known before, took up his position in the lobby as a prelude to extending his hotel's welcome to a distinguished late arrival. The Gulf War had just begun. Throughout the day, news of the Allied bombings, discreetly relayed by the staff, had caused consternation on the Zurich Stock Exchange. Hotel bookings, which in any January were low, had sunk to crisis levels. Once more in our long history, Switzerland was under siege. But the Meister Palace was equal to the challenge. Over all Zurich, Meisters, as the hotel was affectionately known to taxi drivers and habitués, presided physically and traditionally alone, a staid Edwardian aunt, perched on her own hilltop, gazing down on the folly of hectic urban life. The more things changed in the valley, the more Meisters stayed herself, unbending in her standards, a bastion of civilized style in a world intent on going to the devil. Jonathan's point of vantage was a small recess between the hotel's two elegant showcases, both of them displaying ladies' fashions. Adele of the Bahnhofstrasse was offering a sable stole over a female dummy, whose only other protection was a gold bikini bottom and a pair of coral earrings, price on application to the concierge. The clamour against the use of animal furs these days is as vocal in Zurich as in other cities of the Western world, but the Meister Palace paid it not a blind bit of notice. The second showcase, by César, likewise of the Bahnhofstrasse, preferred to cater for the Arab taste, with a tableau of lusciously embroidered gowns and diamante turbans, and jewelled wristwatches at 60,000 francs a shot. Flanked by these wayside shrines to luxury, Jonathan was able to keep a crisp eye on the swing doors. He was a compact man, but tentative, with a smile of apologetic self-protection. Even his Englishness was a well-kept secret. He was nimble and in his prime of life. If you were a sailor, you might have spotted him for another, recognized the deliberate economy of his movements, the caged placing of the feet, one hand always for the boat. He had trim curled hair and a pugilist's thick brow. The pallor of his eyes caught you by surprise. You expected more challenge from him, heavier shadows. And this mildness of manner within a fighter's frame gave him a troubling intensity. You would never, during your stay in the hotel, confuse him with anybody else. Not with Herr Strippli, the creamy-haired front-of-house manager. Not with one of Herr Meister's superior young Germans, who strode through the place like gods on their way to stardom somewhere else. As a hotelier, Jonathan was complete. You did not wonder who his parents were, or whether he listened to music, or kept a wife and children, or a dog. His gaze as he watched the door was steady as a marksman's. He wore a carnation. At night he always did. The snow, even for the time of year, was formidable. Fat billows swept across the lighted forecourt like white waves in a tempest. The chasseurs, alerted for a grand arrival, stared expectantly into the blizzard. Roper will never make it, Jonathan thought. Even if they let his plane take off, it can never have landed in this weather. Herr Kasper has got it wrong. But Herr Kasper, the head concierge, had never got anything wrong in his life. When Herr Kasper breathed arrival imminent over the internal speaker, only a congenital optimist could imagine that the client's plane had been diverted. Besides, why else would Herr Kasper be presiding at this hour except for a big spender? There was a time, Frau Loring had told Jonathan, when Herr Kasper would maim for 2 francs and strangle for 5. But old age is a different state. These days only the richest pickings were able to lure Herr Kasper from the pleasures of his evening television. "Hotel's full up, I'm afraid, Mr. Roper," Jonathan rehearsed in another last-ditch effort to fend off the inevitable. "Herr Meister is desolated. A temporary clerk has made an unpardonable error. However, we have managed to obtain rooms for you at the Bower au Lac, etc." But that wishful fantasy, too, was stillborn. There was not a great hotel in Europe tonight that boasted more than 50 guests. The wealthiest of the earth were bravely hugging the ground, with the one exception of Richard Onslow Roper, trader of Nassau, the Bahamas. Jonathan's hands stiffened, and he instinctively flicked his elbows, as if to ready them for combat. A car, a Mercedes by its radiator, had entered the forecourt, the beams of its headlights choked with swirling snowflakes. He saw Herr Kasper's senatorial head lift, and the chandelier glint in its pomaded rivers. But the car had parked on the far side of the forecourt, a taxi, a mere city cab, a no one. Herr Kasper's head, now glowing with acrylic light, sank forward as he resumed his study of the closing stock prices. In his relief, Jonathan allowed himself a ghostly smile of recognition. The wig. The immortal wig. Herr Kasper's 140,000-franc crown, the pride of every classic concierge in Switzerland. Herr Kasper's William Tell of a wig, Frau Loring called it. The wig that had dared to raise itself in revolt against the millionaire despot, Madame Archetti. Perhaps to concentrate his mind, while it was tearing him in so many directions, or perhaps because he found in the story some hidden relevance to his predicament, Jonathan recounted it to himself yet again, exactly as Frau Loring, the head housekeeper, had recounted it the first time she had made him cheese fondue in her attic. Frau Loring was 75, and came from Hamburg. She had been Herr Meister's nanny, and, as rumour had it, Herr Meister's father's mistress. She was the keeper of the legend of the wig, its living witness. Madame Archetti was the richest woman in Europe in those days, young Herr Jonathan, Frau Loring declared, as if she had slept with Jonathan's father too. Every hotel in the world was after her, but Meister's was her favorite, until Kasper made his stand. After that, well, she still came, but it was only to be seen. Madame Archetti had inherited the Archetti supermarket fortune, Frau Loring explained. Madame Archetti lived off the interest on the interest, and what she liked at the age of 50-something was to tour the great hotels of Europe in her open English sports car, followed by her staff and wardrobe in a van. She knew the names of every concierge and head waiter, from the Four Seasons in Hamburg to the Cipriani in Venice to the Villa d'Este on Lake Como. She prescribed them diets and herbal remedies, and acquainted them with their horoscopes, and she tipped them on a scale scarcely to be imagined, provided they found favour. And favour was what Herr Kasper found in bucket loads, said Frau Loring. He found it to the tune of 20,000 Swiss francs each annual visit, not to mention quack hair remedies, magic stones to put beneath his pillow to cure his sciatica, and half-kilos of beluga caviar on Christmas and Saints' days, which Herr Kasper discreetly converted to cash, by means of an understanding with the famous food hall in the town. All this for obtaining a few theatre tickets and booking a few dinner tables, on which of course he exacted his customary commission, and for bestowing those pious signals of devotion that Madame Archetti required for her role as chatelaine of the servant kingdom. Until the day Herr Kasper bought his wig. He did not buy it rashly, said Frau Loring. He bought land in Texas first, thanks to a Meister's client in the oil business. The investment flourished, and he took his profit. Only then did he decide that, like his patroness, he had reached a stage in life where he was entitled to shed a few of his advancing years. After months of measuring and debate, the thing was ready. A wonder wig, a miracle of artful simulation. To try it out, he availed himself of his annual holiday on Mykonos, and one Monday morning in September he reappeared behind his desk, bronzed and 15 years younger, as long as you didn't look at him from the top. And no one did, said Frau Loring, or if they did, they didn't mention it. The amazing truth was, no one mentioned the wig at all. Not Frau Loring, not Andre, who was the pianist in those days, not Brandt, who was the predecessor of Maitre Berry in the dining room, not Herr Meister Senior, who kept a beady eye for deviations in the appearance of his staff. The whole hotel had tacitly decided to share in the glow of Herr Kasper's rejuvenation. Frau Loring herself risked her all with a plunging summer frock and a pair of stockings with fern-patterned seams. And things continued happily this way until the evening Madame Archetti arrived for her customary month's stay, and as usual her hotel family lined up to greet her in the lobby. Frau Loring, Maitre Brandt, Andre and Herr Meister Senior, who was waiting to conduct her personally to the tower suite. And at his desk, Herr Kasper in his wig. To begin with, said Frau Loring, Madame Archetti did not permit herself to notice the addition to her favourite's appearance. She smiled at him as she swept past, but it was the smile of a princess at her first ball, bestowed on everyone at once. She permitted Herr Meister to kiss her on both cheeks, Maitre Brandt on one. She smiled at Frau Loring. She placed her arms circumspectly round the undeveloped shoulders of Andre the pianist, who purred, Madame. Only then did she approach Herr Kasper. What are we wearing on our head, Kasper? Hair, Madame. Whose hair, Kasper? It is mine, Herr Kasper replied with bearing. Take it off, Madame Archetti ordered, or you will never have another penny from me. I cannot take it off, Madame. My hair is part of my personality. It is integrated. Then disintegrate it, Kasper. Not now. It is too complicated. But for tomorrow morning. Otherwise, nothing. What have you got at the theatre for me? Othello, Madame. I shall look at you again in the morning. Who is playing him? Liza, Madame. The greatest Moor we have. We shall see. Next morning at 8 o'clock to the minute, Herr Kasper reappeared for duty, his crossed keys of office glinting like campaign medals from his lapels, and on his head, triumphantly, the emblem of his insurrection. All morning long a precarious hush prevailed in the lobby. The hotel guests, like the famous geese of Freiburg, said Frau Loring, were aware of the imminent explosion, even if they did not know its cause. At midday, which was her hour, Madame Archetti emerged from the tower suite, and descended the staircase on the arm of her prevailing swain, a promising young barber from Graz. "But where is Herr Kasper this morning?" she asked in Herr Kasper's vague direction. "He is behind his desk and at your service as ever, Madame," Herr Kasper replied, in a voice that, to those who heard it, echoed for all time in the halls of freedom. "He has the tickets for the Moor." "I see no Herr Kasper," Madame Archetti informed her escort. "I see Herr. Tell him, please, we shall miss him in his obscurity." It was his trumpet blast, Frau Loring liked to end. From the moment that woman entered the hotel, Herr Kasper could not escape his destiny. And tonight is my trumpet blast, thought Jonathan, waiting to receive the worst man in the world. Jonathan was worrying about his hands, which as usual were immaculate, and had been so ever since he had been the subject of spot fingernail inspections at his army school. At first he had kept them curled at the embroidered seams of his trousers, in the posture drummed into him on the parade ground. But now, without his noticing, they had linked themselves behind his back, with a handkerchief twisted between them, for he was painfully conscious of the sweat that kept forming in his palms. Transferring his worries to his smile, Jonathan checked it for faults in the mirrors either side of him. It was the smile of gracious welcome that he had worked up during his years in the profession. A sympathetic smile, but a prudently restrained one, for he had learned by experience that guests, particularly very rich ones, could be tetchy after a demanding journey, and the last thing they needed on arrival was a night manager grinning at them like a chimpanzee. His smile, he established, was still in place. His feeling of nausea had not dislodged it. His tie, self-tied as a signal to the better guests, was pleasingly insouciant. His hair, though nothing to match Herr Kasper's, was his own, and as usual in the sleekest order. "It's a different Roper," he announced inside his head. "Complete misunderstanding, whole thing. Nothing whatever to do with her." There are two, both traders, both living in Nassau. But Jonathan had been going back and forth through that hoop ever since 5:30 this afternoon, when, arriving in his office for duty, he had heedlessly picked up Herr Stripley's list of the evening's arrivals, and seen the name Roper in electronic capitals, screaming at him from the computer printout. Roper R.O., party of 16, arriving from Athens by private jet, expected 21:30 hours, followed by Herr Stripley's hysterical annotation, VVIP. Jonathan called up the public relations file on his screen. Roper R.O., and the letters OBG after him, which was the coy house code for bodyguard, O standing for official, and official meaning licensed by the Swiss federal authorities to bear a sidearm. Roper OBG. Business address, Ironbrand Land, Ore and Precious Metals Company of Nassau. Home address, a box number in Nassau. Credit assured by the Zurich Bank of somebody. So how many Ropers were there in the world with the initial R, and firms called Ironbrand? How many more coincidences had God got up his sleeve? "Who on earth is Roper R.O. when he's at home?" Jonathan asked of Herr Stripley in German, while he affected to busy himself with other things. "He's a British like you." It was Stripley's maddening habit to reply in English, though Jonathan's German was better. "Not like me at all, actually. Lives in Nassau, trades in precious metals, banks in Switzerland. Why is that like me?" After their months of incarceration together, their quarrels had acquired a marital pettiness. "Mr. Roper is actually a very important guest," Stripley replied, in his slow sing-song, as he buckled his leather overcoat in preparation for the snow. "From our private sector, he is number 5 for spending, and chief of all English. Last time his group was here, he was average 21,700 Swiss francs a day, plus service." Jonathan heard the soggy chatter of Herr Stripley's motorbike as, snow notwithstanding, he puttered down the hill to his mother. He sat at his desk for a while, his head hidden in his small hands, like someone waiting for an air attack. "Easy," he told himself. "Roper has taken his time. You can do the same." So he sat upright again, and with the composed expression of someone taking his time, gave his attention to the letters on his desk. A soft goods manufacturer in Stuttgart was objecting to the bill for his Christmas party. Jonathan drafted a stinging response for signature by Herr Meister. A public relations company in Nigeria was inquiring about conference facilities. Jonathan replied, regretting there were no vacancies. A beautiful and stately French girl named Sibylle, who had stayed at the hotel with her mother, complained yet again of his treatment of her. "You take me sailing. We walk in the mountains, we have beautiful days. Are you so very English that we cannot also be more than friends? You look at me. I see a shadow fall across your face. I am disgusting to you." Feeling a need to move, he launched himself on a tour of the construction work in the north wing, where Herr Meister was building a grill room out of old Arolla pine, rescued from the roof of a condemned treasure in the city. No one knew why Herr Meister wanted a grill room. No one could recall when he had started it. The numbered panels were stacked in rows against the unrendered wall. Jonathan caught their musky smell, and remembered Sophie's hair on the night she walked into his office at the Queen Nefertiti Hotel in Cairo, smelling of vanilla. Herr Meister's building works could not be held to blame for this. Ever since seeing Roper's name at 5:30 that afternoon, Jonathan had been on his way to Cairo. He had glimpsed her often, but never spoken to her. A languid, dark-haired beauty of 40, long-waisted, elegant, and remote. He had spotted her on her expeditions through the Nefertiti's boutiques, or being ushered into a maroon Rolls-Royce by a muscular chauffeur. When she toured the lobby, the chauffeur doubled as her bodyguard, hovering behind her with his hands crossed over his balls. When she took a menthe frappe in Le Pavillon restaurant, dark glasses shoved into her hair like driving goggles, and her French newspaper at arm's length, the chauffeur would sip a soda at the next table. The staff called her Madame Sophie, and Madame Sophie belonged to Freddie Hamid, and Freddie was the baby of the 3 unlovely Hamid brothers, who between them owned a lot of Cairo, including the Queen Nefertiti Hotel. Freddie's most celebrated accomplishment at 25 was to have lost $500,000 at baccarat in 10 minutes. "You are Mr. Pine," she said in a French-flavoured voice, perching herself on the armchair on the other side of his desk, and tilting her head back and viewing him on the slant. "The flower of England." It was 3 in the morning. She was wearing a silk trouser suit and a topaz amulet at her throat. Could be legless, he decided. Proceed with caution. "Well, thank you," he said handsomely. "No one's told me that for a long time. What can I do for you?" But when he discreetly sniffed the air around her, all he could smell was her hair, and the mystery was that though it was glistening black, it smelled blonde, a vanilla smell and warm. "And I am Madame Sophie from penthouse number 3, she continued, as if to remind herself. "I have seen you often, Mr. Pine, very often. You have steadfast eyes." The rings on her fingers antique, clusters of clouded diamonds set in pale gold. "And I have seen you," he rejoined, with his ever-ready smile. "You also sailed," she said, as if accusing him of an amusing deviation. The "also" was a mystery she did not explain. "My protector took me to the Cairo Yacht Club last Sunday. Your ship came in while we were drinking champagne cocktails. Freddie recognized you and waved, but you were too busy being nautical to bother with us." "I expect we were afraid of ramming the jetty," said Jonathan, recalling a rowdy bunch of rich Egyptians swilling champagne on the club veranda. It was a pretty blue boat with an English flag. Is it yours? It looks so royal. Oh, my goodness, no, it's the minister's. You mean you sail with a priest? I mean I sail with the second man at the British Embassy. He looked so young. You both did. I was impressed. Somehow I had imagined that people who work at night are unhealthy. When do you sleep? It was my weekend off, Jonathan replied nimbly, since he did not feel inclined at this early stage in their relationship to discuss his sleeping habits. Do you always sail on your weekends off? When I'm invited. What else do you do on your weekends off? Play a little tennis, run a little, consider my immortal soul. Is it immortal? I hope so. Do you believe so? When I'm happy. And when you are unhappy, you doubt it. No wonder that God is so fickle. Why should he be constant when we are so faithless? She was frowning in rebuke at her gold sandals, as if they too had misbehaved. Jonathan wondered whether after all she was sober, and merely maintained a different rhythm from the world around her. Or perhaps she does a little of Freddie's drugs, he thought, for there were rumours that the Hamids traded in Lebanese hash oil. Do you ride horseback? She asked. No, I'm afraid not. Freddie has horses. So I hear. Arabs. Magnificent Arabs. People who breed Arab horses are an international elite. You know that. So I've heard. She allowed herself a pause for meditation. Jonathan availed himself of it. Is there something I can do for you, Madame Sophie? And this minister, this Mr. Ogilvy. Sir something Ogilvy? Just Mr. He is a friend of yours? A sailing friend. You were at school together? No, I wasn't at that kind of school. But you are of the same class, or whatever the expression is. You may not breed Arab horses, but you are both, well, my God, what does one say? Both gentlemen. Mr. Ogilvy and I are sailing companions, he replied, with his most evasive smile. Freddie also has a yacht, a floating bordello. Isn't that what they are called? I'm sure not. I'm sure, yes. She made another pause while she reached out a silk-clad arm and studied the underside of the bracelets on her wrist. I would like a cup of coffee, please, Mr. Pine. Egyptian. Then I shall ask a favor of you. Mahmoud, the night waiter, brought coffee in a copper pot and poured 2 cups with ceremony. Before Freddie came along, she had belonged to a rich Armenian, Jonathan remembered, and before that, an Alexandrian Greek who owned dubious concessions along the Nile. Freddie had laid siege to her, bombarding her with bouquets of orchids at impossible moments, sleeping in his Ferrari outside her apartment. The gossip writers had printed what they dared. The Armenian had left town. She was trying to light a cigarette, but her hand was shaking. He struck the lighter for her. She closed her eyes and drew on the cigarette. Lines of age appeared on her neck. And Freddie Hamid, all of 25, Jonathan thought. He put the lighter on the desk. I too am British, Mr. Pine, she remarked, as if this were a grief they shared. When I was young and unprincipled, I married one of your countrymen for his passport. It turned out he loved me deeply. He was a straight arrow. There is no one better than a good Englishman, and no one worse than a bad one. I have observed you. I think you are a good one. Mr. Pine, do you know Richard Roper? I'm afraid not. But you must. He is famous. He is beautiful. A 50-year-old Apollo. He breeds horses exactly as Freddie does. They even talk of opening a stud farm together. Mr. Richard Onslow Roper, one of your famous international entrepreneurs. Come. Not a name to me, I'm sorry. But Dickie Roper does a lot of business in Carre. He is English like you, very charming, rich, glamorous, persuasive. For us simple Arabs, almost too persuasive. He owns a splendid motor yacht, twice the size of Freddie's. How come you do not know him? Since you are also a sailor. Of course you do. You are pretending, I can see. Perhaps if he has a splendid motor yacht, he doesn't have to bother with hotels. I don't read the newspapers enough. I'm out of touch. I'm sorry. But Madame Sophie was not sorry. She was reassured. Her relief was in her face as it cleared, and in the decisiveness with which she now reached for her handbag. I would like you to copy some personal documents for me, please. Well now, we do have an Executive Services Bureau directly across the lobby, Madame Sophie, Jonathan said. Mr. Ahmadi usually presides at night. He made to pick up the telephone, but her voice stopped him. They are confidential documents, Mr. Pine. I'm sure Mr. Ahmadi is perfectly dependable. Thank you, I would prefer that we use our own facilities, she retorted, with a glance at the copier standing on its trolley in the corner. And he knew she had marked it on her journeys through the lobby, just as she had marked him. From the handbag she drew a wad of white paper, bundled but not folded. She slid it across the desk to him, her ringed fingers splayed and rigid. It's only a very small copier, I'm afraid, Madame Sophie, Jonathan warned, rising to his feet. You'll have to hand-feed it. May I show you how, then leave you to yourself? We shall hand-feed it together, please, she said, with an innuendo born of tension. But if the papers are confidential, you must please attend me. I'm a technical idiot. I'm not myself. She picked up her cigarette from the ashtray and drew on it. Her eyes, stretched wide, seemed shocked by her own actions. You do it, please, she ordered him. So he did it. He switched on the machine, inserted them, all 18 of them, and skim-read them as they reappeared. He made no conscious effort to do this. Also, he made no conscious effort to resist. The watcher's skills had never abandoned him. From the Iron Brand Land, Ore and Precious Metals Company of Nassau to the Hamid Inter-Arab Hotels and Trading Company of Cairo, incoming dated August the 12th. Hamid Inter-Arab to Iron Brand, outgoing, assurances of personal regard. Iron Brand to Hamid Inter-Arab again. Talk of merchandise and items 4 to 7 on our stock list. End user to be Hamid Inter-Arab's responsibility, and let's have dinner together on the yacht. The letters from Iron Brand signed with a tight flourish, like a monogram on a shirt pocket. The Inter-Arab copies not signed at all, but the name Saeed Abu Hamid in oversized capitals below the empty space. Then Jonathan saw the stock list, and his blood did whatever blood does when it sets the surface of your back tingling and makes you worry how your voice will sound when you next speak. One plain sheet of paper, no signature, no provenance, headed Stock available as of October the 1st, 1990. The items, a devil's lexicon from Jonathan's unsleeping past. "Are you sure one copy will be enough?" he inquired, with that extra lightness that came to him in crisis, like a clarity of vision under fire. She was standing with her forearm across her stomach, and her elbow cupped in her hand while she smoked and watched him. "You are adept," she said. She did not say what in. "Well, it's not exactly complicated once you get the hang of it, as long as the paper doesn't jam." He laid the original documents in one pile, the photocopies in another. He had suspended thought. If he had been laying out a dead body, he would have blocked his mind in the same way. He turned to her and said, "Done," over-casually, a boldness he in no way felt. "Of a good hotel, one asks everything," she commented. "You have a suitable envelope?" "Of course you have." Envelopes were in the third drawer of his desk, left side. He selected a yellow one, A4 size, and guided it across the desk, but she let it lie there. "Please put the copies inside the envelope. Then seal the envelope very effectively and put it in your safe. Perhaps you should use some sticky tape." "Yes, tape it." "A receipt is unnecessary, thank you." Jonathan had a specially warm smile for refusal. "Alas, we are forbidden to accept guests' packages for safekeeping, Madame Sophie, even yours. I can give you a deposit box and your own key. That's the most I can do, I'm afraid." She was already stuffing the original letters back into her bag as he said this. She snapped the bag shut and hoisted it over her shoulder. "Do not be bureaucratic with me, Mr. Pine. You have seen the contents of the envelope. You have sealed it. Put your own name on it. The letters are now yours." Never surprised by his own obedience, Jonathan selected a red felt-tip pen from the silver desk stand and wrote Pine in capitals on the envelope. "On your own head be it," he was telling her silently. "I never asked for this. I never encouraged it." "How long do you expect them to remain here, Madame Sophie?" he inquired. "Perhaps forever, perhaps a night. It is not known. It is like a love affair." Her coquettishness deserted her, and she became the supplicant. "In confidence. Yes, that is understood. Yes?" He said yes. He said of course. He gave her a smile that suggested he was a tiny bit surprised that the question needed to be raised. "Mr. Pine." "Madame Sophie." "Concerning your immortal soul." "Concerning it?" "We are all immortal, naturally. But if it should turn out that I am not, you will please give these documents to your friend Mr. Ogilvy. May I trust you to do that?" "If that is what you want, of course." She was still smiling, still mysteriously out of rhythm with him. "Are you a permanent night manager, Mr. Pine? Always? Every night?" "It's my profession." "Chosen?" "Of course." "By you?" "Who else?" "But you look so well by daylight." "Thank you." "I shall telephone you from time to time." "I shall be honored." "Like you, I grow a little tired of sleeping. Please do not escort me." And the smell of vanilla again, as he opened the door for her, and longed to follow her to bed. Standing to attention in the gloom of Herr Meister's permanently unfinished grill room, Jonathan watched himself, a mere walk-on character in his overcrowded secret theatre, as he goes methodically to work on Madame Sophie's papers. For the trained soldier, trained however long ago, There is nothing startling about the call to duty. There is only the automaton's drill movement from one side of the head to the other. Pine, standing in the doorway of his office at the Queen Nefertiti, staring across the empty marble hall at the liquid crystal digits above the lift, as they stammer out its ascent to the penthouses, the lift returning empty to the ground floor. Pine's palms tingling and dry, Pine's shoulders light. Pine reopening the safe. The combination has been set by the hotel's sycophantic general manager at Freddie Hamid's date of birth. Pine extracting the photocopies, folding the yellow envelope small, and slipping it into an inside pocket of his dinner jacket for later destruction. The copier still warm. Pine copying the copies, first adjusting the density button a shade darker for improved definition. Names of missiles, names of guidance systems, technobabble that Pine cannot understand, names of chemicals Pine cannot pronounce, yet knows the use of, other names that are as deadly but more pronounceable, names like sarin, soman, and taboon. Pine sliding the new copies inside tonight's dinner menu, then folding the menu long ways and slipping it into his other inside pocket. The copies still warm inside the menu. Pine placing the old copies in a fresh envelope, indistinguishable from its predecessor. Pine writing Pine on the new envelope, and replacing it in the same spot on the same shelf, the same way up. Pine reclosing the safe and locking it. The overt world restored. Pine 8 hours later, a different kind of servant, seated buttock to buttock with Mark Ogilvy in the cramped cabin of the minister's yacht, while Mrs. Ogilvy in the galley, wearing designer jeans, runs up smoked salmon sandwiches. "Freddie Hamid buying dirty toys from Dickie Onslow Roper?" Ogilvy repeats, incredulously, leafing through the documents a second time. "What the hell's that about? Little swine would be safer sticking to baccarat. The ambassador's going to be absolutely furious. Darling, wait till you hear this one." But Mrs. Ogilvy has heard this one already. The Ogilvys are a husband and wife team. They spy in preference to having children. "I loved you," thought Jonathan, uselessly. "Meet your past tense lover. I loved you, but betrayed you instead to a pompous British spy I didn't even like, because I was on his little list of people who would always do their bit when the bugle went, because I was one of us being Englishmen of self-evident loyalty and discretion, us being good chaps. I loved you, but never quite got around to saying so at the time." Sibyl's letter rang in his ears. "I see a shadow fall across your face. I am disgusting to you." No, not disgusting at all, Sibyl," the hotelier hastened to assure his unwelcome correspondent. "Just irrelevant. The disgust is all my own work." Chapter 2. Herr Kasper again lifted his famous head. The throb of a powerful motor became discreetly audible above the beating of the wind. He rolled up his bulletins from the beleaguered Zurich Stock Exchange and slipped an elastic band over them. He dropped the roll into his investment drawer, locked it and nodded to Mario, the head chasseur. He eased a comb from his back pocket and skimmed it through his wig. Mario scowled at Pablo, who in turn simpered to Benito, the ridiculously pretty apprentice from Lugano, who was probably favouring both of them. All three had clustered inside the lobby for shelter, but now with Latin bravado they breasted the storm, buttoning their capes at the neck as they grabbed their umbrellas and trolleys, and vanished, swallowed by the snow. It never happened, Jonathan thought, watching each signal of the car's approach. There is only the snow, racing over the forecourt. It's a dream. But Jonathan was not dreaming. The limousine was real, even if it was floating on a white void. A stretch limousine, longer than the hotel, was berthing at the front entrance like a black liner nosing into dock, while the chasseurs in their capes scurried and pranced to make it fast. All but the impertinent Pablo, who in a moment of inspiration had unearthed a curling broom and was delicately picking the snowflakes from the red carpet. For one last blessed moment, it was true. A gust of snow did blank everything out, and Jonathan was able to imagine that a tidal wave had swept the liner back to sea, to founder against the crags of the surrounding hilltops, so that Mr. Richard Onslow Roper and his officially licensed bodyguards, and whoever else made up the party of 16, had perished to a man in their private Titanic in the memorable great storm of January 1991. God rest their souls. But the limousine had returned. Furs, well-grown men, a beautiful long-legged young woman, diamonds and gold wristbands and castles of matching black luggage were emerging like plundered booty from its plush interior. A second limousine had joined it, now a third, a whole convoy of limousines. Already Herr Kasper was propelling the swing doors at the speed best suited to the party's progress. First an untidy brown coat of camel hair loomed into the glass, and was cautiously rotated into focus, a grimy silk muffler dangling over its collar, surmounted by a soggy cigarette, and the pouchy stare of a scion of the English upper classes. No 50-year-old Apollo, he. After the camel hair came a navy blue blazer in his 20s, the blazer single-breasted for the cross-draw, and eyes shallow as paint. One OBG, thought Jonathan, trying not to answer their malign stare. One more to follow, and a third if Roper's scared. The beautiful woman had chestnut hair and wore a quilted coat of many colours that reached almost to her feet, yet she managed to appear slightly underdressed. She had Sophie's comic slant to her, and her hair, like Sophie's, fell to either side of her face. Someone's wife? Mistress? Anyone's? For the first time in 6 months, Jonathan felt the devastating, irrational impact of a woman he instantaneously desired. Like Sophie, she had a jewelled brilliance and a kind of dressed nakedness. 2 strings of splendid pearls set off her neck. Diamond bracelets peeked from her quilted sleeves. But it was the vague air of shambles, the raggedy smile and unself-conscious carriage, that appointed her an instant citizen of paradise. The door swung open again, disgorging everyone at once, so that suddenly an entire leftover delegation of the English affluent society was ranged under the chandelier, each of its members so sleekly groomed, so sun-rich, that together they seemed to share a corporate morality that outlawed sickness, poverty, pale faces, age and manual labour. Only the camel-hair coat, with his disgracefully battered suede boots, remained a voluntary outcast from their ranks. And at their centre, yet apart from them, the man, as only the man could be after Sophie's furious descriptions of him. Tall, slender, and at first glance noble. Fair hair stirred with grey, swept back and flicked into little horns above the ears. A face to play cards against and lose. The stance that arrogant Englishmen do the best. One knee cocked, one hand backed against the colonial arse. "Freddie is so weak," Sophie had explained. And Roper is so English. Like all deft men, Roper was doing several things at once. Shaking hands with Caspar, then clapping him with the same hand on the upper arm, then using it to blow a kiss to Fräulein Eberhard, who went pink and waved at him like a menopausal groupie. Then finally fixing his overlord's eye on Jonathan, who must have been strolling towards him, though Jonathan himself had no direct evidence of this, except that Adele's dummy had been replaced first by the newsstand, then by the flushed features of Fräulein Eberhard at the reception desk, and now by the man himself. "He has no qualms," Sophie had said. "He is the worst man in the world." "He's recognized me," thought Jonathan, waiting for the denunciation. "He's seen my photograph, listened to my description. In a minute he'll stop smiling." "I'm Dickie Roper," a lazy voice announced, as the hand closed round Jonathan's, and briefly owned it. "My chap's booked some rooms here, rather a lot of 'em. How do you do?" Belgravia slur, the proletarian accent of the vastly rich. They had entered each other's private space. "How very good to see you, Mr. Roper," Jonathan murmured, English voice to English voice. "Welcome back, sir. And poor you, what a perfectly ghastly journey you must have had. Wasn't it rather heroic to venture aloft at all? No one else has, I can tell you. My name's Pine. I'm the night manager." He's heard of me, he thought, waiting. Freddie Hamid told him my name. "What's old Meister up to these days?" Roper asked, his eyes slipping away to the beautiful woman. She was at the newsstand, helping herself to fashion magazines. Her bracelets kept falling over her hand, while with the other she continually pushed back her hair. "Tucked up with his Ovaltine and a book, is he? Hope it's a book, must say. Jeds, how you doing, darling?" Adores magazines. Addict. Hate the things myself. It took Jonathan a moment to realize that Jeds was the woman. Not Jed, a single man, but Jeds, a single woman in all her varieties. Her chestnut head turned far enough to let them see her smile. It was puckish and good-humoured. "I'm just fine, darling," she said bravely, as if she were recovering from a knock. "Herr Meister is unavoidably tied up tonight, I'm afraid, sir," said Jonathan, "but he does enormously look forward to seeing you in the morning, when you're rested." "You English, Pine?" "Sounded." "To the core, sir." "Wise man." The pale gaze wanders away again, this time to the reception desk, where the camel-hair coat is filling in forms for Fräulein Eberhard. "You proposing marriage to that young lady, Corky?" Roper calls. "That'll be the day," he adds to Jonathan in a lower tone. "Major Corcoran, my assistant," he confides with innuendo. "Nearly there, Chief," Corky drawls, and lifts a camel-hair arm. He has squared his legs and pushed out his rump like somebody about to play a croquet shot, and there is a tilt to his haunches that by nature or intent suggests a certain femininity. A heap of passports lies at his elbow. "Only got to copy a few names, God's sake. Not a 50-page contract, Corks." "It's the new security, I'm afraid, sir," Jonathan explains. "The Swiss police insist. There seems to be nothing we can do." The beautiful Jeds has chosen 3 magazines, but needs more. She has perched one slightly scuffed boot pensively on its long heel, with the toe pointing in the air. Sophie used to do the same. Mid-20s, Jonathan thinks. Always will be. "Been here long, then, Pine?" "Wasn't here last time round, was he, Frisky? We'd have noticed a stray young Brid." "No way," said the blazer, eyeing Jonathan through an imaginary gun slit. Cauliflower ears, Jonathan noticed. Blonde hair going on white. Hands like axe heads. I make it 6 months, Mr. Roper, almost to the day. Where were you before that? Cairo, Jonathan replied, light as a spark. The Queen Nefertiti. Time passes, like time before a detonation. But the carved mirrors of the lobby do not shatter at the mention of the Queen Nefertiti Hotel. The pilasters and chandeliers hold still. Likey, did you? Cairo? Loved it. What made you leave the place, then, if you were so high on it? Well, you did, actually, Jonathan thinks. But he said instead, Oh, wanderlust, I suppose, sir. You know how it is. The drifting life is one of the attractions of the trade. Suddenly everything was in motion. Corcoran had detached himself from the reception desk, and, cigarette held wide, was advancing on them with high steps. The woman Jedds had chosen her magazines and was waiting, Sophie-like, for someone to do something about paying for them. Corcoran said, On the room bill, Hart. Herr Casper was unloading a wad of mail into the arms of the second blazer, who ostentatiously explored the bulkier packages with his fingertips. High bloody time, Corks. Hell's happened to your signing hand? Wanker's colic, I should think, Chief, said Major Corcoran. Could be limp wrist, he added, with a special smile for Jonathan. Oh, Corks, said the woman, Jedds, giggling. Out of the corner of his eye, Jonathan spotted Mario, the head doorman, wheeling a stack of matching luggage to the service lift, using the paddling gait with which porters hope to imprint their images on the fickle minds of clients. Then he saw his own fragmented reflection passing him in the mirrors, and Corcoran's beside him, carrying his cigarette in one hand and the magazines in the other, and he allowed himself a moment of officious panic because he couldn't see Jedds. He turned and saw her, and caught her eye, and she smiled at him, which in his startling resurgence of desire was what he craved. He caught Roper's eye also, because she was hanging from Roper's arm, holding it in both her long hands, while she almost trod on his feet. The bodyguards and the affluent society trailed behind them. Jonathan noticed a blonde male beauty, with his hair tied at the nape, a plain wife scowling beside him. Pilots'll be along later, Corcoran was saying. Some crap about the compass. If it's not the compass, it's the bogs won't flush. You a permanency here, darling, or just a one-night stand? His breath smelled of the day's good things, the martinis before lunch, the wines with it, and the brandies afterwards, washed down by his foul French cigarettes. Oh, I think as permanent as one can be in this profession, Major, Jonathan replied, altering his manner a little for an underling. Goes for all of us, Hart, believe me, said the Major fervently. Permanently temporary. Jesus. Another film cut, and they were traversing the great hall to the tune of When I Take My Sugar to Tea, played by Maxie the pianist to two old ladies in grey silk. Roper and the woman were still entwined. You're new to each other, Jonathan told them sourly, out of the corner of his eye, or else you're making up for a quarrel. Jedds, he repeated to himself. He needed the safety of his single bed. Yet another cut, and they were standing 3 deep before the ornate doors of Herr Meister's new tower suite lift, the affluent society twittering in the background. Hell happened to the old lift, Pine, Roper was demanding. Thought Meister was a sucker for old things. Bloody Swiss would modernize Stonehenge if they got a chance. wouldn't they, Jeds?
"Roper, you can't make a scene about a lift," she said in awe.
"Try me." From far away, Jonathan hears a voice, not unlike his own, enumerating the advantages of the new lift. A security measure, Mr. Roper, but also an attractive extra feature, installed last autumn for the sole convenience of our Tower Suite guests. And as Jonathan talks, he dangles between his fingers the golden master key, created to Herr Meister's personal design, decked with a golden tassel and capped with this rather amusing golden crown. I mean, doesn't it remind you of the pharaohs? It's quite outrageous, really, but I can assure you that our less sophisticated guests adore it, he confides, with a camp little smile that he has never vouchsafed to anyone before. "Well, I adore it," says the Major off-screen, "and I'm bloody sophisticated." Roper balances the key in his palm, as if to cost its melt weight. He studies both sides, then the crown, then the tassel. "Taiwan," he pronounces, and to Jonathan's alarm slings it at the blonde blazer with cauliflower ears, who catches it low down and fast on his left side, shouting, "Mine!" as he dives. Beretta 9mm automatic with safety catch of the on, Jonathan records. Ebony finish, holster carried under the right armpit. A left-handed OBG, with a spare magazine in his belt bag. "Oh, well played, Frisky Heart. Good catch," Corcoran drawls, and there is relieved laughter from the affluent outfield, led by the woman, who squeezes Roper's arm and says, "Honestly, darling," though in Jonathan's clouded ear it at first sounds like "policy, darling." Now everything is in slow motion. Everything is happening underwater. The lift takes 5 at a time. The rest must wait. Roper strides in, drawing the woman after him. Rodine and model school, Jonathan is thinking, plus a special course that Sophie had also taken in how to do that with your hips when you walk. Then Frisky, then Major Corcoran without his cigarette. Finally Jonathan. Her hair is soft as well as chestnut. She is also nude. That is to say, she has slipped off her quilted coat and slung it over her arm like an army greatcoat. She wears a man's white shirt, with Sophie's puffy sleeves rolled to the elbows. Jonathan starts the lift. Corcoran stares disapprovingly upward like a man peeing. The girl's hip rides carelessly against Jonathan's flank in cheerful friendship. "Get off," he wants to tell her, irritably. "If you're flirting, don't. If you're not flirting, keep your hip to yourself." She smells, not of vanilla, but of white carnations on Commemoration Day at cadet school. Roper stands behind her, wide hands resting possessively on her shoulders. Frisky gazes blankly downward at the faded bite mark on her neck, at her unsupported breasts inside the expensive shirt. Like Frisky, no doubt, Jonathan has a disgraceful urge to scoop one out. "Now, why don't I go ahead and show you all the new goodies Herr Meister's put in for you since your last visit," he suggests. "Perhaps it's time you gave up manners as a way of life," Sophie had said to him as she walked beside him in the dawn. He went ahead, indicating the suite's priceless advantages, the amazing low-flush bar, the 1,000-year-old fruit, the very latest in super-hygienic jet-stream loos, does everything for you except clean your teeth. All his whimsical little jokes, whisked out and polished for the delectation of Mr. Richard Onslow Roper and this long-waisted, funny-faced, unpardonably attractive woman. How dare she be so beautiful at a time like this? Meister's legendary tower hovers like an inflated dovecot over the magic peaks and valleys of the hotel's Edwardian roof. The three-bedroom palace inside it is built on 2 floors, a pastel experience in what Jonathan confidingly calls Swiss franc 14. The luggage has arrived. The chasseurs have received their largesse. Jed's has retired to the master bedroom, from which issue the far sounds of female singing and running water. The singing is indistinct, but provocative, if not downright bawdy. Frisky the Blazer has stationed himself at a telephone on the landing, and is murmuring orders to someone he disdains. Major Corcoran, armed with a fresh cigarette, but minus his camel hair, is in the dining room, talking slow French on another line, for the benefit of somebody whose French is worse than his. His cheeks are fluid as a baby's, the dabs of colour very high, and his French is French, no question. He has slipped into it as naturally as if it were his mother tongue, which perhaps it is, for nothing about Corcoran suggests an uncomplicated provenance. Elsewhere in the suite, other lives and conversations are unfolding. The tall man with the ponytail is called Sandy, we learn, and Sandy is talking English on another telephone to somebody in Prague called Gregory, while Mrs. Sandy sits in a chair with her overcoat on, glowering at the wall. But Jonathan has banished these secondary players from his immediate consciousness. They exist, they are elegant. They revolve in their far periphery around the central light of Mr. Richard Onslow Roper of Nassau, the Bahamas. But they are chorus. Jonathan's guided tour of the splendours of the palace is complete. It is time he took his leave. A graceful wave of the hand, an endearing exhortation, please to be sure to enjoy every bit of it. And in the normal way he would have descended smoothly to ground level, leaving his wards to enjoy their pleasures by themselves, as best they could at 15,000 francs a night, including tax, service, and continental breakfast. But tonight is not the normal way. Tonight is Roper's night. It is Sophie's night, and Sophie in some bizarre way is played for us tonight by Roper's woman, whose name to everyone but Roper turns out to be not Jed's, but Jed. Mr. Onslow Roper likes to multiply his assets. The snow is still falling, and the worst man in the world is drawn towards it like a man who is contemplating his childhood in the dancing flakes. He stands cavalry back to the centre of the room, facing the French windows and the snow-clad balcony. He holds a green Sotheby's catalogue open before him, like a hymnal from which he is about to sing, and his other arm is raised to bring in some silent instrument from the edge of the orchestra. He sports a learned judge's half-lens reading spectacles. "Soldier Boris and his chum say, 'OK, Monday lunchtime,'" Corcoran calls from the dining room. "OK, Monday lunchtime?" "Fix," says Roper, turning a page of the catalogue and watching the snow over his spectacles at the same time. "Look at that. Glimpse of the infinite." "I adore it every time it happens," says Jonathan earnestly. "Your friend Appetites from Miami says why not make it the Kronenhalle? Food's better." Corcoran again. "It's too public. Lunch here or bring his sandwiches." "Sandy, what does a decent Stubbs horse make these days?" The pretty male head with the ponytail pokes round the door. "Size?" 30 by 50 inches. The pretty face barely puckers. "There was a good 'un went at Sotheby's last June. Protector in a landscape, signed and dated, 1779, a Lulu. Quanta costa?" "You sitting comfortably?" "Come off it, Sands." 1,200,000 plus commish. Pounds or bucks? Bucks. From the opposite doorway, Major Corcoran is complaining. The Brussels boys want half in cash, Chief. Bloody liberty, if you ask me. Tell him you won't sign, Roper retorts, with an extra gruffness that he apparently uses for keeping Corcoran at arm's length. That a hotel up there, Pine? Roper's gaze is fixed on the black window panes, where the childhood snowflakes pursue their dance. A beacon, actually, Mr. Roper. Some sort of navigational aid, I gather. Herr Meisser's treasured ormolu clock is chiming the hour, but Jonathan, for all his customary nimbleness, is unable to move his feet in the direction of escape. His patent evening shoes remain embedded in the deep pile of the drawing-room carpet, as solidly as if they were set in cement. His mild gaze, so at odds with the pugilistic brow, remains fixed on Roper's back. But Jonathan sees him in only a part of his mind. Otherwise he is not in the tower suite at all, but in Sophie's penthouse apartment at the top of the Queen Nefertiti Hotel in Cairo. Sophie too has her back to him, and it is as beautiful as he always knew it was, white against the whiteness of her evening gown. She is gazing not at the snow, but at the huge white stars of the Cairene night, at the quarter moon that hangs from its points above the soundless city. The doors to her roof garden are open. She grows nothing but white flowers, oleander, bougainvillea, agapanthus. The scent of Arabian jasmine drifts past her into the room. A bottle of vodka stands beside her on a table, and it is definitely half empty, not half full. "You rang," Jonathan reminded her, with a smile in his voice, playing the humble servant. Perhaps this is our night, he was thinking. "Yes, I rang, and you answered. You are kind. I am sure you are always kind." He knew at once that it was not their night. "I need to ask you a question," she said. "Will you answer it truthfully?" "If I can, of course." "You mean there could be circumstances in which you would not?" "I mean I might not know the answer." "Oh, you will know the answer. Where are the papers that I entrusted to your care?" "In the safe, in an envelope, with my name on it." "Has anybody seen them except myself?" "The safe is used by several members of the staff, mostly for storing cash until it goes to the bank. So far as I know, the envelope is still sealed." She allowed her shoulders to slump in a gesture of impatience, but did not turn her head. "Did you show them to anyone? Yes or no, please. I am not judgmental. I came to you on an impulse. It would not be your fault if I made a mistake. I had some sentimental vision of you as a clean Englishman." So did I, thought Jonathan. Yet it did not occur to him that he had a choice. In the world that mysteriously owned his allegiance, there was only one answer to her question. "No," he said. And he said again, "No, no one." "If you tell me it is the truth, I shall believe you. I wish very much to believe there is one last gentleman on earth." "It's the truth. I gave you my word." "No." Again she seemed to disregard his denial, or find it premature. "Freddie insists I have betrayed him. He entrusted the papers to my care. He did not want them kept in his office or at home. Dickie Roper is encouraging Freddie in his suspicions of me." "Why should he do that?"
Roper is the other party to the correspondence. Until today, Roper and Freddie Hamid were proposing to become business partners. I was present at some of the discussions on Roper's yacht. Roper was not comfortable to have me as a witness, but since Freddie insisted on showing me off to him, he had no choice. She seemed to expect him to speak, but he kept his silence. Freddie visited me this evening. It was later than his usual hour. When he is in town, it is his custom to visit me before dinner. He uses the car park lift out of respect for his wife. He stays 2 hours. Then he returns to dine in the bosom of his family. It is my somewhat pathetic boast that I have helped to keep his marriage intact. Tonight he was late. He had been talking on the telephone. It appears that Roper has received a warning. A warning from whom? From good friends in London. A spurt of bitterness. Good for Roper. That is understood. Saying what? Saying that his business arrangements with Freddie are known to the authorities. Roper was careful on the telephone, saying only that he counted on Freddie's discretion. Freddie's brothers were not so delicate. Freddie had not informed them of the deal. He was wishing to prove himself to them. He had gone so far as to set aside a fleet of Hamid trucks under a pretext in order to transport the merchandise through Jordan. His brothers were not pleased about that either. Now, because Freddie is frightened, he has told them everything. He is also furious to be losing the esteem of his precious Mr. Roper. So, no, she rehearsed, still staring into the night. Definitely no. Mr. Pine has no suggestions about how this information could have reached London or come to the ears of Mr. Roper's friends. The safe, the papers. He has no suggestions. No, he hasn't. I'm sorry. Until then, she had not looked at him. Now at last she turned and let him see her face. One eye was closed entirely. Both sides were bloated out of recognition. I would like you to take me for a drive, please, Mr. Pine. Freddie is not rational when his pride is threatened. No time has passed. Roper is still absorbed in the Sotheby's catalogue. Nobody has smashed his face into a pulp. The Ormolu clock is still chiming the hour. Absurdly, Jonathan checks its accuracy against his wristwatch, and finding himself able to move his feet at last, opens the glass and advances the large hand till the two agree. Run for cover, he tells himself. Flatten. The invisible radio is playing Alfred Brendel playing Mozart. Off-stage, Corcoran is once more talking, this time in Italian, which is less assured than his French. But Jonathan cannot run for cover. The enraging woman is coming down the ornamental staircase. He does not hear her at first, because she is barefoot, and dressed in Herr Meister's complimentary bathrobe, and when he does, he can hardly bear to look at her. Her long legs are baby pink from the bath. Her chestnut hair is brushed out like a good girl's over her shoulders. A smell of warm mousse de bain has replaced the Commemoration Day carnations. Jonathan is nearly ill with desire. And for additional refreshment, allow me to recommend your private bar, he advises Roper's back. Malt whiskey, personally selected by Herr Meister. The vodkas of 6 nations. What else? Oh, and 24-hour room service for you and yours, naturally. Well, I'm ravenous, says the girl, refusing to be ignored.
End of Side 1. Side 2. Jonathan allows her his hotelier's passionless smile. Well now, do please ask them for anything you want. The menu is merely a compass, and they adore being made to work. He returns to Roper, and a devil drives him one step further. And English language cable news, in case you want to watch the war. Just touch the green knob on the little box. Then 9. Been there, seen the movie. Thanks. Know anything about statuary? Not much. Me neither. Makes 2 of us. Hello, darling. Good bath? Gorgeous. Crossing the room to a low armchair, the woman Jed folds herself into it, picks up the room service menu, and pulls on a pair of completely circular, very small, and, Jonathan is angrily convinced, totally unnecessary gold-framed reading spectacles. Sophie would have worn them in her hair. Brendel's Perfect River has reached the sea. The hidden quadraphonic radio is announcing that Fischer-Dieskau will sing a selection of songs by Schubert. Roper's shoulder is nudging against him. Out of focus, Jed crosses her baby-pink legs and absent-mindedly pulls the skirt of her bathrobe over them, while she continues to study the menu. Whore, screams a voice inside Jonathan. Tramp. Angel. Why am I suddenly prey to these adolescent fantasies? Roper's sculpted index finger is resting on a full-page illustration. Lot 236. Venus and Adonis in marble, 70 inches high, excluding pediment. Venus with her fingers touching Adonis's face in adoration. Contemporary copy of Canova, unsigned. Original at the Villa Lagrange, Geneva. Estimated price, £60,000 to £100,000. A 50-year-old Apollo wishes to buy Venus and Adonis. What's roasty, anyway? Says Jed. I think you're looking at rusty, Jonathan replies, in a tone laced with superior knowledge. It's a Swiss potato delicacy, sort of bubble and squeak without the squeak, made with lots of butter and fried. If one's ravenous, perfectly delicious. And they do it awfully well. How do they grab you? Roper demands. Likey? No likey? Don't be lukewarm. No good to anyone. Hash browns, darling, I had 'em in Miami. What do you say, Mr. Pine? I think it would rather depend where they were going to live, Jonathan replies, cautiously. End of a floral walk. Pergola over the top. View of the sea at the end. West-facing, so you get the sunset. Most beautiful place on earth, says Jed. Jonathan is at once furious with her. Why don't you shut up? Why is your blah-blah voice so near when you're speaking from across the room? Why does she have to interrupt all the time instead of reading the bloody menu? Sunshine guaranteed, asks Jonathan, with his most patronizing smile. 360 days a year, says Jed, proudly. Go on, Roper urges. Not made of glass. What's your verdict? I'm afraid they're not me at all, Jonathan replies tautly, before he has given himself time to think. Why on earth does he say this? Probably it is Jed's fault. Jonathan himself would be the last to know. He has no opinion of statues. He has never bought one, sold one, scarcely paused to consider one, unless it was the awful bronze of Earl Haig, looking at God through binoculars, from the side of the saluting base on one of the parade grounds of his military childhood. All he was trying to do was tell Jed to keep her distance. Roper's fine features did not alter, but for a moment Jonathan does wonder whether, after all, He is made of glass. "You laughing at me, Jemima?" he asks, with a perfectly pleasant smile. The menu descends, and the puckish, totally undamaged face peers comically over the top of it. "Why on earth should I be? Seem to remember you didn't much care for them either, when I showed them to you in the plane." She sets the menu on her lap, and with both hands removes her useless glasses. As she does so, the short sleeve of Herr Meister's bathrobe gapes, and Jonathan, to his total outrage, is offered a view of one perfect breast, with its slightly erect nipple lifted to him by the action of her arms, the upper half golden lit by the reading lamp above her. "Darling," she says sweetly, "that's utter, total, unadulterated balls. I said her bum was too big. If you like big bums, have her. Your money, your bum." Roper grins, reaches out and grabs hold of the neck of Herr Meister's complimentary bottle of Dom Perignon, and wrenches. "Corky!" "Right here, Chief." The moment's hesitation, the corrected voice. "Give Danby and MacArthur a bell. Shampoo." "Will do, Chief." "Sandy, Caroline, shampoo." Hell are those two. Fighting again. Bores. "Give me the queers every time," he adds, in an aside to Jonathan. "Don't go, Pine. Party's just warming up. Corks, order up another couple of bottles." But Jonathan goes. Somehow semaphoring his regrets, he gains the landing, and as he looks back, Jed is flapping a zany goodbye at him over her champagne glass. He responds with his most glacial smile. "Night-night, old love," Corcoran murmurs, as they brush past each other on their separate ways. "Thanks for the tender, loving care." "Good night, Major." Frisky, the ash-blonde OBG, has installed himself on a tapestried throne beside the lift, and is studying a paperback of Victorian erotica. "Play golf, do we, sweetheart?" he asks, as Jonathan flits by. "No." "Me neither." "I shoot the snipe with ease," Fischer Dieskau is singing. "I shoot the snipe with ease." The half-dozen dinner guests sat bowed over their candle-lit tables like worshippers in a cathedral. Jonathan sat among them, basking in a determined euphoria. "This is what I live for," he told himself. "This half-bottle of Pommard, this foie de veau glacé with vegetables of 3 colours, this Hotel Silver with its bruised old face, twinkling wisely up at me from the damask cloth." Dining alone had always been his particular pleasure, and tonight, in deference to the war's depletion, Maitre Berry had promoted him from his single-seater by the service door to one of the high altars at the window. Gazing down over the snow-clad golf links to the city lights prickling along the lakeside, Jonathan doggedly congratulated himself on the satisfying completeness of his life till now, the early uglinesses he had left behind. "That wasn't easy for you up there with the egregious Roper, Jonathan, my boy," the school's grey-jawed commandant told his best cadet approvingly. "And that Major Corcoran is a real piece of work. So was the girl, in my opinion. Never mind. You were firm. You fought your corner. Well played." And Jonathan actually managed to bestow a congratulatory smile on his reflection in the candle-lit window, as he recalled his every fawning phrase and lustful thought in the order of its shameful appearance. Suddenly the faux devoir turned to ash in his mouth, and the Pommard tasted of gunmetal. His bowels writhed, his vision blurred. Rising from the table in a flurry, he mumbled something to Maitre Berry about a forgotten duty, and made it just in time to the men's room. Chapter 3. Jonathan Pine, orphaned only son of a cancer-ridden German beauty and a British sergeant of infantry, killed in one of his country's many post-colonial wars. Graduate of a rainy archipelago of orphanages, foster homes, half-mothers, cadet units and training camps. Sometime Army wolf child with a special unit in even rainier Northern Ireland. Caterer, chef, itinerant hotelier, perpetual escapee from emotional entanglements, volunteer, collector of other people's languages, self-exiled creature of the night, and sailor without a destination, sat in his sanitary Swiss office behind reception, smoking his third unusual cigarette, and pondering the sage words of the hotel's revered founder that hung framed alongside his imposing sepia photograph. Several times in the last months, Jonathan had taken up his pen in an effort to free the great man's wisdom from its tortuous German syntax, but his efforts had always foundered against some immovable, dependent clause. True hospitality gives to life what true cooking gives to eating, he began, believing for a moment that he had it. It is the expression of our respect for the essential basic value of every individual creature entrusted to our care in the course of his travail through life, regardless of his condition, of mutual responsibility in the spirit of humanity invested in... Then he lost it again, as he always did. Some things were best left in the original. His eye returned to Herr Stripley's tarty television set, squatting before him like a man's handbag. It had been playing the same electronic game for the last 15 minutes. The aerial bomber's sights center on a grey fleck of building far below. The camera zooms closer. A missile speeds toward the target, enters and descends several floors. The base of the building pops like a paper bag to the unctuous satisfaction of the newscaster. A bullseye. 2 more shots for no extra money. Nobody talks about the casualties. From that height, there aren't any. Iraq is not Belfast. The image changed. Sophie and Jonathan are taking their drive. Jonathan is driving, and Sophie's pulped face is partly hidden by a headscarf and dark glasses. Carre is not yet awake. The red of dawn is colouring the dusty sky. To smuggle her out of the hotel and into his car, the undercover soldier had taken every precaution. He set out for the pyramids, not knowing she had a different spectacle in mind. "No," she says. "Go that way." A fetid, oozing pillow of filth hangs over the crumbling tombs of Cairo's city cemetery. On a moonscape of smoking cinders amid shanties of plastic bags and tin cans, the wretched of the earth are crouched like technicolor vultures picking through the garbage. He parks the car on a sand verge. Lorries thunder past them on their way to and from the rubbish dump, leaving stink in their wake. "This is where I brought him," she says. One side of her mouth is ridiculously swollen. She speaks through a hole in the other side. "Why?" says Jonathan. "Meaning, why are you now bringing me?" "Look at these people, Freddy," I told him. "Each time someone sells weapons to another tin-pot Arab tyrant, these people starve a little more. Do you know the reason? Listen to me, Freddy, because it is more fun to have a pretty army than to feed the starving. You are an Arab, Freddy. Never mind that we Egyptians say we are not Arabs. We are Arabs. Is it right that your Arab brothers should be the flesh to pay for your dreams?
I see, says Jonathan, with the embarrassment of an Englishman when faced with political emotion.
We do need leaders, I said. The next great Arab will be a humble craftsman. He will make things work and give the people dignity instead of war. He will be an administrator, not a warrior. He will be like you, Freddy, as you could be if you grew up.
What did Freddy say? Says Jonathan. Her smashed features accuse him every time he looks at them. The bruises round her eyes are turning to blue and yellow.
He told me to mind my own business.
He catches the choke of fury in her voice, and his heart sinks further.
I told him it was my business. Life and death are my business. Arabs are my business. He was my business.
And you warned him, he thinks, sickened. You let him know you were a force to be reckoned with, not a weak woman to be discarded at his whim. You let him guess that you too had your secret weapon, and you threatened to do what I did, without knowing I'd done it already. The Egyptian authorities will not touch him, she says. He bribes them, and they keep their distance. Leave town, Jonathan tells her. You know what the Hamids are like. Get out. The Hamids can have me killed as easily in Paris as in Cairo. Tell Freddy he must help you. Make him stick up for you against his brothers. Freddy is frightened of me. When he is not being brave, he is a coward. Why are you staring at the traffic? Because it's all there is to stare at apart from you and the wretched of the earth. But she does not wait for an answer. Perhaps deep down this student of male weakness understands his shame. I should like some coffee, please. Egyptian. And the brave smile that hurts him more than all the recrimination in the world. He gives her coffee in a street market and drives her back to the hotel car park. He telephones the Ogilvy's house and gets the maid. "Him out!" she shouts. "What about Mrs. Ogilvy?" "Him not there." He telephones the embassy. Him not there either. Him gone to Alexandria for regatta. He telephones the yacht club to leave a message. A drugged male voice says there is no regatta today. Jonathan telephones an American friend named Larry Kermode in Luxor. Larry, is that guest suite of yours empty? He telephones Sophie. An archaeologist friend of mine in Luxor has a spare flat, he says. It's in a place called the Chicago House. You're welcome to use it for a week or two. He searches for humor in the silence. It's a kind of monk's cell for visiting academics, stuck onto the back of the house with its own bit of rooftop. Nobody need even know you're there. Will you come also, Mr. Pine? Jonathan does not allow himself a moment's hesitation. Can you dump your bodyguard? He has already dumped himself. Freddy has apparently decided I am not worth protecting. He telephones a travel agent who does business with the hotel, a beery-voiced Englishwoman called Stella. Stella, listen, 2 VIP guests, incognito, want to fly to Luxor tonight, expense no object. I know the whole place is shut up. I know there are no planes. What can you do? A long silence. Stella is psychic.
Stella has been in Cairo too long. Well, I know you're very important, darling, but who's the girl? And she gives a foul, wheezing laugh that chokes and whistles in Jonathan's ear long after he has rung off. Jonathan and Sophie sit side by side on the flat roof of the Chicago house, drinking vodka and staring at the stars. On the flight, she has barely spoken. He has offered her food, but she wants none. He has put a shawl over her shoulders. "Roper is the worst man in the world," she announces. Jonathan's experience of the world's villains is limited. His instinct is to blame himself first and others afterwards. "I guess anyone in his business is pretty frightful," he says. "He has no excuse," she retorts, unappeased by his moderation. "He is healthy, he is white, he is rich, he is well-born, well-educated, he has grace." Roper's enormity grows as she contemplates his virtues. He is at ease with the world, he is amusing, confident, yet he destroys it. What is missing in him? She waits for him to say something, but in vain. How does he come to be like this? He was not dragged up in the back streets. He is blessed. You are a man, perhaps you know. But Jonathan doesn't know anything any more. He is watching the outline of her battered face against the night sky. "What will you do?" he was asking her in his mind. "What will I?" He switched off Herr Stripley's television set. The war ended. "I loved you. I loved you with your smashed face as we walked at arm's length among the temples of Karnak. 'Mr. Pine,' you said, 'it is time to make the rivers flow uphill.'" It was 2 a.m., the hour at which Herr Meister required Jonathan to make his rounds. He began in the lobby, where he always began. He stood at the centre of the carpet where Roper had stood, and listened to the restless night sounds of the hotel, which by day were lost in the hubbub, the throb of the furnace, the growl of a vacuum cleaner, the clink of plates from the room service kitchen, the footfall of a waiter on the back stair. He stood where he stood every night, imagining her stepping from the lift, her face repaired, her dark glasses shoved into her black hair, crossing the lobby, and pulling up before him while she quizzically examines him for flaws. "You are Mr. Pine, the flower of England, and you betrayed me." Old Horvitz, the night concierge, was sleeping at his counter. He had laid his cropped head in the crook of his arm. "You're still a refugee, Horvitz," thought Jonathan. "March and sleep. March and sleep." He set the old man's empty coffee cup safely outside his reach. At the reception desk, Fräulein Eberhard had been relieved by Fräulein Phipp, a greyed, obliging woman with a brittle smile. "Can I see tonight's late arrivals, please, Fräulein Phipp?" She handed in the Tower Suite registration forms. Alexander, Lord Langbourne, alias no doubt Sandy. Address Tortola, British Virgin Islands. Profession, according to Corcoran, peer of the realm. Accompanied by wife Caroline. No reference to the long hair tied at the nape, or to what a peer of the realm might do apart from being a peer. Onslow Roper, Richard. Profession, company director. Jonathan leafed briskly through the rest of the forms. Frobisher, Cyril, pilot. MacArthur, somebody, and Danby, somebody else, company executives. Other assistants, other pilots, bodyguards. Inglis, Francis from Perth, Australia. Francis, hence Frisky, presumably, physical training instructor. Jones, Tobias from South Africa. Tobias, hence Tabby, athlete. He had left her till last deliberately, like the one good photograph in a batch of misses. Marshall, Jemima W. Address, like Roper's, a numbered box in Nassau. British. Occupation, rendered with a particular flourish by the Major, equestrienne. Can you do me copies of these, Fräulein Phipp? We're conducting a survey of Tower Suite guests. Naturally, Mr. Pine, said Fräulein Phipp, taking the forms to the back office. Thank you, Fräulein Phipp, said Jonathan. But in his imagination, it is himself that Jonathan sees, labouring over the photocopier in the Queen Nefertiti Hotel, while Sophie smokes and watches him. You are adept, she says. Yes, I am adept. I spy. I betray. I love when it is too late. Frau Merton was the telephone operator, another soldier of the night, whose sentry box was an airless cubicle beside reception. Guten Abend, Frau Merton. Good morning, Mr. Jonathan. It was their joke. Gulf War running nicely, I trust. Jonathan glanced at the bulletins dangling from the newsprinter. Bombing continues unabated. 1,000 missions already flown. Safety in numbers, they say. So much money to spend on one Arab, said Frau Merton, with disapproval. He began tidying the papers, an instinctive habit that had been with him since his first school dormitory. As he did so, his eye caught the faxes. One sleek tray for incoming, contents to be distributed in the morning. One sleek tray for outgoing, waiting to be returned to their senders. Lots of telephone activity, Frau Merton. Panic selling across the globe. You must be feeling like the hub of the universe. The Princesse Dufour must call her cousin in Vladivostok. Every night now that things are better in Russia, she calls Vladivostok and speaks to him for 1 hour. Every night she gets cut off and must be reconnected. I think she is looking for her prince. How about the princes in the tower? He asked. They seem to be living on the telephone from the moment they got in there. Frau Merton tapped a couple of keys and peered at the screen through her bifocals. Belgrade, Panama, Brussels, Nairobi, Nassau, Prague, London, Paris, Tortola, England somewhere, Prague again, more Nassau, all direct. Soon it will be only direct, and I shall have no job. One day all of us will be robots, Jonathan assured her. Leaning over Frau Merton's counter, he affected a layman's curiosity. Does that screen of yours show the actual numbers they ring? He asked. Naturally. Otherwise the guests complain immediately. It's normal. Show me. She showed him. Roper knows the wicked people everywhere, Sophie had said. In the dining room, Bobby, the odd-job man, was balanced on an aluminium ladder, cleaning the droplets of a chandelier with his spider mop. Jonathan trod lightly in order not to disturb his concentration. In the bar, Herr Casper's nymphette nieces in trembling smocks and stone-washed jeans were replenishing pot plants. Bouncing up to him, the elder girl displayed a pile of muddy cigarette stubs in her gloved palm. "Do men do this in their own homes?" she demanded, lifting her breasts to him in saucy indignation. "Put their fag ends in the flower pots?" "I should think so, Renata. Men do the most unspeakable things at the drop of a hat." Ask Ogilvy, he thought.
In his abstraction, her pertness annoyed him unreasonably. "I'd watch out for that piano if I were you. Herr Meister will kill you if you scratch it." In the kitchens, the night chefs were preparing a dormitory feast for the German newlyweds on the bel étage. Steak tartare for him, smoked salmon for her, a bottle of Merceau to revive their ardour. Jonathan watched Alfred, the Austrian night waiter, give a sensitive tuck with his fine fingers at the napkin rosettes, and add a bowl of camellias for romance. Alfred was a failed ballet dancer, and put artist in his passport. "They're bombing Baghdad, then," he said with satisfaction while he worked. "That'll teach them." "Did the Tower Suite eat tonight?" Alfred took a breath and recited. His smile was becoming a little young for him. 3 smoked salmon, 1 fish and chips English style, 4 fillet steak medium, and a double dollop of carrot cake, and schlag, which you call ram. Carrot cake is what His Highness has for a religion, he told me, and from the Herr Major, on His Highness's instructions, a 50-franc tip. You English always tip when you're in love. "Do we indeed?" said Jonathan. "I must remember that." He ascended the great staircase. Roper's not in love. He's just rutting. Probably hired her from some tart's agency. So much a night. He had arrived at the double doorway to the ground suite. The newlyweds were also newly shod, he noticed. He in patent black with buckles. She in gold sandals, flung impatiently where they lay. Impelled by a lifetime of obedience, Jonathan stooped and placed them side by side. Reaching the top floor, he put his ear to Frau Loring's door, and heard the braying of a British military pundit over the hotel's cable network. He knocked. She was wearing her late husband's dressing gown over her nightdress. Coffee was glugging on a ring. 60 years of Switzerland had not altered her High German by a single explosive consonant. "They are children, but they are fighting, so they are men," she announced in her mother's perfect accents, handing him a cup. The British television pundit was moving model soldiers round a sandbox with the fervour of a convert. "So the Tower Suite is full of whom tonight?" asked Frau Loring, who knew everything. "Oh, some English mogul and his cohorts. Roper, Mr. Roper and party, and one lady half his age. The staff say she's exquisite. I didn't look. And quite unspoilt. Natural. Well, they should know." She was studying him the way she always did when he sounded casual. Sometimes she seemed to know him better than he knew himself. "You are glowing tonight. You could light a city. What is going on inside you?" "I expect it's the snow." "So nice the Russians are on our side at last, no?" "It's a great diplomatic achievement." "It's a miracle," Frau Loring corrected him. "And like most miracles, nobody believes in it." She handed him his coffee and sat him firmly in his usual chair. Her television set was enormous, bigger than the war. Happy troops waving from armoured personnel carriers, more missiles racing prettily to their mark, the sibilant shuffle of tanks, Mr. Bush taking another encore from his admiring audience. "You know what I feel when I watch war?" Frau Loring asked. "Not yet," he said tenderly, but she seemed to have forgotten what she had meant to say. Or perhaps Jonathan does not hear it, for the clarity of her assertions reminds him irresistibly of Sophie. The joyful fruition of his love for her is forgotten. Even Luxor is forgotten.
He is back in Cairo for the final awful act. He is standing in Sophie's penthouse, dressed, what the hell does it matter what I wore, dressed in this very dinner jacket, while a uniformed Egyptian police inspector and his two plainclothes assistants eye him with the borrowed stillness of the dead. The blood is everywhere, reeking like old iron, on the walls, on the ceiling and divan. It is spilt like wine across the dressing table. Clothes, clocks, tapestries, books in French and Arabic and English, gilt mirrors, scents and ladies' paint, all have been trashed by a gigantic infant in a tantrum. Sophie herself is, by comparison, an insignificant feature of this havoc. Half crawling, perhaps towards the open French windows leading to her white roof garden, she lies in what the Army First Aid Manual used to call the recovery position, with her head on her outstretched arm, a counterpane draped across her lower body, and over the upper part the remnants of a blouse or nightdress, of which the colour is unlikely ever to be known. Other policemen are doing other things, none with much conviction. One man is leaning over the parapet of the roof garden, apparently in search of a culprit. Another is fiddling with the door of Sophie's wall safe, making it plop as he works it back and forth across its smashed hinges. Why do they wear black holsters? Jonathan wonders. Are they night people too? From the kitchen a man's voice is talking Arabic into the telephone. Two more policemen guard the front door leading to the landing, where a bunch of first-class cruise passengers in silk dressing gowns and face cream stare indignantly at their protectors. A uniformed boy with a notebook takes a statement. A Frenchman is saying he will call his lawyer. Our guests on the floor below are complaining about the disturbance, Jonathan tells the inspector. He realizes he has made a tactical mistake. At a moment of violent death, it is neither natural nor polite to explain one's presence. You was friends with this woman? The inspector asks. A cigarette hangs from his lips. Does he know about Luxor? Does Hamid? The best lies are told face to face, with a touch of arrogance. She liked to make use of the hotel, Jonathan replies, still fighting for a natural tone. Who did this? What happened? The inspector shrugs a prolonged, disinterested shrug. Freddie is not normally troubled by the Egyptian authorities. He bribes them, and they keep their distance. You was having sex with this woman? The inspector asks. Did they see us board the plane? Follow us to the Chicago house? Bug the flat? Jonathan has found his calm. He can do that. The more terrible the occasion, the more certainly can his calm be relied upon. He affects a certain irritation. If you call the odd cup of coffee sex. She had a bodyguard. He was employed by Mr. Hamid. Where is he? Has he disappeared? Perhaps the bodyguard did it. The inspector appears unimpressed. Hamid? What is Hamid, please? Freddie Hamid, the youngest of the Mr. Hamids. The inspector frowns as if the name is not agreeable to him, or not relevant, or not known. Of his two assistants, one is bald, the other ginger-haired. They wear jeans and bomber jackets and a lot of facial hair. Both are listening intently. What do you talk with this woman? You are political with her? Small talk. Small? Restaurants. Social gossip. Fashion. Mr. Hamid sometimes took her to the yacht club, here or in Alexandria. We'd smile at each other, wave good morning. You kill this woman? Yes, he replies in his mind. Not in quite the way you think. Yes, I definitely killed her. No, he says. The inspector hitches his black belt with both his thumbs at once. His trousers are also black. His buttons and insignia, gold.
He loves his uniform very much. An acolyte is addressing him, but the inspector pays him no attention. "She ever tell you that someone wished to kill her?" the inspector asks Jonathan. "Of course not." "Why, please?" "If she had done, I would have reported it to you." "Okay, you go now." "Have you contacted Mr. Hamid?" "What are you going to do?" The inspector touches the peak of his black cap in order to give authority to his theory. "Was a burglar. Crazy burglar kill a woman. Maybe drug." Bleary-eyed medics in green overalls and sneakers are arriving with a stretcher and a body bag. Their leader wears dark glasses. The inspector grinds the stub of his cigarette into the carpet and lights another. A camera is flashing, operated by a man in rubber gloves. Everyone has raided the properties chest in order to wear something different. Lifting her onto the stretcher, they turn her over, and one white breast, much diminished, slips free of its torn covering. Jonathan notices her face. It has been almost obliterated, perhaps by kicks, perhaps by a pistol butt. "She had a dog," he says, "a Pekingese." But even as he speaks, he spots it through the open doorway to the kitchen. It lies on the tiles, straighter than it has ever lain before. A gash like a zip fastener runs along its underbelly from its throat to its back legs. Two men, Jonathan thinks dully. One to hold, one to cut. One to hold, one to beat. "She was a British subject," Jonathan says, using the past tense to punish himself. "You'd better call the embassy." But the inspector is no longer listening. The bald assistant takes Jonathan by the arm and starts to lead him to the door. For a moment, but it is long enough, Jonathan feels the heat of combat race across his shoulders, down his arms and into his hands. The assistant feels it also, and steps back as if he has received a shock. Then he smiles dangerously in kinship. As he does so, Jonathan feels the panic taking hold of him. Not of fear, but of permanent and inconsolable loss. "I loved you, and never even admitted it, to you or to myself." Frau Merton was dozing beside her switchboard. Sometimes very late she rang her girlfriend and whispered dirty to her, but not tonight. 6 incoming faxes for the tower suite lay waiting for the morning, together with the originals of last night's outgoing. Jonathan eyed, but did not touch them. He was listening to Frau Merton's breathing. He passed his hand tentatively across her closed eyes. She let out a piggish snore. Like a skilled child stealing from his mother's shopping bag, he coaxed the faxes from their trays. Will the copier still be warm? Has the lift returned empty from the top floor? "You kill her." He touched a key on Frau Merton's computer, then another, then a third. "You are adept." The computer peeped, and he had another disconcerting vision of Roper's woman descending the tower suite stairs. Who were the Brussels boys? Who was Appetites from Miami? Who was Soldier Boris? Frau Merton turned her head and growled. He began writing down the telephone numbers, while she went on snoring. Ex-junior leader Jonathan Pine, a sergeant's son trained to fight in all weathers, crunched down the snowy footpath beside a hillside stream as it bubbled and tumbled through the woods. He was wearing an anorak over his dinner jacket and a pair of light climbing boots over his midnight blue socks. His patent leather evening shoes dangled in a plastic bag at his left side. All round him, in trees and gardens and along the bank, the snow's tracery sparkled under a perfect blue sky. But Jonathan for once was indifferent to such beauty. He was heading towards his staff apartment in the Kloßbachstrasse, and the time was 8:20 in the morning. "I shall eat a serious breakfast," he decided.
boiled eggs, toast, coffee. Sometimes it was a pleasure to serve oneself. Perhaps a bath first to restore him. And over breakfast, if he could get himself onto a single track, he would decide. He slipped a hand inside his anorak. The envelope was still in place. Where am I going? A fool is someone who does not learn by experience. Why do I feel battle-bright? Approaching the house that contained his apartment, Jonathan discovered that his step had settled to a marching rhythm. Far from relenting, it conveyed him instead to the Römerhof, where a tram waited for him with its doors ominously open. He rode in it without any opinion as to his behaviour, the alien brown envelope stabbing at his chest. Alighting at the main railway station, he allowed himself with the same passivity to proceed once more on foot, as far as an austere building in the Bleicherweg, where a number of countries, among them his own, maintained consular and commercial representatives. "I'd like to speak to Wing Commander Quayle, please," Jonathan said, to the big-jawed Englishwoman behind the bullet-proof window. He extracted his envelope and slid it under the glass. "It's a private matter. Perhaps you'll tell him I'm a friend of Mark Ogilvy from Cairo. We sailed together." Was the affair of Herr Meister's wine cellar partly responsible for Jonathan's decision to vote with his feet? A short while before Roper's arrival, Jonathan had been incarcerated in it for 16 hours, and he recalled the experience as an introductory course in death. Among the extra duties entrusted to Jonathan by Herr Meister was the preparation of the monthly inventory of the fine wine cellar, which lay deep in the Blue Rock, underneath the oldest part of the hotel. Jonathan customarily undertook this task on the first Monday of each month, before beginning the 6-day break to which he was by contract entitled in lieu of weekends. On the Monday in question, his routine did not vary. The insurance value of the fine wines had recently been set at 6.5 million Swiss francs. The cellar's security devices were of a commensurate complexity. One combination and 2 inertia locks had to be released before a fourth, a spring lock, would yield. A baleful video camera eyed each suitor as he approached. Having successfully negotiated the locks, Jonathan embarked upon his ritual count, beginning as usual with a 1961 Chateau Petrus, offered this year at 4,500 francs a bottle, and graduating to the 10,000 franc magnums of 1945 Mouton Rothschild. He was in the middle of his calculations when the lights went out. Now Jonathan loathed the dark. Why else does a man elect to work at night? As a boy he had read Edgar Allan Poe, and shared every hell endured by the victim of the cask of Amontillado. No mining disaster, no collapsed tunnel or story of alpinist trapped in a crevasse, but had its separate gravestone in his memory. He stood motionless, deprived of orientation. Was he upside down? Had he had a stroke? Had he been blown up? The mountaineer in him braced himself for impact. The blinded sailor clung to the wreckage. The trained combatant edged towards his invisible adversary without the comfort of a weapon. Wading like a deep-sea diver, Jonathan began feeling his way along the wine racks in search of a light switch. Telephone, he thought. Did the cellar have a telephone? His habit of observation was a hindrance to him. It was retrieving too many images. The door. Had the door a handle on the inside? By brute mental force he managed to recall a buzzer. But the buzzer needed electricity. He lost his hold upon the cellar's geography and began circling the racks like a fly inside a black lampshade. Nothing in his training had equipped him for anything as awful as this. No endurance marches, hand-to-hand combat courses, or deprival exercises were of the least avail. He remembered reading that goldfish had such short memories, that each circuit of the bowl was a brand new thrill for them. He was sweating. He was probably weeping. He yelled several times, "Help me, it's Pine!" The name tinkled to nothing. The bottles, he thought. The bottles will save me. He contemplated hurling them into the darkness as a means of rousing help. But even in his dementia, his self-discipline won the day, and he could not muster the irresponsibility to smash bottle after bottle of Chateau Petrus at 4,500 a go. Who would notice he was missing? So far as the staff knew, he had left the hotel for his monthly 6 days off. The inventory belonged technically to his free time, a bad bargain wheedled out of him by Herr Meister. His landlady would assume that he had decided to sleep at the hotel, a thing he occasionally did when there were spare rooms. If no chance millionaire came to his aid by ordering a bottle of fine wine, he would be dead before anyone noticed his absence. And millionaires were grounded by the impending war. Willing himself into a calmer state, Jonathan sat to attention on what felt like a cardboard crate, and strove with all his might to make order of his life till now, a last tidying before he died. The good times he had had, the lessons he had drawn, the improvements he had wrought upon his personality, the good women. There were none. Times, women, lessons. None. None but Sophie, who was dead. Look at himself how he might, he saw nothing but half-measures, failures, and undignified withdrawals, and Sophie was the monument to all of them. In childhood he had struggled night and day to be an inadequate adult. As a special serviceman he had cloaked himself in blind obedience, and, with occasional lapses, endured. As a lover, husband, and adulterer, his record was quite as thin. A burst or two of wary pleasure, followed by years of abuse and craven apology. And gradually it dawned on him, if dawning can take place in total blackness, that his life had consisted of a run of rehearsals for a play he had failed to take part in, and that what he needed to do from now on, if there was going to be a now on, was abandon his morbid quest for order, and treat himself to a little chaos, on the grounds that while order was demonstrably no substitute for happiness, chaos might open the way to it. He would leave Meister's. He would buy a boat, something he could manage single-handed. He would find the one girl he cared about, and love her in present time, a Sophie without the betrayal. He would make friends. He would find a home, and, for want of parents of his own, become a parent himself. He would do anything, absolutely anything, rather than cringe any longer in the gloom of servile equivocation, where, as it now seemed to him, he had wasted his life and Sophie's. His saviour was Frau Loring. With her customary vigilance, she had noticed him through her net curtains on his way to the cellar, and realized belatedly that he had not emerged. When the posse arrived to release him, shouting, "Herr Pine! Herr Jonathan!" and led by Herr Meister wearing a hairnet and armed with a 12-watt car lamp, Jonathan was not, as might have been expected, mad-eyed with terror, but at his ease. Only the English, they assured one another, as they led him to the light, were capable of such composure. Chapter 4. The recruitment of Jonathan Pine, former undercover soldier, by Leonard Burr, former intelligence officer, was conceived by Burr immediately after Jonathan presented himself to Wing Commander Quayle, but only accomplished after 10 weeks of Whitehall infighting, despite the mounting clamour from Washington, and Whitehall's perpetual urge to earn merit in the fickle corridors of Capitol Hill. The title of Jonathan's part of the project was first Trojan, then hastily changed to Limpet, the reason being that while some members of the joint team might not know much about Homer's wooden horse, they all knew that Trojan was the brand name of one of America's most popular condoms. But Limpet was fine, a limpet attaches itself through thick and thin. Jonathan was a godsend, and nobody knew this better than Burr, who from the moment the first reports from Miami started landing on his desk, had been beating his brains for some way, any way, into the Roper camp. But how? Even Burr's mandate to operate hung by a thread, as he discovered when he took his first soundings about the feasibility of his plan. "My master is a bit chary, frankly, Leonard," a mandarin called Goodhue confided skittishly to Burr over the secure telephone. "Yesterday it was all about the cost. Today he's not keen on aggravating an uneasy situation in a former colony." The Sunday papers had once described Rex Goodhue as Whitehall's Talleyrand, without the limp. But as usual they had it wrong, for Goodhue was nothing that he seemed. If there was a separateness about him, it came of virtue, not intrigue. His mangy smile, flat cap and bicycle, concealed nothing more sinister than a high-minded Anglican of reforming zeal. And if you were ever lucky enough to penetrate his private life, you found, instead of mystery, a pretty wife and clever children who adored him. "Uneasy, my Aunt Fanny, Rex," Burr exploded. "The Bahamas is the easiest country in the hemisphere. There's hardly a bigwig in Nassau isn't up to his ears in cocaine. There's more bent politicians and shady arms dealers on that one island." "Steady down, Leonard," Rook warned him from across the room. Rob Rook was Burr's restraining hand, a retired soldier of 50 with grizzled hair and a rugged, weather-beaten jaw. But Burr was in no mood to heed him. "As to the rest of your premise, Leonard," Goodhue resumed, undaunted, "which personally I thought you presented with tremendous brio, even if you were a trifle long on adjectives, my master called that reading tea leaves with a dash of special pleading for good measure." Goodhue was referring to his minister, a silky politician not yet turned 40. "Tea leaves?" Burr echoed in furious bewilderment. "What's he bleating about tea leaves for? That's a 5-star chapter and verse, verifiable report from a highly placed informant of American enforcement. It's a miracle Strelsky ever showed it to us. What's tea leaves about that?" Once more Goodhue waited for Burr to finish his tirade. "Now for the next question. My master's again, Leonard. Not mine, so don't shoot the messenger. When do you propose to advise our friends across the river?" He was referring this time to Burr's former service and present rival, which traded in pure intelligence from a grim tower block on the south bank. "Never," Burr retorted belligerently. "Well, I think you should." "Why?" "My master regards your old colleagues as realists. Far too easy in a small, very new and, dare he say it, idealistic new agency such as yours, not to see beyond one's fence. He'd feel more comfortable if you had the river boys aboard." The last of Burr's self-restraint gave way. "You mean your master would like to see someone else bludgeoned to death in a Cairo flat, is that it?" Rook had risen to his feet and was standing like a traffic policeman, his right hand raised for halt. On the telephone, Goodhue's flippancy gave way to something harder. "What are you suggesting, Leonard? Perhaps you'd better not explain." "I'm suggesting nothing. I'm telling you. I've worked with your master's realists, Rex. I've lived with them, lied with them, I know them. I know Geoffrey Darker. And I know his procurement studies group. I know their houses in Marbella, and their second Porsches in the garage, and their unstinted devotion to the free market economy, provided it's their freedom and somebody else's economy, because I've been there. Leonard, I will not hear you, and you know I won't. And I know there's more crookery in that shop, more bad promises to keep, more lunching with the enemy and gamekeepers turned poachers than is healthy for my operation or my agency. Just stop, Rook advised quietly. As Burr slammed down the telephone, a sash window slipped its ancient fastening and toppled like a guillotine. Patiently, Rook folded a used brown envelope, raised the sash, and wedged it in place. Burr was still sitting with his hands buried in his face, speaking through his splayed fingers. "What the hell does he want, Rob? One minute I'm to frustrate Geoffrey Darker and all his wicked works. The next he's ordering me to collaborate with Darker. What the bloody hell does he want?" "He wants you to bring him back," said Rook patiently. "Darker is wicked. You know that, I know that. On a clear day, so does Rex Goodhue. So why do we have to ponce around pretending Darker's a realist?" Burr rang Goodhue back nonetheless, which was only proper, because as Rook constantly reminded him, Goodhue was the best and only champion he had. In appearance, Rook and Burr could scarcely have been more different. Rook, the military parade horse in his nearly good suits. Burr as slovenly in his manner as his speech. There was a Celt in Burr somewhere, an artist and a rebel. Goodhue said a gypsy. When he troubled to dress himself for an occasion, he only contrived to look more disreputable than when he wasn't bothering. Burr, as he would tell you himself, was the other kind of Yorkshireman. His forebears were not miners, but handloom weavers, which meant they had owned their lives, instead of being vassals in a corporate endeavour. The blackened sandstone village where Burr had grown to manhood was built onto a south-facing hillside, with each house looking at the sun, and each attic window stretched to catch the most of it. In their solitary lofts, Burr's forefathers had woven all alone and all day long, while the women folk downstairs chattered and did the spinning. The men led lives of monotony in communion with the sky, and while their hands mechanically performed the daily drudgery, their minds took off in all sorts of startling directions. In that one small town, there are tales to fill a book about the poets, chess players and mathematicians whose brains grew to fruition in the long daylight of their attic eyries. And Burr, all the way to Oxford and beyond, was the inheritor of their collective thrift, their virtue, and their mysticism. So that it was somehow written in the stars from the day Goodhue plucked Burr from the river house and gave him his own under-financed, under-wanted agency, that Burr should appoint Richard Onslow Roper as his personal Antichrist. Oh, there had been others before Roper. In the dying years of the Cold War, before the new agency was a twinkle in Goodhue's eye, when Burr was already dreaming of the post-Thatcher Jerusalem, and even his most honourable colleagues in pure intelligence were casting about for other people's enemies and jobs. There were few insiders who did not remember Burr's vendettas against such renowned illegals of the 80s as the grey-suited billionaire scrap metal dealer, Tyler, who flew standby, or the monosyllabic accountant, Lorimer, who made all his calls from public payphones, or the odious Sir Anthony Joyston Bradshaw, gentleman and occasional satrap of Darker's so-called procurement studies group, who ran a vast estate on the fringes of Newbury, and rode to hounds with his butler mounted at his side, equipped with stirrup cup and foie gras sandwiches. But Richard Onslow Roper, said the Burr watchers, was the adversary Leonard had always dreamed of. Everything Leonard was looking for to appease his Fabian conscience, Dickie Roper possessed in trumps. In Roper's past there was neither striving nor disadvantage. Class, privilege, everything Burr loathed had been handed to Roper on a salver. Burr even had a special voice for talking about him. Our Dickie, he would call him, with a shove of his Yorkshire accent, or for variety, the roper. He's tempting God, is our Dickie. Everything God's got, the roper's got to have two of, and it'll be the undoing of him. Such obsession did not always make for balance. Embattled in his shoestring agency, Burr had a tendency to see conspiracy everywhere. A file had only to go missing, a permission be delayed, for him to scent the long arm of Darker's people. I tell you, Rob, if the roper committed daylight armed robbery in full view of the Lord Chief Justice of England, the Chief Justice would lend him his jemmy, Rook suggested, and Darker would have bought it for him. Come on, lunch. In their dingy offices in Victoria Street, the two men would prowl and brood till late into the evenings. The roper's file ran to 11 volumes, and half a dozen secret annexes, flagged and cross-referred. Put together, it documented his steady glide from the grey or semi-tolerated arms deal, all the way to what Burr called dark black. But the roper had other files. At Defence, the Foreign Office, the Home Office, the Bank of England, the Treasury, Overseas Development, the Inland Revenue. To obtain them without arousing curiosity in the circles where Darker might have allies required stealth and luck, and occasionally Rex Goodhue's devious connivance. Pretexts had to be invented, unwanted papers requested in order to confuse the scent. Gradually, nevertheless, an archive was assembled. First thing in the morning, a policeman's daughter called Pearl would trundle in a metal trolley, with the purloined records patched and bandaged like casualties of war, and Burr's little team of dedicated assistants would resume its work. Last thing at night, she trundled them back to their cell. The trolley had a wonky wheel, and you could hear it whistling down the linoleum corridor. They called it Roper's Tumbril. But even in the midst of these exertions, Burr never took his mind's eye off Jonathan. "Don't let him risk his hand now, Reggie," he urged Quayle over the secure telephone, while he champed and waited for what Goodhue sarcastically referred to as his master's official, final, maybe. "He's not to go stealing any more faxes, or listening at keyholes, Reggie. He's to tread water and act natural. Is he still angry with us over Cairo? I'll not flirt with him till I know I can have him. I've been that road before." And to Rook, "I'm telling no one, Rob. He's Mr. Brown for the lot of them. Darker and his friend Ogilvy have taught me a lesson I'll not ignore." As a further desperate precaution, Burr opened a decoy file for Jonathan, gave it a fictitious name, fronted it with the particulars of a fictitious agent, and surrounded it with a conspicuous secrecy, which he hoped would draw the eye of any predator. Paranoia? Rook suggested. Burr swore it was no more than a sensible precaution. He knew too well the lengths that Darker would go to in order to do down a rival, even one as humble as Burr's tin-pot outfit. Meanwhile, in his neat script, Burr added note after note to Jonathan's fast-expanding dossier, which he kept in an untitled folder in the dreariest corner of the registry. Through intermediaries, Rook drew the army papers on Jonathan's father. The son was barely 6 years old when Sergeant Peter Pine won his posthumous military medal in Aden for outstanding courage in the face of the enemy. A press cutting showed a ghostly child displaying it on the breast of his blue mackintosh outside the palace gates. A weeping aunt escorted him. His mother was not well enough to attend. A year later, she too was dead. "Those are usually the chaps who love the army best," Rook commented in his simple way. "Can't think why he gave it up." By the age of 33, Peter Pine had fought the Mau Mau in Kenya, chased grievers across Cyprus, and battled with guerrillas in Malaya and northern Greece. Nobody had a bad word to say of him. "A sergeant and a gentleman," Burr, the anti-colonialist, told Goodhue wryly. Returning to the Sun, Burr pored over reports of Jonathan's progress through army foster homes, civilian orphanages, and the Duke of York's military school in Dover. Their inconsistency quickly incensed him. Timid, ran one; plucky, another; a solitary, a grand mixer; an inward boy; an outgoing one; a natural leader; lacks charisma; back and forth like a pendulum; and once very involved with foreign languages, as if this were a morbid symptom of something better left alone. But it was the word unreconciled that got Burr's goat. "Who the hell ever decreed," he demanded indignantly, "that a 16-year-old boy of no fixed abode, who's never had a chance to know parental love, should be reconciled?" Rook took his pipe from his mouth and frowned, which was about as near as he came to indulging in an abstract argument. "What does cabby mean?" Burr demanded from deep in his reading. "Streetwise, among other things. Pushy." Burr was at once offended. "Jonathan's not street-wise. He's not wise at all. He's putty." "What's a roulement?" "A 5-month tour," Rook replied, patiently. Burr had come upon Jonathan's record in Ireland, where, after a succession of special training courses for which he had volunteered, he had been assigned to close observation duties in the bandit country of South Armagh. What was Operation Night Owl? I haven't the foggiest idea. Come on, Rob, you're the soldier in the family. Rook rang the Ministry of Defence to be told the Night Owl papers were too highly classified to be released to an uncharted agency. "Uncharted?" Rook exploded, blushing darker than his moustache. "What the devil do they think we are? Some Whitehall bucket shop? Good Lord!" But Burr was too preoccupied to relish Rook's rare outburst. He had fixed upon the image of the pale boy, wearing his father's medal for the convenience of photographers. Burr was by now moulding Jonathan in his mind. Jonathan was their man, he was sure of it. No cautious words from Rook could soften his conviction. "When God finished putting together Dickie Roper," he told Rook, earnestly, over a Friday evening curry, "he took a deep breath and shuddered a bit. Then he ran up our Jonathan to restore the ecological balance." The news Burr had been praying for came exactly a week later. They had stayed in to wait for it. Goodhue had told them to. "Leonard?" "Yes, Rex?" "May we agree that this conversation is not taking place, or not until after Monday's meeting of the Joint Steering Committee?" "If you like. Here's the bottom line. We've had to toss them a few trinkets, or they'd have sulked. You know how the Treasury is." Burr didn't. "Number one, it's an enforcement case, 100%. Planning and execution to be yours exclusively. The River House to provide support in aid. Theirs not to reason why." "Do I hear shouts of hooray?" "Don't think I do." "How exclusive is exclusively?" said Burr, the wary Yorkshireman. "Where you have to use outside resources, you obviously take pot luck. And one can't, for instance, expect the River Boys to run a telephone check for one, and not take a peek at the product before they lick the envelope." Can one? I'll say one can't. What about our gallant American cousins? Langley, Virginia, like their counterparts across the Thames, will remain outside the charmed circle. It's like to like. The lex Goodhue. If pure intelligence is to be held at bay in London, then it stands to reason that their opposite numbers in Langley must also be held at bay. Thus have I argued, and thus has my master heard me. Leonard, are you sleeping there below? Goodhue, you're a bloody genius. Number 3, or is it D? My master, in his capacity as minister responsible, will nominally hold your tiny hand, but only with the thickest possible gloves, because his latest phobia is scandal. The flightiness disappeared from Goodhue's voice, and the proconsul came through. So nothing direct from you to him at all. Thank you, Leonard. There's one route only to my master, and that's me. If I'm putting my reputation at risk, I don't want you muddling. Agreed? How about my financial estimates? What do you mean, how about them? Have they been approved? The English damn fool returned. Oh, my goodness, no, you silly boy. They have not been approved. They have been endured through gritted teeth. I've had to carve them up between 3 ministries and catch some extra from my aunt. And since I personally shall be cooking the books, will you please account to me for your money as well as for your sins? Burr was too excited to bother with any more fine print. So it's the green light, he said, as much for Rook as for himself. With more than a dash of amber, thank you, Goodhue retorted. No more snide digs at the darker procurement octopus, or silly talk about secret servants feathering their own nests. You're to be all honey with your American enforcement buddies. But you will be anyway. And you're not to lose my master his safe seat or his shiny car. How would you like to report? Hourly? 3 times a day before meals? Just remember, we didn't have this conversation until after Monday's agonized deliberations, which on this occasion are a formality. Yet it was not until the U.S. enforcement team actually set foot in London that Burr allowed himself to believe he had won the day. The American policemen brought a whiff of action with them that washed away the taste of interdepartmental haggling. Burr liked them at first sight, and they liked him, better than they liked the less winnable Rook, whose army back stiffened as soon as he sat down with them. They warmed to Burr's blunt language and his short way with bureaucracy. They liked him better still when it became clear that he had forsaken the unsavory preserves of pure intelligence for the hard tack of defeating the enemy. Pure intelligence for them meant all things bad, whether it resided in Langley or the River House. It meant turning a blind eye to some of the biggest crooks in the hemisphere for the sake of nebulous advantages elsewhere. It meant operations inexplicably abandoned in midstream, and orders countermanded from on high. It meant callow Yale fantasists in button-down shirts, who believed they could outwit the worst cutthroats in Latin America, and always had 6 unbeatable arguments for doing the wrong thing. First of the enforcers to arrive was the celebrated Joseph Strelski from Miami, a tight-jawed American-born Slav in training shoes and a leather jacket. When Burr had first heard his name 5 years before, Strelski had been leading Washington's uncertain campaign against the illegal arms traffickers, who were Burr's declared foe. In his fight against them, he had crashed head-on with the very people who should have been his allies. Hastily transferred to other duties, Strelski had enlisted himself in the war against the South American cocaine cartels and their appendages in the States, the crooked percentage lawyers and silk shirt wholesalers, the arm's-length transportation syndicates and money launderers, and what he called the no-see-em politicians and administrators who cleared the path and took their cut. End of Side 2. Side 3. The dope cartels were now Strelski's obsession. America spends more money on dope than food, Leonard, he would protest, in a taxi, in a corridor, across a glass of 7-Up. We're talking the cost of the entire Vietnam War, Rob, every year, untaxed. After which he would rattle off the prevailing dope prices with the same enthusiasm with which other addicts quote the Dow Jones Index, starting with raw coca leaves at $1 a kilo in Bolivia, rising to $2,000 for a kilo of base in Colombia, to $20,000 a wholesale kilo in Miami, to $200,000 a kilo at Street. Then, as if he had caught himself being a bore again, he would pull a hard grin and say he was damned if he knew how anyone could pass up a profit of $100 to $1. But the grin did nothing to quench the cold fire in his eyes. This permanent anger seemed to make Strelski almost physically unbearable to himself. Each morning early, and each evening, whatever the weather, he went jogging in the royal parks. To Burr's simulated horror, "Joe, for God's sake, have a big slice of plum pudding and sit still," Burr urged him, with mock severity. "You're giving us all heart attacks just thinking about you." Everyone laughed. Among the enforcers it was that kind of locker-room atmosphere. Only Amato, who was Strelski's Venezuelan-American sidekick, refused to smile. At their conferences, he sat with his mouth clamped into a grimace, and his wine-black eyes staring into the horizon. Then suddenly, on the Thursday, he was beaming like an idiot. His wife had had a little girl. Strelski's unlikely other arm was an overweight, meat-faced Irishman named Pat Flynn from U.S. Customs, the kind of policeman, Burr told Goodhue with relish, who typed his reports with his hat on. Legend attached to Flynn, and with reason. It was Pat Flynn, said the word, who had invented the first pinhole lens camera, known as a pole camera, and disguised as a junction box, that could be fixed to any stray telegraph post or pylon in a matter of seconds. It was Pat Flynn who had pioneered the arts of bugging small boats from underwater. And Pat Flynn had other skills, Strelski confided to Burr, while the two men strolled together one early evening in St. James's Park, Strelski in his jogging gear and Burr in his crumpled suit. Pat was the one who knew the one who knew the one, said Strelski. Without Pat, we'd never have gotten to Brother Michael. Strelski was talking about his most sacred and delicate source, and this was holy ground. Burr never ventured onto it except at Strelski's invitation. If the enforcers bonded closer every day, the espiocrats from pure intelligence did not take lightly to their role as second-class citizens. The first exchange of gunfire occurred when Strelski let slip his agency's intention of putting Roper behind bars. Knew the very prison he had in mind for him, he cheerfully informed the company. "Sure do, sir. Little place called Marion, Illinois. 23.5 hours a day in solitary lockdown, no association. Exercise in cuffs. Food off a tray they shove at you through a slit in the cell. Ground floor's toughest, no views. Top floor's better, but the smell's worse." Icy silence greeted this revelation, broken by an acid-voiced solicitor from the Cabinet Office. "Are you sure this is the sort of thing we should be discussing, Mr. Strelsky?" he asked with courtroom arrogance. "I had rather understood that an identified rogue was of more use to society when he was left at large. For as long as he's out and about, you can do what you want with him. Identify his conspirators. Identify their conspirators. Listen. Watch. Once you lock him up, you have to start the same game all over again with someone new. Unless you think you can stamp out this sort of thing altogether. Nobody here thinks that, do they? Not in this room." "Sir, in my submission there's basically two ways you can go," Strelsky replied, with a respectful smile of an attentive pupil. "You can be exploitive, or you can enforce. Be exploitive, that's a never-ending story. That's recruiting the enemy so that you can catch the next enemy. Then recruit the next enemy, so that you can catch the next one ad infinitum. Enforce. That's what we have in mind for Mr. Roper. A fugitive from justice. In my book you apprehend him, you charge him under the international trafficking in arms regulations, and you lock him up. Exploitation. In the end you get to ask yourself who's being exploited. The fugitive, or the public, or justice." "Strelsky is a maverick," Goodhue confided to Burr, with undisguised pleasure, as they stood on the pavement under umbrellas. "You're two of a kind. No wonder the legal people have misgivings. Me? I've got misgivings about legal people." Goodhue glanced up and down the rain-swept street. He was in sparkling mood. The previous day his daughter had won a scholarship to South Hampstead, and his son Julian had been accepted by Clare College, Cambridge. "My master is having a severe case of the croup, Leonard. He's been talking to people again. Worse than scandal, he now fears he will look a bully. He is offended by the notion that he is instigating a wide-flung plot, mounted by two powerful governments against a lone British trader locked in battle against the recession. His sense of fair play tells him you are being disproportionate." "Bully?" Burr echoed softly, remembering Roper's 11 volumes of file, the tons of sophisticated weaponry lavished upon unsophisticated people. "Who's the bully? Jesus." "Leave Jesus out of it, thank you. I need a counterblast, for Monday at first light. Brief enough to go on a postcard, no adjectives. And tell your nice man Strelsky I adored his aria. Ah, we're saved. A bus." Whitehall is a jungle, but like other jungles, it has a few watering holes, where creatures who at any other hour of the day would rip each other to pieces may assemble at sunset and drink their fill in precarious companionship. Such a place was the Fiddlers' Club, situated in an upper room on the Thames Embankment, and named after a pub called the Fiddler's Elbow, which used to stand next door. "I think Rex is in the pay of a foreign power, don't you, Geoffrey?" said the solicitor from the Cabinet Office to Darker, while together they drew themselves a pint from the keg in the corner and signed a chit. "Don't you? I think he's taking frog gold to undermine the effectiveness of British government. Cheers." Darker was a small man, as men of power often are, with hollowed cheeks and sunken, steady eyes. He dressed in sharp blue suits and lots of cuff, and this evening he wore brown suede shoes as well, which gave a hint of Ascot to his gallows smile. "Oh, Roger, however did you guess?" Goodhue replied with willed cheerfulness, determined to take the sally in good part. "I've been on the take for years, haven't I, Harry?" passing the question down the line to Harry Palfrey. How else could I afford my shiny new bicycle? Dacre continued smiling, and since he had no sense of humour, his smile was a little sinister, even mad. 8 men and Goodhue sat at the long refectory table, a Foreign Office mandarin, a baron from the Treasury, the Cabinet Office solicitor, 2 squat-suited earthlings from the Tory middle benches, and 3 espiocrats of whom Dacre was the grandest, and poor Harry Palfrey the most derelict. The room was fuggy and smoke-stained. Nothing commended it other than its handiness to Whitehall, to the House of Commons, and to Dacre's concrete kingdom across the river. "Rex is dividing and ruling, if you ask me, Roger," said a Tory earthling, who spent so much of his time sitting on secret committees that he was often mistaken for a civil servant. "Power mania got up as constitutional cant. He's deliberately eroding the citadel from within, aren't you, Rex? Admit it." "Sheer balderdash, thank you," Goodhue replied lightly. "My master is merely concerned to drag the intelligence services into the new era and help them to set down their old burdens. You should be grateful to him." "I don't think Rex has got a master," the mandarin from the Foreign Office objected, to laughter. "Has anyone ever seen the wretched fellow? I think Rex makes him up." "Why are we so squeamish about drugs, anyway?" a Treasury man complained, his thin fingertips propped together like a bamboo bridge. "Service industry, willing buyer, willing seller, vast profits to the third world. Some of it's going to the right places, must be. We accept tobacco, booze, pollution, pox. Why are we such prudes about drugs? I wouldn't mind an order for a couple of billion quid's worth of arms, even if there was a bit of cocaine on the banknotes. I'll tell you that for nothing." A drenched voice cut through their merriment. It came from Harry Palfrey, a River House lawyer now on permanent loan to Dacre's Procurement Studies Group. "Burr's real," he warned huskily, with no particular prompting from anybody. He was drinking a large Scotch, not his first. "Burr does what he says." "Oh, my God!" cried the Foreign Office in horror. "Then we're all for the high jump. Right, Geoffrey? Right?" But Geoffrey Dacre just listened with his eyes, and smiled his mirthless smile. Yet of all those present at the Fiddler's Club that night, only the leftover lawyer, Harry Palfrey, had any notion of the scope of Rex Goodhue's crusade. Palfrey was a degenerate. In every British organisation there is always one man who makes an art form of going to the devil, and in this one respect Harry Palfrey was the River House's prize exhibit. Whatever he had done well in the first half of his life, Palfrey had systematically undone in the second, whether it was his law practice, his marriage, or the preservation of his pride, of which the last shameful tatters lingered in his apologetic grin. Why Dacre kept him on, why anybody did, was no mystery at all. Palfrey was the failure who made everyone look successful by comparison. Nothing was too humble for him, nothing too demeaning. If there was scandal, Palfrey was ever willing to be slaughtered. If murder was to be done, Palfrey was on hand with a bucket and cloth to mop up the blood and find you 3 eyewitnesses to say you were never there. And Palfrey, with the wisdom of the corrupt, knew Rex Goodhue's story as if it were his own, which in a sense it was, since he had long ago made the same perceptions as Goodhue, even if he had never had the courage to draw the same conclusions. The story was that after 25 years before the Whitehall mast, something inside Goodhue had discreetly snapped. Perhaps it was the ending of the Cold War that had caused it. Goodhue had the modesty not to know. The story was that one Monday morning Goodhue woke as usual, and decided with no premeditation that for far too long, in the misused name of freedom, he had been sacrificing scruple and principle to the great god expediency, and that the excuse for doing so was dead, and that he was suffering from all the bad habits of the Cold War without their justification. He must mend his ways, or perish in his soul, because the threat outside the gates had gone, decamped, vanished. But where to begin? A perilous bicycle ride supplied him with his answer. On the same rainy February morning, the 18th, Rex Goodhue never forgot a date, he was cycling from his home in Kentish Town to Whitehall as usual, weaving between the choked columns of commuter cars, when he experienced a silent epiphany. He would crop the secret octopus. He would give away its powers to separate, smaller agencies, and make each of them separately accountable. He would deconstruct, decentralize, humanize, and he would begin with the most corrupting influence of all, the unholy marriage between pure intelligence Westminster and the covert weapons trade presided over by Geoffrey Darker of the River House. How did Harry Palfrey know all this? Goodhue, out of his Christian decency, had invited Palfrey to Kentish Town at summer weekends, to drink Pimm's in the garden, and play silly cricket with the kids, well aware that in his shabby, grinning way, Palfrey was near the dangerous edge. And after dinner, Goodhue had left Palfrey at the table with his wife, so that he could pour out his soul to her. Because there is nothing that dissolute men like better than confessing themselves to virtuous women. And it was in the afterglow of one such luxurious unbearing that Harry Palfrey, with pathetic alacrity, had volunteered to become Goodhue's informant on the backstairs machinations of certain wayward barons at the River House. Chapter 5. Zurich huddled low beside the lake, shivering under a freezing grey cloud. "My name's Leonard," Burr announced, hauling himself out of Quayle's office chair like someone about to intervene in a brawl. "I do crooks. Smoke? Here, poison yourself." He made the offer sound so much like a jovial conspiracy that Jonathan obeyed at once, and, though he smoked rarely, and always regretted it afterwards, took a cigarette. Burr drew a lighter from his pocket, cocked it and fired it at Jonathan's face. "I expect you think we let you down, don't you?" he said, going for the point of most resistance. "You and Ogilvy had quite a how-do-you-do before you left Cairo, if I'm correct." "I thought you let her down," Jonathan almost replied. But his guard was up. So he gave his hotelier's smile and said, "Oh, nothing terminal, I'm sure." Burr had thought carefully about this moment, and decided on attack as his best defence. Never mind he harboured the worst suspicions of Ogilvy's part in the affair. This was no moment to suggest he was speaking for a divided house. "We're not paid to be spectators, Jonathan. Dickie Roper was flogging some very high-tech toys to the thief of Baghdad, including a kilo of weapons-grade uranium which had fallen off the back of a Russian lorry. Freddie Hamid was laying on a fleet of relief trucks to smuggle the stuff through Jordan. What were we supposed to do? File and forget?" Burr was gratified to see Jonathan's face set in the kind of rebellious obedience that reminded him of himself. "There's a dozen ways the story could have leaked without anybody pointing the finger at your Sophie. If she'd not shot her mouth off at Freddie, she'd be sitting pretty to this day." "She wasn't my Sophie," Jonathan put in, too fast. Burr affected not to hear, Question is, how do we nail our chum? I've a couple of ideas on that subject, if you're interested. He gave a warm smile. That's right. You've spotted it, I can see. I'm common Yorkshire. And our chum, Mr. Richard Onslow Roper, he's quality. Well, that's his tough luck. Jonathan laughed dutifully, and Burr was grateful to find himself on dry land, the other side of Sophie's murder. Come on, Jonathan, I'll buy you lunch. You won't mind us, Reggie. Only we're strapped for time, see? You've been a good scout. I'll pass the word. In his haste, Burr failed to notice his cigarette burning in Quayle's ashtray. Jonathan stubbed it out, sorry to be saying goodbye. Quayle was a bluff, twitchy soul, with a habit of beating his mouth with a handkerchief that he whipped services style from his sleeve, or of suddenly offering you biscuits from a tax-free tartan tin. In the weeks of waiting, Jonathan had come to rely on their quaint, inarticulate sessions, and so, he realized as he left, had Reggie Quayle. "Thanks, Reggie," he said. "Thanks for everything." "My dear chap, pleasure all mine. Travel well, sir. Keep your arse to the sunset." "Thanks. You too. Got transport, wheels? Whistle you up a barouche? Jolly good. Wrap up warm now. See you in Philippi." "You always thank people for doing their job, do you?" Burr asked, as they stepped onto the pavement. "I suppose you learn to in your trade." "Oh, I think I like to be polite," Jonathan replied, "if that's what you mean." As always for an operational encounter, Burr's field manners had been meticulous. He had chosen his restaurant in advance. He had inspected it the night before, an out-of-town lakeside trattoria, unlikely to attract the Meister's set. He had chosen his corner table, and for 10 cautious Yorkshire francs to the head waiter, reserved it in one of his work names, Benton. But he was taking no chances. "If we bump into someone you know and I don't, Jonathan, which, as you are no doubt aware, is sod's law in this game, don't explain me. If you're driven to it, I'm your old barrack mate from Shorncliffe, and switch to the weather," he said, thus incidentally demonstrating for the second time that he had done his homework on Jonathan's early life. "Doing any climbing these days?" "A bit." "Where?" "Bernese Oberland, mainly." "Anything spectacular?" "Quite a decent Wetterhorn during the cold spell, if you like ice." "Why? Do you climb?" If Burr recognized the mischief in Jonathan's question, he chose to ignore it. "Me? I'm the fellow who takes the lift to the second floor." "How about your sailing?" Burr glanced at the window, where the grey lake smouldered like a bog. "It's all pretty much kiddie stuff round here," said Jonathan. "Toon's not bad. Cold, though. And painting. Watercolours, wasn't it? Still dabble, do you?" "Not often." "But now and then." "What's your tennis like?" "Middling. Now I'm serious." "Well, good club standard, I suppose." "I thought you won some competition in Cairo." Jonathan gave a modest blush. "Oh, that was just some exile's knockabout." "Let's do the hard work first, shall we?" Burr suggested. He meant, let's choose our food so that we can talk in peace. "You're a bit of a cook yourself, aren't you?" he inquired, as they hid their faces in the over-large menus. "A man of parts. I admire that. There's not a lot of Renaissance blokes about these days. Too many specialists." Jonathan turned the page from meat to fish to dessert, thinking not of food, but of Sophie. He was standing before Mark Ogilvy, in his grand ministerial house in Cairo's green suburbs, surrounded by fake 18th century furniture assembled by the Ministry of Works, and Robert's prints assembled by Ogilvy's wife. He was wearing his dinner jacket, and in his mind it was still coated with Sophie's blood. He was shouting, but when he heard his voice it sounded like a sonar echo. He was cursing Ogilvy to hell and back, and sweat was running down the undersides of his wrists. Ogilvy was wearing his dressing gown, a mousy brown thing with a drum major's frayed gold frogging on the sleeves. Mrs. Ogilvy was making tea so that she could listen. "What's your language, do you mind, old boy?" said Ogilvy, pointing at the chandelier to remind him of the risk of microphones. "Damn my language! You killed her, do you hear me? You're supposed to protect your sources, not have them beaten to death." Ogilvy sought refuge in the only safe answer known to his profession. Grasping a crystal decanter from a silver plate tray, he removed the stopper with a practised flick. "Old boy, have a drop of this. You're barking up the wrong tree, I'm afraid. Nothing to do with us, or you. What makes you think you were her only confidant? She probably told her 15 best friends. You know the old saying, 2 people can keep a secret provided one of them's dead. This is Cairo. A secret's what everyone knows except you." Mrs. Ogilvy chose the same moment to enter with her pot of tea. "He may just think he's better with this, darling," she said, in a voice pregnant with discretion. "Brandy does odd things to one when one's het up." "Actions have consequences, old boy," Ogilvy said, handing him a glass. "First lesson in life." A crippled man was limping between the tables of the restaurant on his way to the lavatory. He had 2 walking sticks and was assisted by a young woman. His rhythm discomforted the diners, and nobody was able to go on eating until he was safely out of sight. "So that night our chum arrived was pretty much all you saw of him then?" Burr suggested, shifting the topic of conversation to Roper's stay at Meister's. "Apart from good morning and good evening, yes. Quayle said don't press my luck, so I didn't." "But you did have one more casual conversation with him before he left?" "Roper asked me if I skied. I said yes. He said where? I said Muren. He asked me how the snow was this year. I said good. He said, pity we haven't got time to pop up there for a few days. My lady's dying to have a shot at it. End of conversation." "She was there too, then, his girl, Jemima, Jed." Jonathan affects to search his memory while he secretly celebrates her unfurrowed gaze on him. "Are you frightfully good at it, Mr. Pine?" "I think he called her Jeds, plural. He's got names for everyone. It's his way of buying them." "It must be absolutely gorgeous," she says, with a smile that would melt the Eiger. "She's quite a looker, they say," said Burr. "If you like the type." "I like all types." "What type's she?" Jonathan acted world-weary. "Oh, I don't know. Good spread of O-levels, floppy black hats, the millionaire urchin look. Who is she, anyway?" Burr seemed not to know, or not to care. "Some upper-class geisha, convent school, rides to hounds. Anyway, you got along with him. He won't forget you." "He doesn't forget anyone. He had all the waiters' names off pat." "It isn't everyone he asks for their opinion on Italian sculpture, though, is it?" I found that rather encouraging. Encouraging to whom or why, Burr did not explain, and Jonathan was not disposed to ask. He still bought it, though. The man or woman wasn't born yet who could head off the roper from buying something he fancies. He consoled himself with a large mouthful of veal. "And thanks," he continued. "Thanks for all the hard work. There's some choice observation in those reports of yours to Quayle I've not seen bettered anywhere. Your left-handed gunman, timepiece on the right wrist, changes his knife and fork over when he tucks into his food. I mean, that's classic, that is." "Francis Inglis," Jonathan recited. "Physical training instructor from Perth, Australia. His name's not Inglis, and he doesn't come from Perth. He's a British ex-mercenary, is Frisky, and there's a price on his nasty little head. It was him taught Idi Amin's lads how to extract voluntary confessions with the aid of an electric cattle prod. Our chum likes them English, and he likes them with a dirty past. He doesn't fancy people he doesn't own," he added, as he carefully sliced his roll down the middle and spread butter on it. "Here, then," he went on, jabbing his knife in Jonathan's direction. "How come you got the names of his visitors, with you only working nights? Anyone proposing to go up to the Tower Suite these days has to sign in. And hanging around the lobby of an evening. Herr Meister expects it of me. I hang around. I ask whatever I want. I'm a presence. That's why I'm there." "So tell us about these visitors of his," Burr suggested. "There was this Austrian, as you call him. 3 separate visits to the Tower Suite. Dr. Kippel, address Vienna, wore a green Loden coat. He's not Austrian, he's not Kippel. He's a humble Pole, if a Pole's ever humble. They say he's one of the new czars of the Polish underworld. Why on earth should Roper be messing with the Polish underworld?" Burr gave a regretful smile. His purpose was not to enlighten Jonathan, but to tantalize him. "How about the thick-set fellow with the glittery grey suit and eyebrows, then? Called himself Larsen, Swedish." "I simply assumed he was a Swede called Larsen." "He's Russian. 3 years ago he was a big shot in the Soviet Ministry of Defense. Today he runs a flourishing employment agency, pimping East Bloc physicists and engineers. $20,000 a month some are pulling in. Your Mr. Larsen takes his cut both ends. As a sideline, he traffics in military hardware. If you're looking to buy a couple of hundred T-72 tanks or a few Scud missiles at the Russian back door, Mr. Larsen is your man. Biological warheads come extra. What about your 2 military-looking Brits?" Jonathan remembered 2 loose-limbed men in British blazers. "What about them?" "They come from London, all right, but they're not Forbes and Lubbock. Belgium is where they're based, and they're purveyors of military trainers to the leading crazes of the world." "The Brussels boys," Jonathan was thinking, as he began to follow the threads that Burr was deliberately weaving before his memory's eye. "Soldier Boris. Who's next?" "This one ring any bells? You didn't describe him, not in as many words, but I thought he might be one of those suited gentlemen our chum received in the ground-floor conference room." While Burr was speaking, he had drawn a small photograph from his wallet and passed it across the table for Jonathan's inspection. It showed a tight-mouthed man in his 40s, with saddened, shallow eyes, an unnaturally waved black hair, and an incongruous gold cross hanging over his Adam's apple. It had been taken in bright sunlight, and, to judge by the shadows, with the sun directly overhead. "Yes," Jonathan said. "Yes, what?" He was half the size of anyone else, but they deferred to him. Carried a black briefcase that was too big for him. Wore risers. "A Swiss? A Brit? Pin him down." More a Latin American of some sort. He handed back the photograph. Could be anything, could be Arab. His name is Apostol, believe it or not. Apo for short. And appetites for long, thought Jonathan, once again remembering Major Corcoran's asides to his chief. Greek, first-generation American, Doctor of Law at Michigan, magna cum laude, crook. Offices in New Orleans, Miami, and Panama City, all places of impeccable respectability, as you are no doubt aware. Remember Lord Langbourne? Sandy? Of course, Jonathan replied, recalling the unnervingly beautiful man with the ponytail and the sour wife. He's another bloody lawyer. Dickie Roper's, actually. Apo and Sandy Langbourne do deals together. Very lucrative deals. I see. No, you don't, but you're getting the idea. How's your Spanish, by the way? All right. Should be more than all right, shouldn't it? 18 months at the Ritz in Madrid with your gifts. Should be bloody perfect. I've let it go a bit, that's all. An interval while Burr sat back in his chair and let the waiter clear away their plates. Jonathan was surprised to rediscover excitement, the feeling of edging towards the secret centre, the pull of action after too long away. "You're not going to be a pudding traitor, are you?" Burr asked aggressively, as the waiter handed them each a plastic-coated card. "Good Lord, no." They settled for a puree of chestnut with whipped cream. "And Corky. Major Corcoran, your brother soldier. His gopher," said Burr, in the tone of one who has left the best until the end. "What do you make of him, then?" "Why are you laughing?" "He was amusing." "What else is he?" "The gopher, as you say. The major domo. He signs." Burr leapt on the word, as if it were the one he had been waiting for all lunch. "What does he sign?" "Registration forms, bills." "Bills, letters, contracts, waivers, guarantees, company accounts, bills of lading, checks," said Burr excitedly. "Way bills, freight certificates, and a very large number of documents saying that everything his employer ever did wrong wasn't done by Richard Onslow Roper, but by his loyal servant Major Corcoran. Very rich man, Major Corcoran. Hundreds of millions to his name, except he signed them all away to Mr. Roper. There's not a dirty deal the Roper does but Corky puts his signature to it. Corks, come over here. You don't have to read it, Corks, old boy. Sign it. There's a good lad. You've just earned yourself another 10 years in Sing Sing." The force with which Burr delivered this image, combined with a jagged edge to his voice as he imitated Roper's, gave a jolt to the easy rhythm of their conversation. "There's not a paper trail worth a damn," Burr confided, his pale face close to Jonathan's. "You can go back 20 years, I don't care. You'll not find Roper's name on anything worse than a church donation. All right, I hate him. I'll admit it. So should you, after what he did to Sophie. Oh, I have no problem about that. You don't, eh? No, I don't. Well, keep it that way. I'll be right back. Hold everything." Fastening the waistband of his trousers, Burr went off for a pee, leaving Jonathan mysteriously elated. Hate him? Hate was not an emotion he had so far indulged. He could do anger. Certainly he could mourn. But hate, like desire, seemed a lowly thing until it had a noble context. And Roper, with his Sotheby's catalogue and his beautiful mistress, had not yet provided one. Nevertheless, the idea of hate, dignified by Sophie's murder, of hate turned perhaps to revenge, began to appeal to Jonathan. It was like the promise of a distant great love, and Burr had appointed himself its procurer. "So why," Burr continued cosily, settling back into his chair, "that's what I kept asking myself. Why is he doing it? Why does Mr. Jonathan Pine, the distinguished hotelier, risk his career pinching faxes and snitching on a valued client? First Cairo, now again in Zurich. Especially after you were cross with us." "Quite right. I was cross with us too." Jonathan pretended to address the question for the first time. "You just do it," he said. "No, you don't. You're not an animal, all instinct. You decide to do it. What drove you?" "Something stirred, I suppose." "What stirred? How does it stop stirring? What would stir it again?" Jonathan took a breath, but for a moment did not speak. He had discovered that he was angry and didn't know why. If a man's peddling a private arsenal to an Egyptian crook, and he's English, and you're English, and there's a war brewing, and the English are going to be fighting on the other side, and you've been a soldier yourself, you just do it, Jonathan repeated, feeling his throat clog. Burr pushed aside his empty plate and leaned forward across the table. "Feeding the rat, isn't that the climber's expression? The rat that gnaws inside us, telling us to take the risk. It's quite a big rat, yours is, I suppose, with that father of yours to live up to. He was undercover too, wasn't he? Well, you knew that." "No, I'm afraid I didn't," said Jonathan politely, as his stomach turned. "They had to put him back into uniform after he was shot. They didn't tell you." Jonathan's hotelier smile cast iron from cheek to cheek, his hotelier voice falsely soft. "No, they didn't. Really not. How strange. You'd think they would, wouldn't you?" Burr shook his head at the enigmatic ways of civil servants. "I mean, you did retire quite early when you work it out," Burr resumed reasonably. "It's not everyone gives up a promising army career at 25 in favour of being a night flunky. Not with all the sailing and climbing and outward-bound activities in the world. What made you choose hotelling, for heaven's sake? Of all the ways you could have gone, why that one?" "To submit," thought Jonathan. "To abdicate. To rest my head. Mind your own fucking business." "Oh, I don't know," he confessed with a self-negating smile. "For the quiet life, I suppose. I expect I'm a bit of a closet sybarite, if I'm honest." "Well, now, I don't believe that, as a matter of fact, Jonathan. I've been following you very closely these weeks, thinking about you in some depth. Let's talk army a bit more, can we? Because I was very impressed by some of the things I read about your military career." "Great," thought Jonathan, now very lively in his mind. "We're talking Sophie, so we're talking hate. We're talking hate, so we're talking hotelling. We're talking hotelling, so we're talking army. Very logical, very rational." All the same, he could find no fault with Burr. Burr was from his heart, which was his saving. He might be clever. He might have mastered the grammar of intrigue. He had an eye for human strength and failing. But the heart still led, as Goodhue knew, and Jonathan could feel, which was why he permitted Burr to wander in his private kingdom, and why Burr's sense of mission was beginning to throb like a war drum in Jonathan's ear. Chapter 6. It was mellow time, confidence time. They had agreed on a glass of plum spirit to wash down their coffee. "I had a Sophie once," Burr recalled, not altogether truthfully. "Surprised I didn't marry her, come to think of it. I usually do. My current one's called Mary, which always strikes me as a bit of a come-down. Still, we've been together, must be 5 years now. She's a doctor, as a matter of fact. Just a GP, parish priest with a stethoscope, social conscience the size of a somewhat enlarged pumpkin. Seems to be panning out quite well." "Long may it last," said Jonathan, gallantly. "Mary's not my first wife, mind. She's not my second, to be frank. I don't know what it is about me and women. I've aimed up, I've aimed down, I've aimed sideways. I never get it right. Is it me? Is it them? I ask myself." "I know what you mean," said Jonathan. But inside himself he had become watchful. He had no natural conversation about women. They were the sealed envelopes in his desk. They were the friends and sisters of the youth he had never had, the mother he had never known, the woman he should never have married, and the woman he should have loved and not betrayed. "I seem to get to the root of them too fast and wear them out," Burr was complaining, once again affecting to open his heart to Jonathan in the hope of receiving the same favour in return. "It's kids are the problem. We've each got 2 of our own, and now we've got 1 between us. They take the spice out of it. You never did kids, did you? You steered clear of them. Wise, I call that. Shrewd." He took a sip of Flumely. "Tell us a bit more about your Sophie," he suggested, though Jonathan had so far told him nothing. "She wasn't mine, she was Freddie Hamid's." "But you screwed her," Burr suggested equably. Jonathan is in the bedroom of the little flat in Luxor, with the moonlight sloping between the half-closed curtains. Sophie is lying on the bed in her white nightgown, eyes closed and face upward. Some of her drollness has returned. She has drunk a little vodka. So has he. The bottle stands between them. "Why do you sit the other side of the room from me, Mr. Pine?" "Out of respect, I imagine." The hotelier's smile. The hotelier's voice. A careful composite of other people's. "But you brought me here to comfort me, I think." This time no answer from Mr. Pine. "Am I too damaged for you? Too old, perhaps?" Mr. Pine, normally so fluent, continues to preserve a dread silence. "I am worried for your dignity, Mr. Pine. Perhaps I am worried for my own. I think you sit so far away from me because you are ashamed of something. I hope it is not me. I brought you here because it was somewhere safe, Madame Sophie. You need a pause for breath while you work out what to do and where to go. I thought I could be helpful. And Mr. Pine, he needs nothing, I suppose. You are a healthy man assisting the invalid. Thank you for bringing me to Luxor. Thank you for agreeing to come." Her large eyes were fixed upon him in the moonlight. She did not easily resemble a helpless woman grateful for his help. "You have so many voices, Mr. Pine," she resumed, after too long. "I have no idea any more who you are. You look at me. You touch me with your eyes. And I am not insensitive to your touch. I am not." Her voice slipped a moment. She straightened herself and seemed to regroup. "You say one thing and you are that person, and I am moved by that person. Then that person is called away, and somebody quite different takes his place. Then you say something else, and I am moved again. So we have a changing of the guard. It is as if each person in you can only stand a little while of me, and then he has to go and get his rest. Are you like this with all your women? But you are not one of my women, Madame Sophie. Then why are you here? To be a Boy Scout? I don't think so. She fell silent again. He had a sense that she was deciding whether to abandon pretense. I would like one of your many people to stay with me tonight, Mr. Pine. Can you arrange that? Of course. I'll sleep on the sofa, if that's what you wish. No, it's not at all what I wish. I wish you to sleep with me in my bed and make love to me. I wish to feel that I have made at least one of you happy, that the others will take heart from his example. I cannot have you so ashamed. You accuse yourself much too much. We have all done bad things. But you are a good man. You are many good men. And you are not responsible for my misfortunes. If you are part of them, she was standing facing him, her arms at her sides, then I should wish you to be here for better reasons than shame. Mr. Pine, why do you insist on keeping yourself so far away from me? In the fading moonlight, her voice had become louder, her appearance more spectral. He took a step towards her, and found that the distance between them was no distance at all. He stretched out his arms to her, tentatively because of her bruises. He drew her carefully to him, slid his hands under the halter of her white nightgown, spread his palms and lightly flattened them against her naked back. She laid the side of her face against his. He smelled the vanilla again, and discovered the unexpected softness of her long black hair. He closed his eyes. Clutching each other, they toppled softly onto the bed. And when the dawn came, she made him draw the curtains, so that the night manager no longer did his loving in the dark. That was all of us, he whispered to her. The whole regiment. Officers, other ranks, deserters, cooks. There's no one left. I don't think so, Mr. Pine. You have hidden reinforcements, I am sure. Burr was still waiting for his answer. No, said Jonathan defiantly. Why ever not? Never passed one up me. Did you have a girl at the time? No, Jonathan repeated, colouring. You mean mind my own business? Pretty much. Burr seemed to like being told to mind his own business. Tell us about your marriage, then. It's quite funny, actually, thinking of you being married. Makes me uncomfortable. I don't know why. You're single, I can feel it. Maybe I am, too. What happened? I was young. She was younger. It makes me uncomfortable, too. She was a painter, wasn't she, like you? I was a Sunday dauber. She was the real thing, or thought she was. What did you marry her for? Love, I suppose. You suppose? Politeness, more likely, knowing you. What did you leave her for? Sanity. No longer able to keep the flood of memory at bay, Jonathan abandoned himself to the angry vision of their married life together, dying as they watched it, the friendship they no longer had, the love they no longer made, the restaurants where they watched happy people chat, the dead flowers in the vase, the rotting fruit in the bowl, her paint-caked easel propped against the wall, the dust thick on the dining table, while they stared at each other through their dried tears, a mess not even Jonathan could tidy up. It's just me, he kept telling her, trying to touch her, and recoiling as she recoiled. I grew up too quickly and missed women on the way. It's me, not you at all. Burr had made another of his merciful leaps. "So, what took you to Ireland?" he suggested with a smile. "Was that running away from her by any chance?" "It was a job. If you were in the British Army, if you wanted to be a real soldier, useful, live ammunition after all the training rounds, Ireland was where you had to be. And you did want to be useful. Wouldn't you at that age?" "I still do," Burr replied with meaning. Jonathan let the implicit question lie. "Were you hoping you might get killed?" Burr asked. "Don't be absurd." "I'm not being absurd. Your marriage was on the rocks. You were still a kid. You thought you were responsible for all the world's ills. I'm just surprised you didn't do big game or join the Foreign Legion. What did you get up to over there, anyway?" "Our orders were to win Irish hearts and minds, say good morning to everyone, pat the kiddies, bit of patrolling." "Tell about the patrolling." "Boring VCPs, nothing to it." "I'm not much of a one for initials, I'm afraid, Jonathan." "Vehicle control points. You'd pick a blind hill or a corner, then pop up out of a ditch and hold up the cars. Occasionally you'd come across a player. And if you did, you got through on the Cougar, and your controller told you which course of action to take. Stop and search, wave him through, question him, whatever they wanted. Any other jobs on the menu, apart from VCPs?" The same blandness as Jonathan made a show of remembering. "Buzzing around in a helicopter a bit. Each group had a piece of land to cover. You'd book your links, take a bivvy bag, camp out for a couple of nights, and come home and have a beer." "How about contact with the enemy?" Jonathan gave a deprecating smile. "Why should they come out and fight us when they could blow us up in our jeeps by remote control?" "Why, indeed." Burr always played his best card slowly. He sipped his drink, he shook his head and smiled, as if it were all a bit of a conundrum. "So, what were these special duties you got up to, then?" he asked. "All those special training courses you did, that wore me out just reading about them. I get frightened every time I see you pick up a spoon and fork, to be frank. I think you're going to skewer me." Jonathan's reluctance was like a sudden slowing down. There were things called close observation platoons, which were the senior platoon in each regiment, artificially created, out of anyone who wanted to join. I thought they were the elite. Short, tight sentences, Burr noticed, monitored as he spoke them, eyelids down, lips tense. "You were trained. You learned to watch, recognize the players, make hides, get in and out of them in darkness, lie up for a couple of nights, in lofts, bushes, ditches." "What weapons did they give you?" Jonathan shrugged as if to say, "Who cares? Uzis, hecklers, shotguns, they teach them all. You select. Sounds exciting from the outside. Once you're into it, it's just a job." "What was your choice?" "Heckler gave you the best chance." "Which brings us to Operation Night Owl," Burr suggested, with no change in the inflection of his voice, and sat back to watch the no change in Jonathan's expression. Jonathan was talking in his sleep. His eyes were open, but his mind was in another country. He had not expected lunch to be a tour of the worst parts of his life. "We had a tip-off that some players were coming across the border into Armagh to relocate a stash of weapons, RPGs. This time Burr did not ask what the initials meant. We lay up for a couple of days, and finally they showed. took out 3. The unit was pretty chuffed. Everyone went round whispering, 3, and holding up 3 fingers at the Irish. I'm sorry, Burr seemed not to have heard. Take out in this context, meaning killed. Yep. Did you do the taking out yourself? Single-handed, as it were? I was part of it, sure. Of the fire team. Of a cut-off group. Of how many? We were a pair, 2, Brian and me. Brian. He was my oppo, Lance Corporal. What were you? Corporal, acting sergeant. Our job was to catch them when they ran. His face had grown a harder skin, Burr noticed. The muscles round the jaw were flexed. It was absolute luck, Jonathan said, with clean and press casualness. Everyone dreams of taking out a terrorist. We got the chance. We were just terribly lucky. And you took out 3, you and Brian. Killed 3 men. Sure, I told you. Luck. Rigid, Burr noticed. Rigid ease and deafening understatement. 1 and 2, 2 and 1. Who scored highest? 1 each and 1 shared. We quarrelled over it at first, then settled on half each. Hard to tell who bags who in the heat of battle, quite often. Suddenly Burr didn't need to prod him any more. It was as if Jonathan had decided to tell the story for the first time. And perhaps he had. There was this clapped-out farmhouse right on the border. The owner was a subsidies cowboy, smuggling the same cows over the border and claiming farming subsidies both sides. He had a Volvo and a brand-new Merc, on this slummy little farm. Intelligence said 3 players would be coming across from the south after the pubs had closed. Names supplied. We hunkered down and waited. Their cache was in a barn. Our hide was a bush 150 yards away from it. Our brief was to sit in our hide and watch without being watched. That's what he likes to do, thought Burr. Watch without being watched. We were to let them go into the barn and collect their toys. When they left the barn, we were to signal their direction and get out unobserved. Another team would throw up a roadblock 5 miles on, hold a random check, pretend it was all sheer chance. That was to protect the source. Then they'd take them out. Only trouble was, the players weren't planning to drive the weapons anywhere. They decided to bury them in a ditch 10 yards from our hide. Sunk a box into the ground earlier. He was lying on his belly in the sweet moss of a South Armagh hillside, gazing through light intensifiers at 3 green men lugging green boxes across a green moonscape. Languidly, the man on the left rises on his toes, lets go his box and spins gracefully round, his arms extended for the cross. That dark green ink is his blood. I'm taking him out, and the silly bugger isn't even complaining, Jonathan decides, as he becomes aware of the bucking of his heckler. So you shot them, Burr suggested. We had to use our initiative. We each took 1, then we both took the 3rd. The whole thing lasted seconds. Did they shoot back? No, said Jonathan. He smiled, still rigid. We were lucky, I suppose. Get your first shot in, you're home free. That all you want to know? Ever been back since? To Ireland? To England? Not really. Neither. And the divorce? That was all taken care of in England. By? Her. I left her the flat, all my money, and whatever friends we had. She called that 50-50. You left her England, too. Yes. Jonathan had finished speaking, but Burr was still listening to him. "I guess what I really want to know, Jonathan," he resumed at last, in the commonplace voice he had used for most of their discussion, "is whether you'd be at all attracted by the idea of having another go. Not at marriage. At serving your country." He heard himself say it. But for all the response he got, he could have been staring at a granite wall. He beckoned for the bill, and then, to hell with it, he thought. Sometimes the worst moments are the best. So he said it anyway, which was his nature, while he counted Swiss banknotes into a white saucer. "Suppose I asked you to trash your whole life till now in favour of a better one," he suggested. "Not better for you, maybe, but better for what you and I are pleased to call the common good. A 5-star, unimpeachable cause, guaranteed to improve the lot of mankind or your money back in full. Bye-bye to the old Jonathan. Enter the new, blue, improved product. Resettlement afterwards, a new identity, money, the usual. There's a lot of people I know might find that quite attractive. I'm not sure I mightn't, to be frank, except it wouldn't be fair on Mary. But who have you got to be fair to except yourself? Nobody, not as far as I know. You'll be feeding the rat 3 meals a day, hanging on by your fingernails in force 12 gales. There's not a scrap of you won't be used, not an hour you won't be frightened stiff. And you'll be doing it for your country, same as your dad, whatever you thought of Ireland, or Cyprus for that matter. And you'll be doing it for Sophie too. Tell him I need a receipt, will you? Benton, lunch for 2. What do I give? Another 5? I won't ask you to sign for me, not like some. Let's move." They were strolling beside the lake. The snow had disappeared. An afternoon sun shimmered on the steaming pathway. Teenage drug addicts, huddled in costly overcoats, gazed at the disintegrating ice. Jonathan had thrust his hands into the pockets of his overcoat, and he was listening to Sophie, congratulating him on his gentleness as a lover. "My English husband was also very gentle," she was saying, while she drew her fingers admiringly over his face. "I had preserved my virginity so jealously, but it took him days to persuade me I was better off without it." Then a presentiment seized her, and she drew him against her for protection. "Just remember you have a future, Mr. Pine. Never again renounce it, not for me or for anyone. Promise me." So he had promised her, as we promise anything in love. Burr was talking about justice. "When I get to run the world," he announced comfortably to the steaming lake, "I'm going to hold the Nuremberg trials Part 2. I'm going to get all the arms dealers and shit scientists, and all the smooth salesmen who push the crazies one step further than they thought of going because it's good for business, and all the lying politicians and the lawyers and accountants and bankers, and I'm going to put them in the dock to answer for their lives. And you know what they'll say? If we hadn't done it, someone else would have. And you know what I'll say? I'll say, 'Oh, I see. And if you hadn't raped the girl, some other fellow would have raped her. And that's your justification for rape? Noted. Then I'd napalm the lot of them. Fizz.' What's Roper done?" Jonathan asked in a kind of angry frustration. "Apart from Hamid, all that. It's what he's doing now that matters. If he stopped today, how bad is he? How bad's he been?" He was remembering Roper's shoulder riding unconsciously against him. "Pergola over the top," view of the sea at the end. He remembered Jed. Most beautiful place on earth. He plunders, said Burr. Where? Who? Everywhere and everyone. If the deal is bent, our chum is in there cutting it and getting Corcoran to sign for him. He's got his white operation, and that's Iron Brand, venture capital, hairy land deals, minerals, tractors, turbines, commodities, a couple of tankers, a bit of corporate raiding, offices in the whitest part of Nassau, smart young men with short back and sides tapping at computers. That's the part that's in deep trouble, and that's the part you've read about. I'm afraid I haven't. Well, you should have done. His last year's results were bloody awful, and this year's will be worse. His shares are down to 70 from 160, and 3 months ago he took a bold position on platinum, just in time to see it go through the floor. He's not seriously concerned. He's just desperate. He drew breath and began again. And tucked underneath his Iron Brand umbrella, he's got his little uglies. There's the 5 Caribbean classics: money laundering, gold, emeralds, wood from the rainforests, arms, and more arms. There's phony pharmaceuticals, phony aid packages with bent health ministers, and fake fertilizers with bent agricultural ministers. The anger in Burr's voice was like a slowly rising storm, and the more alarming because it didn't break. But weapons are his first love. Toys, he calls them. If you're into power, there's nothing like toys to feed the habit. Don't ever believe that crap about just another commodity. Service industry. Arms are a drug, and ropers hooked. Trouble with arms is everyone thought they were recession-proof, but they're not. Iran, Iraq was an arms dealer's charter, and they thought it would never end. Since then it's been downhill all the way. Too many manufacturers chasing too few wars. Too much loose hardware being dumped on the market. Too much peace about and not enough hard currency. Our Dickie did a bit of the Serbo-Croat thing, of course. Croats via Athens, Serbs via Poland. But the numbers weren't in his league, and there were too many dogs in the hunt. Cuba's gone dead, so South Africa. They make their own. Ireland isn't worth a light, or he'd have done that too. Peru? He's got a thing going there, supplying the Shining Path boys. And he's been making a play for the Muslim insurgents in the southern Philippines. But the North Koreans are in there ahead of him, and I've a suspicion he's going to get his nose bloodied again. Well, who lets him? Jonathan asked aggressively. And when Burr for once was taken aback, it's a hell of a lot to get away with, isn't it? With people like you breathing down his neck. For a moment longer, Burr was stuck for a rejoinder. Exactly the same question with its disgraceful answer had been coursing in his own mind as he spoke. The River House lets him, he wanted to say. Whitehall lets him. Geoffrey Darker and his pals in procurement studies let him. Goodhue's master puts his telescope to both blind eyes, and he lets him. If his toys are British, anyone will let him do anything he bloody likes. But his good luck delivered a distraction. "Well, I'm damned," he exclaimed, grasping Jonathan's arm. "Where's her father, then?" Watched by her boyfriend, a girl of about 17 was rolling up the leg of her jeans. Patches like wet insect bites covered her calf. She inserted the needle and didn't wince. But Burr winced for her, and his disgust sent him into himself for a while, so that they walked a distance in silence, while Jonathan for a moment forgot Sophie, and remembered instead Jed's endless baby-pink legs coming down Meister's ornamental staircase, and her smile as she just happened to catch his eye. "So what is he?" Jonathan asked. "I told you what he is. He's a bastard. What's his background? What makes him run? Burr shrugged. Father a small-time auctioneer and valuer in the shires. Mother a pillar of the local church. One brother. Private schools the parents couldn't afford. Eden? Why should he be? It's that voice, no pronouns, no articles, the slur. I've only ever overheard him on the telephone. That'll do me fine. He's got one of those voices that make me vomit. Is Roper the elder or younger brother? Younger. Did he go to university? No. In too much of a hurry to screw up the world, most likely. Did his brother? Yes. Are you being clever? The brother joined the family firm. He went down in the recession. Now he's pig farming. So what? He cast Jonathan an angry sideways look. Don't you bloody start making excuses for him now, Jonathan, he warned. If the Roper had gone to Eton and Oxford and had $500,000 a year of his own, he'd still be screwing up the world. He's a villain, and you'd better believe it. Evil exists. Oh, I know, said Jonathan, placating him. Sophie had said the same. So what he's done is, he's done the lot, Burr resumed. We're talking high-tech, mid-tech, low-tech, and bugger-all tech. He hates tanks because they've got a long shelf life, but at a price he'll bend his rules. We're talking boots, uniforms, poison gas, cluster bombs, chemicals, MREs, that's meals ready to eat, inertial navigation systems, fighter aeroplanes, signal pads, pencils, red phosphorus, grenades, torpedoes, custom-built submarines, motor torpedo boats, fly killer, guidance systems, leg irons, mobile kitchens, brass buttons, medals and regimental swords. Met's flash guns and spook laboratories got up as chicken batteries, tires, belts, bushings, ammo of all calibers, both US and Sov compatible, red eyes and other shoulder-held launchers such as Stingers, and body bags. Or we were, because today we're talking glut and national bankruptcies and governments offering better terms than their own crooks. You should see his warehouses. Taipei, Panama, Port of Spain, Gdansk. He used to employ close to 1,000 men, did our chum, just to polish the equipment he was storing while the price went up. Always up, never down. Now he's reduced to 60 men and prices are through the floor. So what's his answer? It was Burr's turn to become evasive. He's going for the big one. One last bite of the apple. The deal to end all deals. He wants to turn Ironbrand around and hang up his boots in a blaze of glory. Tell me something. Jonathan was not yet accustomed to Burr's abrupt changes of direction. That morning in Cairo when you took Sophie for a drive, after Freddie had smacked her about. Well? Do you think anyone rumbled you at all? Spotted you with her? Put two and two together? Jonathan had asked himself the same question 1,000 times. At night, when he roamed his darkened kingdom in order to escape his inner self. By day, when he couldn't sleep, but flung himself instead against the mountains, or sailed his boat to nowhere. No, he retorted. Certain? Certain as I can be. Did you take any other risks with her? Go anywhere together where you could have been recognized? It gave Jonathan a mysterious pleasure, he discovered, to lie for Sophie's protection, even though it was too late. No, he repeated firmly. Well, you're clean then, aren't you? Burr said, unconsciously echoing Sophie again. Sharing a quiet spell, the two men sipped scotch together in a coffee house in the old town, a place with no night or day, among rich ladies wearing trilby hats to eat cream cakes. Sometimes the catholicity of the Swiss enchanted Jonathan. This evening it seemed to him they had painted their entire country in different shades of grey. Burr began telling an amusing story about Dr. Apostol, the distinguished lawyer. It began jerkily, almost as a blurt, as if he had intruded upon his own thoughts. He should not have told it, which he knew as soon as he had embarked on it. But sometimes when we are nursing a great secret, we can think of nothing else. "Appos a voluptuary," he said. He had said it before. "Appos screwing everything in sight," he said. "Don't be fooled by that prissy demeanour. He's one of those little men who's got to prove he's got a bigger willy than all the big men put together. The secretaries, other people's wives, strings of hookers from the agencies. Appos into the whole thing. Then one day, up gets his daughter and kills herself. Not nicely either, if there is a nicely. A real murder job on herself. 50 aspirin washed down with half a bottle of pure bleach." "Whatever did she do that for?" Jonathan exclaimed in horror. Appo had given her this gold watch for her 18th birthday. $90,000 worth from Cartier's in Bal Harbour. You couldn't find a better watch than that one anywhere. But what's wrong with giving her a gold watch? Nothing, except he'd given her the same watch on her 17th, and forgotten. The girl wanted to feel rejected, I suppose, and the watch tipped the scales for her. He made no pause. He did not raise his voice or change his tone. He wanted to get away from the story as fast as possible. "Have you said yes yet? I didn't hear." But Jonathan, to Burr's discomfort, preferred to stay with Apostol. "So what did he do?" he asked. "Appo? What they all do. Had himself born again. Came to Jesus. Burst into tears at cocktail parties. Do we sign you up or write you off, Jonathan? I never was one for long courtships." The boy's face again, green for red as it split and spread with each shot. Sophie's face, smashed a second time when they killed her. His mother's face, tilted with her jaw wide open, before the night nurse pushed it shut and bound it with a piece of cheesecloth. Roper's face, coming too close as it leaned into Jonathan's private space. But Burr, too, was having his own thoughts. He was berating himself for painting Apostol so large in Jonathan's mind. He was wondering whether he would ever learn to guard his stupid tongue. End of Side 3. Side 4. They were in Jonathan's tiny flat in the Kloßbachstrasse, drinking Scotch and Henniers water, and the drink was doing neither of them good. Jonathan sat in the only armchair while Burr roamed the room in search of clues. He had fingered the climbing gear and studied a couple of Jonathan's cautious watercolours of the Bernese Oberland. Now he stood in the alcove working his way through Jonathan's books. He was tired, and his patience was beginning to run out, with himself as well as Jonathan. "You're a hardy man, then," he remarked. "What's that about?" "Exile from England, I suppose. My shot of nostalgia." "Nostalgia? Hardy? Bollocks. Man as mouse and God as uncaring bastard, that's hardy. Hello? Who have we got here? Colonel T.E. Lawrence of Arabia himself." He held up a slim volume in a yellow dust jacket, waving it like a captured flag. "The lonely genius who wished only to be a number, forsaken by his country. Now we're getting warm. Written by the lady who fell in love with him after he was dead. Your hero. Well, he would be. All that abstinence and flawed endeavour. Beans out of the can. He's a natural. No wonder you took that job in Egypt. He looked at the flyleaf. Whose initials are these? Not yours. But by the time he asked, he knew. My father's, actually. It was his book. Will you put it back, please? Noticing the edge to Jonathan's voice, Burr turned round. Have I touched a nerve? I believe I have. Never occurred to me that sergeants read books. He was probing the wound deliberately. Officers only, I'd have thought, books were. Jonathan was standing in Burr's path, blocking him in the alcove. His face was stone pale, and his hands, instinctively freed for action, had risen from his sides. If you could put it back on the shelf, please. It's private. Taking his time, Burr replaced the book on the shelf among its companions. Tell us something, he suggested, announcing another change of topic as he ambled past Jonathan to the centre of the room. It was as if their conversation of a moment ago had never taken place. Do you handle hard cash at all at that hotel of yours? Sometimes. Which times? If we get a late-night departure and somebody pays cash, we handle it. The reception desk is closed between midnight and 5 a.m., so the night manager stands in. So you'd take the cash off them, would you? And you'd put it in the safe? Jonathan lowered himself into the armchair and folded his hands behind his head. I might. Suppose you stole it. How long before anybody noticed? End of the month. You could always put it back for accounting day and take it out after, I dare say, said Burr thoughtfully. Meister's pretty watchful. Nothing if not Swiss. I'm building up a legend for you, you see. I know what you're doing. No, you don't. I want to get you inside Roper's head, Jonathan. I believe you can do it. I want you to lead him to me. I'll never nail him else. He may be desperate, but he doesn't drop his guard. I can have microphones up his arse, overfly him with satellites, read his mail and listen to his telephones. I can smell him, hear him, and watch him. I can send Corcoran to jail for 500 years. But I can't touch the Roper. You've 4 more days before you're due back at Meister's. I want you to come to London with me in the morning, meet my friend Rook and hear the deal. I want to rewrite your life from day one and make you love yourself at the end of it. Tossing an air ticket onto the bed, Burr placed himself at the dormer window, parted the curtain and stared out at the dawn. There was more snow in the air. The sky was dark and low. You don't need time to think about it. You've had nothing but time since you jacked in the army and your country. There's a case for saying no, same as there's a case for digging a deep shelter for yourself and living in it for the rest of your life. How long would it take? I don't know. If you don't want to do it, a week's too long. Do you want another sermon? No. Want to call me in a couple of hours? No. How far have you got, then? Nowhere, Jonathan thought, as he opened the ticket and read the time of departure. There's no such thing as a decision. There never was. There's whether you've had a good day or a bad day. There's going forward, because there's nothing behind, and running, because if you stand still any longer you'll fall over. There's movement or the stagnation. There's the past that drives you, and the regimental chaplain who preaches that only the obedient are free, and the women who say you have no feelings, but they can't live without you. There's a prison called England, the Sophie whom I betrayed. There's an Irish boy without a gun who kept on looking at me while I shot his face off. And there's a girl I've scarcely spoken to who put Sequestrienne on her passport and annoyed me so much that weeks later I'm still raging at her. There's a hero I can never be worthy of, who had to be put back into uniform to be buried. And a sweaty Yorkshire Pied Piper whispering in my ear to come and do it all again. Rex Goodhue was in fighting fettle. He had spent the first half of the morning successfully arguing Burr's cause to his master, and the second half addressing a Whitehall seminar on the misuses of secrecy, ending with a pleasurable shootout with a young fogey from the River House, barely old enough to tell his first lie. Now it was lunchtime in Carlton Gardens. A low sun lit the white facades, and his beloved Athenaeum was a stroll away. "Your chap Leonard Burr is putting himself about a bit, Rex," said Stanley Padstow of the Home Office with an anxious smile, falling in beside him. "I don't think I quite realized what you were letting us in for, to be honest." "Oh dear," said Goodhue. "Poor you. What sort of putting about, exactly?" Padstow had been up at Oxford at the same time as Goodhue, but the only thing Goodhue remembered about him was that he had seemed to have a mission to the plainer girl. "Oh, nothing much," said Padstow, trying to sound light. "Using my staff to launder his file requests, persuading the registrar to lie in her teeth for him, taking senior police officers to 3-hour lunches at Simpson's, asking us to vouch for him when they get cold feet." He was glancing all the time at Goodhue, failing to catch his eye. "But it's all right, is it? It's just that with these chaps one never absolutely knows, does one?" There was a small delay while they negotiated themselves out of earshot of a flock of nuns. "No, Stanley, one doesn't," said Goodhue. "But I did send you a detailed confirmation in writing, top secret, for your very own file." Padstow struggled valiantly for the throwaway tone. "And devilish frolics in the West Country, I mean, that's all going to be covered, is it? Only your letter didn't seem to make that totally clear." They had reached the Athenaeum steps. "Sounds fine to me, Stanley," Goodhue said. "Para 3 of my letter, as I recall, covers West Country frolics to the hilt." "Murder not excluded?" Padstow asked urgently below his breath, as they stepped inside. "Oh, I don't think so. Not as long as nobody gets hurt, Stanley." Goodhue's voice changed tone. "And it's compartmentation, isn't it?" he said. "Not a whisper to the river boy. Nothing to anyone except Leonard Burr. And when you're worried, me. That's all right for you, is it, Stanley? It won't be too much of a strain." They ate at separate tables. Goodhue treated himself to steak and kidney pie and a glass of the club's claret. But Padstow ate very fast, as if he were counting his bites against the clock. Chapter 7. Jonathan arrived at Mrs. Trethewey's post-office store on a bleak Friday, calling himself Lyndon, a name he had picked out of the air when Burr invited him to suggest one. He had never met a Lyndon in his life, unless he was unconsciously recalling something on his German mother's side, a song or poem she had recited to him on a seemingly eternal deathbed. The day had been sullen and damp, an evening that began at breakfast. The village lay a few miles from Land's End. The blackthorn on Mrs. Trethewey's granite hedge was hunchbacked from the southwesterly gales. The bumper stickers in the church car park told strangers to go home. There is larceny to returning covertly to your own country after you have abandoned it. There is larceny to using a brand new alias and being a new version of yourself. You wonder whose clothes you have stolen, what shadow you are casting. whether you have been here before as someone else. There is a sense of occasion about your first day in the part after 6 years as your undefined self in exile. Some of this freshness may have shown in Jonathan's face, for Mrs. Trethewey has always afterwards maintained that she observed a cockiness about him, what she called a twinkle. And Mrs. Trethewey is not given to romancing. She is a clever woman, tall and stately, not country to look at all. Sometimes she says things that make you wonder what she might have been if she'd had the education you get these days, or a husband with more under his hat than poor old Tom, who dropped dead of a stroke in Penzance last Christmas time, after a touch too much charity at the Masonic Hall.
Jack Linden, he was sharp now, she will say, in her didactic Cornish way. His eyes was nice enough when you first looked at them, merry, I dare say, but they was all over you, and not the way you're thinking, Marilyn. They saw you far and close at the same time. You'd think he'd stole something before he ever come in the shop. Well, he had. We know that now. Same as we know a lot else we'd sooner not.
It was 5:20 and 10 minutes to closing, and she was running up her totals on the electronic till before watching Neighbours on TV with Marilyn, her daughter, who was upstairs minding her little girl. She heard his big motorbike.
One of them real growlers.
She saw him bump it onto its stand and take off his helmet and smooth down his nice hair, though he didn't need it. More a way of relaxing himself, she guessed. And she believed she saw him smile. An Emmett, she thought, and a cheerful one at that. In West Cornwall, Emmett means foreigner, and a foreigner is anyone who comes from east of the River Tamar. But this one could have been an Emmett from the moon. She'd a good mind to turn the notice round on the door, she says, but his looks stopped her. Also his shoes, which were the same as her Tom's used to be, polished like conkers, and wiped carefully on the mat as he came in, not what you expected from a motorcyclist at all. So she went on with her totals, while he drifted round the shelves, without bothering to take a basket, which is men all over, whether they're Paul Newman or plain as mud. Come in for a packet of razor blades, end up with our arms full, anything but take a basket. And very quiet on his feet, soundless almost, him being so light. You didn't think of motorbike people being quiet as a rule.
You from up country then, are you, my dove?
She asked him. Oh, well, yes, I'm afraid I am.
There's no need to be afraid, my darling. There's plenty of nice people come from up country, and there's plenty down here I wish would go up country.
No answer. Too busy with the biscuits. And his hands, she noticed, now he pulled his gloves off, groomed to a turn. She always liked well-kept hands.
What part are you from, then? Somewhere nice, I hope.
Well, nowhere, really, he confessed, pert as may be, taking down 2 packets of digestives and a plain crackers, and reading the labels as if he'd never seen them.
You can't be from nowhere, really, my Robin, Mrs. Trethewey retorted, following him along the racks with her eyes. You may not be Cornish, but you can't be just air. Where are you from now?
But where the villagers tended to come smartly to attention when Mrs. Trethewey put on her stern voice, Jonathan merely smiled. I've been living abroad, he explained, as if humouring her. I'm a case of the wanderer returned. And his voice, the same as his hands and shoes, she recounts, polished like glass.
What part of abroad, then, my bird?
She demanded.
There's more than one abroad, even down here. We're not that primitive, though there's a lot may think we are, I dare say.
But she couldn't get past him, she said. He just stood there and smiled, and helped himself to tea and tuna and oatcakes, calm as a juggler, and every time she asked a question, he made her feel cheeky.
Well, I'm the one who's taken the cottage at the Lanyon, you see," he said. "That means you're barking mad then, my darling," said Ruth Trethewey comfortably. "Nobody who wasn't mad would want to live out on the Lanyon, sitting in the middle of a rock all day."
"And this far-awayness in him," she says. "Well, he was a sailor, of course. We know that now, even if he put it to a bad use. This fixed grin he had, while he studied the tinned fruits like he was learning them by heart. Elusive. That's what he was, like soap in the bath. You thought you had him, then he'd slipped through your fingers. There was something about him, that's all I know." "Well, I suppose you have a name at least if you've decided to join us," said Mrs. Trethewey in a kind of indignant despair. "Or did you leave that abroad when you come home?" "Linden," he said, getting out his money. "Jack Linden, with an I and an E," he added helpfully. "Not to be confused with Lindon, with a Y." She remembers how carefully he loaded everything into his saddlebags, one for this side, one for that side, like trimming his boat. Then kick-started his bike with his arm up to say goodbye. "You're Linden of the Lanyon," she decided, as she watched him ride up to the crossroads and tilt neatly to the left. "From nowhere, really." "I've had a Mr. Linden of the Lanyon with an I and an E in the shop," she told Marilyn when she went upstairs. "And he's got a motorbike bigger than a horse." "Married, I suppose," said Marilyn, who had a baby girl, but would never talk about the father. And that was who Jonathan became, from his first day until the news broke. Linden of the Lanyon, another of those migrant English souls who seem almost by gravity to sink further and further westward down the peninsula, trying to escape their secrets and themselves. The rest of the village's intelligence about him was gathered piecemeal by those near-supernatural methods that are the pride of any good network. How he was rich, which was to say he paid cash and paid it almost before it was owed, in new 5s and 10s, counted like playing cards onto the lid of Mrs. Trethewey's deep freeze. Well, we know where he got that from, don't we? No wonder it was cash. "Say when, Mrs. Trethewey," Jonathan would call, as he went on dealing out the banknotes. Shocking, really, to think they weren't his. But money has no smell, they say. "Now, that's not my job, Mr. Linden," Mrs. Trethewey would protest. "That's your job. I can take all you've got of those and more." In the country, jokes fare best by repetition. How he spoke all the foreign languages in the world, leastways German, because when Dora Harris at the Count House had a lady German hiker go poorly on her, Jack Linden got to hear about it somehow, and rode down to the Count House and talked to her with Mrs. Harris sitting on the bed for respectability, then stayed till Dr. Madden came, so he could translate the girl's symptoms to him. Some of them very intimate, said Dora, but Jack Linden knew all the words. Dr. Madden said he must have had special knowledge to know words like that at all. How he strode the cliff path in the early mornings like a man who couldn't sleep, so that Pete Hoskin and his brother out at sea, lifting their lobster pots off Lanyon Head at dawn, would glimpse him on the cliff top, striding out like a trooper, most often with a pack on his shoulders. And what the hell would he put in a pack at that hour of the day? Drugs, I suppose. Well, they must have been. We know that, too. And how he worked the cliff meadows, up and down with his pick, till you'd think he was punishing the earth that bore him. That fellow could have made an honest living as a workman any day. Vegetables he was tilling, so he said, but didn't never stay long enough to eat them. And cooked all his own food, said Dora Harris. Gourmet by the smell of it, because when the southwesterly was mild enough, he could make her mouth water from half a mile off, same with Pete and his brother out to sea. and how he was sweet on Marilyn Trethewey, or more likely she was sweet on him. Well, Linden, he was sweet on everybody, to a point, but Marilyn hadn't smiled for 3 winters, not till Jack Linden gave her reason. And how he fetched old Bessie Jago's groceries for her twice a week on his motorbike from Mrs. Trethewey's, Bessie living on the corner to Lanyon Lane, arranging everything tidy on her shelves, not dumping the tins and packets on the table for her to sort out afterwards, and chatted to her all about his cottage, how he was slurrying his roof with cement, and fitting new sashes to his windows, and laying a new path to his front door. But that was all he talked about, not a word about himself at all, where he'd lived or what he'd lived off, so that it was quite by accident they learned he had an interest in the boat business in Falmouth, a firm called Sea Pony, specialists in chartering and leasing sailing yachts. But not very highly regarded at all, said Pete Pengelly. More a hangout for water cowboys and druggies from up country. Pete spotted him sitting in their front office one day, when he took his van up to fetch a reconditioned outboard from Sparrow's boatyard next door. Linden was sat at a table, said Pete, talking to a big fat sweating bearded bugger with curly hair and a gold chain round his neck, who seemed to run the place. So that when Pete got to Sparrow's, he asked old Jason Sparrow outright, "What's up with Sea Pony next door then, Jason? Looks like they've been taken over by the mafia." "One's Linden, the other's Harlow," Jason told Pete. "Linden's from up country, and Harlow, he's the big fat bearded bugger, Australian. The 2 of them bought the place for cash," said Jason, "and haven't done a damn thing by it except smoke cigarettes and sail pleasure yachts up and down the estuary." "Linden needs some sailor," Jason conceded. "But that Harlow, the fat one, he doesn't know his arse from his rudder." "Mostly they quarrel," said Jason. "Or Harlow does. Yells like a bloody bull. The other one, Linden, he just smiles." "There's partners for you," said Jason with contempt. So that was the first they heard of Harlow. Linden and Harlow, partners and enemies. A week later at lunchtime in the snug, the same Harlow became flesh, and a bigger lump of it you never saw, 18 stone, 20. In he walked with Jack Linden, and sat down right there in the pine corner next to the dartboard, where William Charles sits. Filled the whole damn bench he did, and ate 3 pasties. And there the 2 of them stayed till afternoon closing time, heads together over a map, murmuring like a pair of bloody pirates. Well, we know why. They were plotting it. And now turn your back and Jumbo Harlow dead, and Jack Linden vanished, and not a bloody goodbye for anyone. Vanished so fast that most of them only ever got to grips with him in their memories. Vanished so thoroughly that if they hadn't had the press cuttings pinned to the snug wall, they might have believed he never passed their way at all, that the Lanyon Valley was never cordoned off with orange tape, guarded by 2 dirty-minded young coppers from Cambourne, that the plain-clothes detectives never trampled over the village from milking time till dusk. 3 cars worth of the buggers, says Pete Pengelly. That the journalists never poured down from Plymouth, even London, women some of them, and others who might as well have been, bombarding everyone with their stupid questions, from Ruth Trethewey right down to Slow and Lucky, who's a penny short of a pound, and walks his Alsatian dog all day. The dog as daft as Lucky is, but more teeth. What did he wear then, Mr. Luck? What did he talk about? Did he never act violent with you at all? First day of it, we didn't hardly know the bloody difference between coppers and reporters, Pete likes to recall, to the laughter of the snug. We was calling the reporters sir and telling the coppers to bugger off. Second day we was telling the whole lot of 'em to bugger off."
"He never bloody did it, boy," growls shrunken William Charles from his place beside the dartboard. "They never proved nothing. You don't find no corpse, you got no bloody murderer. That's the law."
"They found the blood, though, William," says Pete Pengelly's younger brother Jacob, who got 3 A-levels.
"Bugger blood," says William Charles. "Drop of blood didn't never prove nothing. Some bugger up country cuts hisself shaving. Police jumps up and calls Jack Linden a murderer. Bugger 'em."
"Why'd he run away, then? Why'd he flit off in the middle of the night if he never killed nobody?"
"Bugger 'em," William Charles repeats, like a beautiful amen.
"And why'd he leave poor Marilyn looking like a snake bitten her, staring up the road all day in case his motorbike come back? She wouldn't tell the police no nonsense. Told 'em she'd never heard of him, and bugger it. Well, she would." On it flows, back and forth, a checkered stream of puzzled reminiscence. At home, as they sit dog-tired from the plough before their flickering television sets. On fogged-out evenings in the snug, as they sip their third beers and gaze at the plank floor. Dusk falls. The mist rolls in and sticks to the sash windows like steam. There's not a breath. The day's wind stops dead. The crows go quiet. On one short stroll to the pub you smell warm milk from the dairy, paraffin stoves, coal fires, pipe smoke, silage, and seaweed from the Lanyon. A helicopter is plodding out to Scilly. A tanker is lowing in the sea fog. The church tower's chimes bang in your ear like a boxing gong. Everything is single, everything a separate smell or sound or piece of remembering. A footstep in the lane snaps like a broken neck.
"I'll tell you one thing, boy," Pete Pengelly pipes up as if butting in on a lively argument, though nobody has spoken a word about anything for minutes.
"Jack Linden must have had some damn good reason. Jack, he had a reason for everything he ever done. You tell me if he didn't." "He was some man in a boat, too," young Jacob concedes, who, like his brother, fishes small boats out of Porthgwara. "He come out with we one Saturday, didn't he, Pete? Never spoke a bloody word. Said he'd take the fish home. I offered to clean it for him, didn't I? 'Oh, I'll do it,' he says. Lifted the fish straight off the bloody bone. Skin, head, tail, flesh. Cleaned it better than a seal."
"How about sailing, then?"
"Channel Islands to Falmouth, single-handed in half a bloody gale. Australian bugger got no more what he deserved," says a voice from the corner. "He was more rough than ever Jack was, by a mile. You see his hands then, Pete. Dear God, they was as big as marrows." It takes Ruth Trethewey to lend the philosophical touch, though Ruth will never talk about the Marilyn side, and shuts anybody up who tries it in her company. "Every man has his personal devil waiting for him somewhere," declares Ruth, who since her husband's death will occasionally flout the male domination of the snug. "There's no man here tonight who hasn't got murder in his heart, if the wrong person tempts him to it. You can be Prince Charles, I don't care. Jack Linden was too polite for his health. Everything he'd got locked up in him come out all at once." "Damn you, Jack Linden," Pete Pengelly announces suddenly, flushed with drink, while they sit there in the respectful silence that always follows one of Ruth Trethewey's insides. "If you walked in here tonight, I'd buy you a bloody beer, boy, and shake you by the bloody hand same as I did that night." And next day Jack Linden will be forgotten, perhaps for weeks. His amazing sea voyage is forgotten. So is the mystery of the 2 men in a Rover car who was said to have called on him at the Lanyon the night before he flitted, and several times before that, according to one or two who ought to have known. Yet the press cuttings are still pinned to the snug wall. The blue crags of Lanyon Valley still weep and smoulder in the poor weather that always seems to hang over them. The gorse and daffodils still flourish side by side on the banks of the Lanyon River, which is no wider these days than a fit man's stride. The darkened lane twists beside it on its way to the stubby cottage that was Jack Lindon's home. The fishermen still steer a healthy berth round Lanyon Head, where brown rocks lurk like crocodiles at low water, and the currents can suck you under on the quietest days, so that every year some fool cowboy from up country, with a girlfriend and a rubber dinghy, diving for bits of wreck, dives his last, or has to be lugged to safety by a rescue helicopter from Culrose. There were bodies enough in Lanyon Bay, they say in the village, long before Jack Lindon added his bearded Australian to the score. And Jonathan? Jack Lindon was as much a mystery to himself as to the village. A dirty drizzle was falling as he kicked open the front door of the cottage and dumped his saddlebags on the bare boards. He had ridden 330 miles in 5 hours. Yet as he tramped from one desolate bare room to another in his motorcycling boots and gazed out of the smashed windows at the apocalyptic landscape, he smiled to himself like a man who has found the palace of his dreams. I'm on my way, he thought. To complete myself, he thought, remembering the oath he had sworn in Herr Meister's fine wine cellar, to discover the missing parts of my life, to get it right with Sophie. His training in London belonged to another room in his mind, the memory games, the camera games, the communications games, the ceaseless drip of Burr's methodical instruction. Be this, never be that, be your natural self, but more so. Their planning fascinated Jonathan. He enjoyed their ingenuity and the paths of contrary reasoning. We'll reckon on Lindon lasting the first round, Burr had said, through Rook's pipe smoke, as the three men sat together in the Spartan training house in Lisson Grove. After that we'll find you someone else to be. You still up for this? Oh, he was up for this. With his rekindled sense of duty, he cheerfully participated in his impending destruction, adding touches of his own that he considered more faithful to the original. Hang on a sec, Leonard. I'm on the run and the police are looking for me, okay? You say make a dash for France, but I'm an island man. I'd never trust a boarder while I'm hot. And they heeded him, and penciled in a hellish extra week of lying low, and were impressed, and said as much behind his back. Keep him on a tight lead, Rook advised Burr in his role as custodian of Jonathan's army persona. No pampering, no extra rations, no unnecessary visits to the front line to buck him up. If he can't take it, the sooner we find out, the better. But Jonathan could take it. He had always taken it. Deprival was his element. He longed for a woman he had yet to meet, someone with a mission like his own, not a frivolous equestrienne with a rich patron. A woman with Sophie's gravitas and heart, and Sophie's undivided sexuality. Rounding a corner on his cliff walks, he would let his face light up with a smile of delighted recognition at the notion that this unmet paragon of female virtue would be waiting for him. Oh, hello, Jonathan. It's you. Yet too often, when he examined her features more closely, she bore an uncomfortable similarity to Jed. Jed's wayward, perfect body, Jed's puckish smile. The first time Marilyn Trethewey came to visit Jonathan was to deliver a case of mineral water that was too big to go on his motorbike. She was finely moulded like her mother, with a strict set jaw, and jet-black hair the colour of Sophie's, and ruddy Cornish cheeks and strong high breasts, for she could not have been a day more than 20. Spotting her striding behind her pram down the village street, always alone, or standing apart at the till in her mother's shop, Jonathan had wondered whether she was even seeing him, or merely resting her gaze on him while she saw something different in her mind. She insisted on carrying the case of bottles to the front door, and when he made to take it from her, she shrugged him off. So he stood on his own doorstep while she went into the house and set the box on the kitchen table, then took a long stare round the living room before coming back outside. "Dig yourself in," Burr had advised. "Buy a greenhouse, plant a garden, form lifelong friendships. We need to know you had to tear yourself away. If you can find a girl to leave dangling, so much the better. In a perfect world, you'd make her pregnant." "Thanks very much." Burr caught his tone and gave him a swift sideways glance. "What's the matter, then? Taken a vow of celibacy, have we? That Sophie really got to you, didn't she?" A couple of days later, Marilyn came again, this time without anything to deliver. And instead of her habitual jeans and scruffy top, she had got herself up in a skirt and jacket, as if she had a date with her solicitor. She rang the bell, and as soon as he opened the door, she said, "You go and leave me be then, right?" So he took a step back and let her past him, and she placed herself at the centre of the room as if testing his reliability. And he saw that the lace cuffs of her blouse were shaking, and he knew that it had cost her a lot to get this far. "You like it here, then, do you?" she asked him in her challenging way. "All by your own?" She had her mother's quick eye and untutored shrewdness. "It's meat and drink to me," said Jonathan, taking refuge in his hotelier's voice. "What do you do, then? You can't watch telly all day, you haven't got none." "Read, walk, do a bit of business here and there." So now go, he thought, smiling tensely at her, eyebrows raised. "You paint then, do you?" she said, examining his watercolours set out on the table before the seaward window. "I try." "I can paint." She was picking through the brushes, testing them for springiness and shape. "I was good at painting. Won prizes, didn't I?" "Why don't you paint now, then?" Jonathan asked. He had meant it as a question, but to his alarm she took it as an invitation. Having emptied out the water jar in the sink, she refilled it and sat down at his table, selected a fresh sheet of cartridge paper, and, having tucked her hair behind her ears, lost herself to everything except her work. And with her long back turned to him, and her black hair hanging down it, and the sunlight from the window blazing on the top of her head, she was Sophie, his accusing angel, come to visit him. He watched her for a while, waiting hopefully for the association to fade, but it didn't. So he went outside and dug in the garden until dusk. He returned to find her wiping down the table, just as she had done at school. Then she propped her unfinished painting against the wall, and instead of sea or sky or cliff, it showed a dark-haired, laughing girl. Sophie as a child, for instance. Sophie long before she married her perfect English gentleman for his passport. "Come again tomorrow, then?" she asked, in her clipped, aggressive way. "Of course, if you wish. Why not?" said the hotelier, making a mental note to be in Falmouth. "If I have to be out, I'll leave the door open." And when he returned from Falmouth, he found the painting of the girl completed, and a note telling him gruffly that it was for him. After that she came most afternoons, and when she had finished her painting she sat herself opposite him in the armchair across the fire, and read his copy of The Guardian. "World's in a damn good mess then, isn't it, Jack?" she announced, rattling the paper. And he heard her laugh, which was what the village was beginning to hear too. "It's a bloody pigsty, Jack Linden. You take my word for it." "Oh, I do," he assured her, careful not to return her smile for too long. "I absolutely do, Marilyn." But he began urgently to wish her gone. Her vulnerability scared him. So did his sense of distance from her. "Not in 1,000 years," he assured Sophie in his mind. "I swear." Only occasionally, in the early mornings, for he woke most often with the dawn, did Jonathan's operational resolve threaten to collapse, and for a black hour he became the plaything of a past that reached much further back than Sophie's betrayal. He remembered the prickle of uniform against his child's skin, and the khaki collar sawing at his neck. He saw himself sleeping at attention in the iron cot of his barrack room, waiting for Rivali, and the first falsetto orders of the day. "Don't stand like a bloody butler, Pine. Get your shoulders back, boy. Right back. More." He relived his fear of everything, of the mockery when he failed, and the envy when he won, of the parade ground and the games field and the boxing ring, of being caught when he stole things for his comfort, a penknife, a photograph of someone's parents, of his fear of failure, which meant failing to ingratiate himself, of being late or early, too clean, not clean enough, too loud, too quiet, too subservient, too cheeky. He remembered learning to be brave as an alternative to cowardice. He remembered the day he struck back, and the day he struck first, as he taught himself to lead from weakness into strength. He remembered his early women, no different from his later ones, each a bigger disillusionment than the last, as he struggled to elevate them to the divine status of the woman he had never had. Of Roper he thought constantly. He had only to fish him from the pockets of his memory to feel a surge of purpose and direction. He could not listen to the radio or read a newspaper without detecting Roper's hidden hand in every conflict. If he read of a massacre of women and children in East Timor, it was Roper's guns that had committed the outrage. If a car bomb exploded in Beirut, Roper had supplied it, and probably the car as well. Been there, seen the movie. Thanks. After Roper, it was Roper's people who became the object of his fascinated indignation. He thought of Major Corcoran, alias Corky, alias Corks, in his grimy muffler and disgraceful suede boots. Corky, the signer. Corky, who could get 500 years in jail any time Burr chose. He thought of Frisky and Tabby, and the misty company of retainers, of Sandy, Lord Langbourne, with his gold hair bound at the nape, of Dr. Apostol on his risers, whose daughter had killed herself for a Cartier watch, of MacArthur and Danby, the grey-suited executive twins from the nearly respectable side of the operation, until collectively the Roper household became a kind of monstrous first family for him, with Jed, his first lady, in the tower. "How much does she know about his business?" Jonathan asked Burr once. Burr shrugged. "The Roper doesn't boast and doesn't tell. Nobody knows more than he needs to. Not with our Dickie." An upper-class waif, thought Jonathan. A convent school education. A faith rejected. A locked-up childhood, like mine. Jonathan's only confidant was Harlow, but between operational confidants there are limits to what either can confide. "Harlow is a walk-on," Rook warned during a night visit to the Lanyon. "He's only there for you to kill. He doesn't know the target, and he doesn't need to. Keep it that way." Nevertheless, for this stage of the journey, the murderer and his mark were allies, and Jonathan strove to make a bond with him. "You a married man, Jumbo?" They were sitting at the scrub pine table in Jonathan's kitchen, after returning from their planned appearance at the Snug. Jumbo shook his head regretfully, and took a pull of beer. He was an embarrassed soul, as big men often are, an actor or a grounded opera singer with a huge barrel chest. His black beard, Jonathan suspected, had been grown expressly for the part, and would be gratefully removed as soon as the show ended. Was Jumbo a genuine Australian? It didn't matter. He was an expatriate everywhere. "I shall expect a lavish funeral, Mr. Linden," said Jumbo gravely. "Black horses, a sparkling carriage, and a 9-year-old catamite in a top hat. Your health. And yours too, Jumbo." Having drained his 6th can, Jumbo slapped on his blue denim cap and lumbered to the door. Jonathan watched his crippled Land Rover hobble up the winding lane. "Who on earth was that?" said Marilyn, arriving with a pair of fresh mackerel. "Oh, he's just my business partner," said Jonathan. "Looked more like bloody Godzilla on a dark night to me." She wanted to fry the fish, but he showed her how to bake it in foil, with fresh dill and seasoning. Once, as a dare, she tied his apron round him, and he felt her strong black hair brush against his cheek, and waited for the smell of vanilla. "Stay away from me. I betray. I kill. Go home." One afternoon, Jonathan and Jumbo took the plane from Plymouth to Jersey, and in the little port of St. Helier made a show of inspecting a 25-foot yacht that was moored on the far side of the harbour. Their journey, like their joint appearance at the Snug, was intended for display. In the evening, Jumbo flew back alone. The yacht they inspected was called Ariadne, and according to her log she had arrived from Roscoff 2 weeks earlier, sailed by a Frenchman named Le Bray. Before Roscoff she was in Biarritz, and before that, open seas. Jonathan spent 2 days fitting her out, provisioning her and preparing the chart work. On the 3rd day he took her to sea to get the feel of her, and boxed the compass for himself while he was about it. For at sea as on land, he trusted no one's work but his own. At first light on the 4th day he set sail. The area forecast was good, and for 15 hours he cruised nicely at 4 knots, reaching for Falmouth on a southwesterly. But by evening the wind had turned blustery, and by midnight it had freshened to a 6 or 7, throwing a big groundswell that had the Ariadne pitching. Jonathan reduced sail and ran before the weather for the safety of Plymouth. As he passed the Eddystone lighthouse, the wind veered westerly and fell, so he changed course to Falmouth once more and beat west, hugging the shore and short tacking to avoid the heavy weather. By the time he reached harbour, he had been sailing hard for 2 nights without sleep. Sometimes the sounds of the storm deafened him. Sometimes he heard no weather at all, and wondered if he was dead. The beam sea and the close hauling had rolled him about like a boulder. His body creaked and his head rang hollow with the solitude of the sea. But throughout the journey he thought of nothing he afterwards remembered, or nothing but his own survival. Sophie was right. He had a future. "You been somewhere nice, then?" Marilyn asked him, staring at the fire. She had taken off her cardigan. She wore a sleeveless blouse, buttoned down the back. "Just a trip up country." He realized with dread that she had been waiting for him all day. Another painting stood on the chimney-piece, very like the first. She had brought him fruit and freesias for the vase. "Well, thank you," he said politely. "That's super of you, thanks." "You want me, then, Jack Linden?" She had lifted her hands to the back of her neck and unfastened the top 2 buttons of her blouse. She took a step to him and smiled. She began weeping, and he didn't know what to do. He put his arm round her and led her to her van, and left her there to weep till she was ready to drive home. That night an almost metaphysical sense of his uncleanliness descended over Jonathan. In his extreme aloneness, he decided that the fake murder he was about to commit was an externalization of the real murders he had already committed in Ireland, and the murder he had committed against Sophie, and that the ordeal that awaited him was a mere foretaste of a lifetime of penance. For the days that remained to him, a passionate fondness for the Lanyon took possession of his heart, and he rejoiced in every fresh example of the cliff's perfection, the seabirds wherever they put themselves, always in the right place, the hawks lying on the wind, the setting sun melting into black cloud, the fleets of small boats clustered over the shoals below, while the gulls above made a shoal of their own. And when darkness came, there were the boats again, a tiny city in the middle of the sea. With each last hour, this urge to be assumed into the landscape, hidden in it, buried in it, became almost unbearable. A storm got up. Lighting a candle in the kitchen, he stared past it into the swirling night, while the wind crackled in the window frames and made the slate roof chatter like an Uzi. In the early morning, when the storm dropped, he ventured outdoors to wander over last night's battlefield. Then, Lawrence-like, leapt helmetless onto his motorbike, drove up to one of the old hill forts, and scanned the coastline till he made out some landmark that pointed to the Lanyon. That is my home. The cliff has accepted me. I will live here forever. I will be clean. But his vows were in vain. The soldier in him was already polishing his boots for the long march towards the worst man in the world. It was during these final days of Jonathan's tenure of the cottage that Pete Pengelly and his brother Jacob made the mistake of going lamping at the Lanyon. Pete tells the story cautiously, and with visitors present he won't tell it at all, for there's confession to it and a certain rueful pride. Lamping for rabbits in those parts has been a hallowed sport for 50 years and more. With 2 motorcycle batteries in a small box strapped against your hip, an old Carre spot lamp with a close beam, and a bunch of spare 6-volt bulbs, you can mesmerize a whole convocation of rabbits for long enough to pick them off in salvos. No law and no battalions of strident ladies in brown berets and ankle socks have succeeded in putting a stop to it, and the Lanyon has been a favoured hunting ground for generations, or was, until 4 of them went up there one night with guns and lamps, led by Pete Pengelly and his younger brother Jacob. They parked at Lanyon Rose, then picked their way along the river bed. Pete swears to this day they were quiet as rabbits themselves, and hadn't used the lamps but found their way by full moon, which was why they'd chosen that night. But when they came out on the cliff, careful to keep below the horizon, there stood Jack Linden, not half a dozen paces uphill from them, his bare hands lifted from his sides. Kenny Thomas afterwards kept on about his hands, so pale and prominent in the moonlight, but that was the effect of the occasion. The knowing recalled that Jack Linden never had big hands. Pete prefers to talk about Linden's face, which was set, he says, like a chunk of bloody blue elven rock against the sky. You'd have broken your fist on it. There is no dispute about what took place after that. "Excuse me, but where do you gentlemen think you're going, if I may ask?" says Linden with his customary respectfulness, but no smile. "Lamping," says Pete. "Nobody's lamping here, I'm afraid, Pete," says Linden. who had only set eyes on Pete Pengelly a couple of times, but seemed never to forget a name. "I own these fields, you know that. I don't farm them, but I do own them, and I let them be. That's what I expect other people to do as well, so I'm afraid lamping is out." "It is it, Mr. Linden?" Pete Pengelly says. "Yes, it is, Mr. Pengelly. I won't have sitting game shot on my land. It's not fair play. So why don't you all please empty your guns and go back to the car and go home, and no hard feelings." At which Pete says, "To hell with you, boy," and the other three gather to Pete's side, so that they are all four bunched and looking up at Linden. 4 guns against one fellow with the moon behind him. They had come straight on from the snug, all of them, and were the better for a beer or two. "Get out our bloody way, Mr. Linden," says Pete. Then he makes the mistake of fidgeting his gun under his arm, not pointing it at Linden. He swore he would never have done that, and those who know Pete believe him. And the gun was broken. Pete would never in his life have walked with a closed and loaded gun at night, he says. Nevertheless, as he fidgeted the gun, making it clear that he meant business, it is possible he snapped the breech shut by mistake. He will grant you that. Pete does not claim to have a precise and accurate memory of everything that happened, because the world by then was turning on its head around him. The moon was in the sea. His arse was on the other side of his face, and his feet were the other side of his arse. And the first useful information Pete could put together was that Linden was standing over him, emptying the cartridges from his gun. And since it is true that big men fall harder than small men, Pete had fallen very hard indeed, and the impact of the blow, wherever it had hit him, had robbed him not only of his breath, but of his will to get up. The ethics of violence required that it was now the turn of the others, and there were still 3 of them. The 2 Thomas brothers had always been quick with their fists, and young Jacob played wing forward for the pirates and was broad as a bus, and Jacob was all set to go in after his brother. It was Pete, lying in the bracken, who ordered him off. "Don't touch him, boy. Don't you ever bloody go near him. He's a bloody witch. Go back to the car, all of us," he said, climbing slowly to his feet. "Empty your guns first, please," says Linden. On Pete Pengelly's nod, the 3 men emptied the cartridges from their guns. Then all 4 trooped back to the car. "I'd have bloody killed him," Jacob protested, as soon as they had driven off. "I'd have broke the bugger's legs for him, Pete, after what he done to you." "No, you wouldn't, my handsome," Pete replied, "but he'd have broken yours for sure." And Pete Pengelly, they say in the village, changed his manners from that night on, though perhaps they are a little hasty to link cause with effect. Come September month, Pete married a sensible farmer's daughter from St. Just, which is why he is able to look back on the episode with distance, and tell about the night Jack Linden damn near did for him, the way he did for that fat Aussie. "I'll tell you one thing, boy. If Jack did do him in, he made some neat job of it, that's for sure." But there's a better ending to it than that, even if Pete sometimes keeps it to himself, like a thing too precious to share. The night before Jack Linden disappeared, he walked into the snug and laid a bandaged hand on Pete Pengelly's shoulder, and bought him a bloody beer, man. They talked for 10 minutes. Then Jack Linden went on home. "He was putting it right with himself," Pete insists proudly. "You bloody listen to me, boy. Jack Linden was setting his bloody house straight after he'd done his business with the Aussie." Except that his name wasn't Jack Linden by then, which was something they couldn't properly get used to, and perhaps they never will. A couple of days after his disappearance, Linden of the Lanyon with an I and an E, turned out to be Jonathan Pine of Zurich, wanted by the Swiss police on suspicion of embezzlement at a fashionable hotel where he had been a trusted employee. "Sailing hotelier on the run," the Cornishman sang, over a photograph of Pine, alias Linden. "Police seek Falmouth boat trader in case of missing Australian. We are treating this as a drug-related murder inquiry," says CID chief. "The man should be easily identified by his bandaged hand." But Pine was not a man they knew. Yes, bandaged. And wounded. Wound and bandage were both integral features of Burr's plan. Jack Linden's hand, the same as he had laid on Pete Bengelly's shoulder. A lot of people, not just Pete Bengelly, had seen that hand bandaged, and the police, at Burr's instigation, made a fair fuss of who they all were, which hand it was, and when. And when they'd got the who and the when and the which, then, being police, they wanted the why. Which is to say, they wrote down the conflicting versions that Jack had given for having his right hand done up in a big gauze bandage, professional, and the fingertips tied together like asparagus. And with Burr's help, the police made sure these found their way into the press. "Trying to fit a new pane of glass at my cottage," Jack Linden told Mrs. Trethewey on the Thursday, as he paid her out his cash wrong-handed for the last time. "Teach me to help out a friend," Jack had remarked to old William Charles, when the two of them chanced to meet at Penhaligon's garage, Jack for petrol for the bike, William Charles for passing the time. "Asked me to pop by and help him mend his window, and now look." Then shoved his bandaged hand at William Charles like a sick dog with his paw, because Jack could make a joke of anything. But it was Pete Bengelly who got them hot and bothered. "Of course it was in his bloody woodshed, boy," he told the detective sergeant. "Trimming a pane of bloody glass he was, up at the Lanyon in his woodshed, and the cutter slipped, blood all over the place. He put a bandage on it, bound it tight, and drove himself one-handed to hospital on his bike. Blood running up his sleeve all the way to Truro, told me. You don't make that up, boy. You bloody do it." But when the police dutifully inspected the Lanyon woodshed, they found no glass, no cutter, and no blood. "Murderers lie," Burr had explained to Jonathan. "Too consistent is too dangerous. If you don't err, you won't be criminal." "The roper checks," Burr had explained. "Even when he's not suspicious, he checks. So we give you these little murderers' lies to make the untrue murder true. And a nice scar speaks volumes." And at some point in these last few days, Jonathan broke all the rules, and, without Burr's consent or knowledge, visited his former wife, Isabel, in search of atonement. "I'll be passing through," he lied, telephoning her from a Penzance call box. "Let's have lunch somewhere quiet." Riding his motorbike to Bath, wearing only the left glove because of his bandaged hand, he rehearsed his lines to her until they became a heroic song in his mind. "You'll read things about me in the papers, but they won't be true, Isabel. I'm sorry about the bad times, Isabel, but there were good times too." Then he wished her luck, imagining she would do the same for him. In a men's lavatory, he changed into his suit and became a hotelier again. He hadn't seen her for 5 years, and he barely recognized her when she strode in 20 minutes late and blamed the bloody traffic. The long brown hair she used to brush down her naked back before they went to bed was cut to a practical brevity. She wore chunky clothes to hide her shape, and carried a zip bag with a cordless telephone. And he remembered how, by the end, the telephone had been the only thing she could talk to. "Christ!" she said. You look prosperous. Don't worry, I'll switch it off. She's become a blurter, he thought, and remembered that her new husband was something in the local hunt. Well, stow the crows, she shouted. Corporal Pine, after all these years, what on earth have you done to your hand? Dropped a boat on it, he said, which apparently was sufficient explanation. He asked her how business was. In his suit it seemed the right sort of question to ask. He had heard she had gone into interior design. Bloody awful, she replied heartily. What's Jonathan up to anyway? Oh, my Lord, she said when he told her. You're in the leisure industries too. We're doomed, darling. You're not building them, are you? No, no. Brokering, ferrying. We've got off to quite a decent start. Who's we, darling? An Australian chum. Male? Male and 18 stone. What are you doing for sex? I always thought you might be queer. You're not, though, are you? It was a charge she had made often in her day, but she seemed to have forgotten this. Good Lord, no, Jonathan replied with a laugh. How's Miles? Worthy, very sweet, banking and good works. He's got to pay off my overdraft next month, so I'm being nice to him. She ordered a warm duck salad and badwa and lit a cigarette. Why did you give up hotelling? She asked, blowing smoke in his face. Bored? Just the lure of the new, he said. We'll desert, the captain's untamable daughter had whispered, as she spread her sublime body over his. If I have to eat one more army dinner, I'll blow up this whole barracks single-handed. Fuck me, Jonathan. Make me a woman. Fuck me and take me somewhere I can breathe. How's the painting doing? He asked, remembering how they had both worshipped her great talent, how he had abased himself in order to elevate it, cooked and carried and swept for her, believing she would paint the better for his self-denial. She snorted. My last exhibition was 3 years ago. Sold 6 out of 30, all to Miles's rich friends. Probably needed someone like you to make a basket case out of me. Jesus, you led me a dance. What the hell did you want? I wanted to be Van Gogh. What did you want? Apart from being the army's answer to Rambo. You, he thought. I wanted you, but you weren't there. He could say none of it. He wished he could be worse-mannered. Bad manners are freedom, she used to say. Fucking is bad manners. But there was no point to her argument any more. He had come to ask forgiveness for the future, not the past. Anyway, why didn't you want me to tell Miles I was seeing you? She asked accusingly. Jonathan pulled the old false smile. I didn't want us to upset him, he said. For a magic moment he saw her as he had first possessed her, in the days when she was the belle of his regimental depot. The crisp, rebellious face tilted in desire, lips parted, the angry smoulder in her eyes. Come back, he shouted in his heart. Let's try again. The young ghost vanished, and the old one reappeared. Why on earth don't you pay in plastic? She asked, as he counted out the banknotes with his left hand. Far easier to tell where the pennies are going, darling. Burr was right, he thought. I'm a single man. Chapter 8. Hunched in the passenger seat of Rook's car as they plunged through the gathering Cornish dusk, Burr pulled his overcoat collar more tightly about his ears, and returned his soul to the suite of windowless rooms on the outskirts of Miami, where not 48 hours earlier the covert action team for Operation Limpet, had been holding its exceptional open day. Covert action teams do not normally admit espiocrats and other sophists to their midst, but Burr and Strelski have their reasons. The atmosphere is of a Holiday Inn sales conference held in battle conditions. Delegates arrive singly, identify themselves, descend in steel elevators, identify themselves again, and greet each other carefully. Each wears his name and occupation on his lapel, even if some names have been chosen only for this day, and some occupations are so obscure that old hands pause to work them out. Dep Dr Ops Co-Ords, reads one. Souped Narcs and FMS SW, reads another. And between them, like refreshing smiles of clarity, U.S. Senator, Federal Prosecutor, or UK Liaison. The River House is represented by an enormous Englishwoman in perfect curls and Thatcherite twinset, known universally as Darling Katie, and officially as Mrs. Catherine Handyside Dulling, Economic Counselor of the British Embassy in Washington. For 10 years, Darling Katie has held the golden key to Whitehall's special relationship with America's numberless intelligence agencies. From military to naval, to air to state, through central and national, to the omnipotent murmurers of the White House Palace Guard. From the sane to the harmlessly mad, to the dangerously ridiculous. The secret overworld of American might is Katie's parish, to explore, bludgeon, bargain with, and win to her celebrated dinner table. "Do you hear what he called me, Si? This monster here, this thing!" Katie bellows to a tight-lipped senator in a double-breasted suit, while she holds an accusing finger, pistol-like, to Rex Goodhue's temple. "A themagogue! Me! A themagogue! Isn't that the most politically incorrect thing you ever heard? I'm a mouse, you beast, a wilting violet, and calls himself a Christian." Jolly laughter fills the room. Katie's iconoclastic boom is the theme music of Insiders. More delegates arrive. Groups break up, reform. "Why, Martha, hello!" "Walt, hi!" "Good to see you!" "Marie, great!" Someone has given the signal. A dry clatter as delegates toss their paper cups into trash bags and troop to the projection room. The lowliest, led by Amato, head for the front rows. Further back in the expensive seats, Darker's deputy in procurement studies, Neil Marjoram, shares cosy laughter with a ginger-headed American espiocrat, whose name card reveals him only as Central America, funding. Their laughter fades with the lights. Somebody funny shouts, "Action!" Burr takes a last look at Goodhue. He is leaning back in his chair, smiling at the ceiling, like a concert-goer who knows the music well. Joe Strelski embarks on his address. And Joe Strelski, as a purveyor of disinformation, is word perfect. Burr is bemused. After a decade of deception, it has never occurred to him until today that the best deceivers are the bores. If Strelski were wired from head to toe with lie detectors, Burr is convinced, the needles would not flinch. They would be too bored. Strelski speaks for 50 minutes, and by the time he has finished, 50 are as much as anyone can take. In his word-heavy monotone, the most sensational intelligence is turned to ash. The name of Richard Onslow Roper barely escapes his lips. In London, he had used it without compunction. "Roper is our target. Roper is the center of the web." But today in Miami, before a mixed audience of purists and enforcers, Roper is relegated to obscurity. And when Strelski trails a half-hearted slideshow of the cast, it is Dr. Paul Apostol who gets star billing as known to us for the last 7 years as the cartel's principal intermediary and deal-maker in this hemisphere. Strelski now logs the wearisome process of pinpointing Apostol as the primary axis of our initial investigations, and offers a labored account of the successful activities of Agents Flynn and Amato in placing a bug in the doctor's New Orleans offices. If Flynn and Amato had repaired a leaking pipe in the men's room, Strelski could not have sounded less thrilled. With a superbly tedious sentence read from a prepared text, unpunctuated and full of false emphases, he hastens his audience on its way to sleep. The basis for Operation Limpet is intelligence indicators from a variety of technical sources, to the effect that the 3 leading Colombian cartels have signed a mutual non-aggression deal with each other as a prerequisite to providing themselves with a military shield commensurate with the financial muscle available and equal to the threats foremost in their conceptual thinking. Breath. These threats are 1. Another breath. Armed interdiction by the United States at the behest of the Colombian government. Almost done, but not quite. 2. The growing strength of the non-Colombian cartels, primarily in Venezuela and Bolivia. 3. The Colombian government acting on its own account, but with the hands-on encouragement of U.S. agencies. Amen, thinks Burr, transfixed with admiration. The history of the case appears to interest nobody, which is probably why Strelski supplies it. Over the last 8 years, he says, another slump in interest, several attempts have been made by a variety of parties lured by the cartel's unlimited financial resources to persuade them to get the habit of buying serious weapons. French, Israelis, and Cubans have all pressed their cases, as have a bunch of independent manufacturers and dealers, most with the tacit connivance of their parent governments. The Israelis, assisted by British mercenaries, actually succeeded in selling them a few Galil assault rifles and a training package. But the cartels, says Strelski, well, after a while, the cartels kind of lose interest. The audience knows exactly how the cartels feel. Screen atmospherics, as Dr. Apostol is discovered on the island of Tortola, in long shot from across the street, seated inside the offices of the Caribbean law firm of Langbourne, Rosen and D'Souza, notaries to the nefarious. 2 way-faced Swiss bankers from Grand Cayman are identified at the same table. Major Corcoran sits between them. And to Burr's secret pleasure, the signer is holding a drawn fountain pen in his right hand. Across the table from him sits an unidentified Latin American. The languid male beauty next to him, hair tied prettily at the nape, is none other than Lord Langbourne, alias Sandy, legal adviser to Mr. Richard Onslow Roper of the Iron Brand Land, Ore and Precious Metals Company of Nassau, Bahamas. End of Side 4. Side 5. Who took this footage, please, Mr. Strelski? A very legal American male voice demands sharply from the darkness. We did, Burr replies complacently, and the company at once relaxes again. Agent Strelski has not, after all, exceeded his territorial powers. But now even Strelski cannot keep the excitement out of his voice, and for a brief moment Roper's name is fair and square before them. In direct consequence of the non-aggression deal to which I have just made reference, the cartels instructed their representative to take soundings with a couple of illegal arms traders in the hemisphere, he says. What we see here, according to our sources, but filmed, unfortunately, without sound, is the first overt approach made by Apostol to hands-off intermediaries of Richard Roper. As Strelsky sits down, Rex Goodhue bobs to his feet. Goodhue plays it straight today. He isn't funny. He uses none of the English linguistic frills that so infuriate Americans. He openly regrets the involvement of British nationals in the affair, some of them with distinguished names. He regrets that they are able to shelter behind the laws of British protectorates in the Bahamas and the Caribbean. He is heartened by the good relations established at working level between the British and American sides. He wants blood, and he wants pure intelligence to help him draw it. Our shared aim is to catch the culprits and make a public example of them, he declares, with Truman-like simplicity. With your help, we want to enforce the rule of law, prevent the proliferation of arms in a volatile region, and cut off the supply of drugs. In Goodhue's mouth, the word sounds like a mild form of aspirin, which we believe to be the currency in which the arms bill will be paid, to wherever they are destined. To this end, we are asking for your full, unquestioning support in aid as intelligence-gathering agencies. Thank you. Goodhue is followed by the federal prosecutor, an ambitious young man whose voice growls like a racing car engine turning over in the pits. He vows he will bring this thing to court in record time. Burr and Strelsky take questions. "How about humans in this one, Joe?" A woman's voice calls at Strelsky from the back of the hall. The British contingent is momentarily baffled by this piece of Cousins' jargon. Human. Strelsky almost blushes. It is clear he would have preferred her not to ask. His expression is that of a loser who refuses to admit defeat. "We're working on that, Joanne, believe me. Human sources on a thing like this, you have to wait and pray. We have lines, we have hopes. We have our people in there sniffing, and we believe that somebody out there soon is going to need to buy himself some witness protection. Is going to call us up one night and ask us to arrange it for him. It's going to happen, Joanne." He nodded determinedly, as if he agreed with himself where nobody else did. "It's going to happen," he repeated, as unconvincingly as before. It is lunchtime. The smoke screen is in place, even if they cannot see it. Nobody remarks that Joanne is one of Strelsky's close assistants. The procession towards the door has started. Goodhue departs with darling Katie and a couple of espiocrats. "Now listen, you men," Katie can be heard saying as they leave. "No fobbing me off with 2 fat-free lettuce leaves, do you hear? I want meat and 3 veg and plum duff, or I ain't going no place." Demagogue indeed, Rex Goodhue. And then you come to us with your begging bowl. I'm going to break your pious neck. It is evening. Flynn, Burr, and Strelsky sit on the deck of Strelsky's beach house, watching the moon path flutter in the wake of returning pleasure boats. Agent Flynn is nursing a large glass of Bushmills single malt. He sensibly keeps the bottle at his side. The conversation is sporadic. Nobody wants to talk out of turn about the day's proceedings. "Last month," says Strelsky, "my daughter was a vegan. This month she's in love with the butcher." Flynn and Burr laugh dutifully. Another silence falls. "When's your boy cut loose?" Strelsky asks quietly. "End of the week," Burr replies in the same low tone. "God and Whitehall willing." "With your boy inside pulling, and our boy outside, pushing. I guess that makes us a closed loop, says Strosky. Flynn laughs richly, nodding his great dark head like a deaf mute in the half-darkness. Burr asks what a closed loop is. A closed loop, Leonard. That's using every part of the pig except the squeal, says Strosky. Another pause, while they sit and watch the sea. When Strosky speaks again, Burr has to lean close to catch his words. 33 grown people in that room, he murmurs. 9 different agencies. 7 pals. Must be a couple of 'em telling the cartels Joe Strosky and Leonard Burr don't have a human source worth shit. Right, Pat? Flynn's soft Irish laughter is almost drowned by the rustle of the sea. But Burr, though he keeps it to himself, cannot quite share his host's complacency. The purists had not asked too many questions, it was true. In Burr's uneasy judgment, they had asked too few. 2 ivy-coated granite posts loomed out of the mist. The engraved inscription said Lanyon Rose. There was no house. Farmer probably died before he got round to building it, thought Burr. They had been driving 7 hours. Above the granite hedges and the blackthorn, an uneasy sky was darkening to dusk. The shadows on the pitted track were liquid and elusive, so that the car kept bucking as if it had been hit. It was a Rover, and Rook's pride. His powerful hands wrestled with the steering wheel. They passed deserted farm buildings and a Celtic cross. Rook switched his headlights to bright, then switched them down again. Since they had crossed the Tamar River, they had known only dusk and rolling mist. The track rose. The mist vanished. Suddenly all they saw through the windscreen was canyons of white cloud. A salvo of raindrops rattled against the car's left side. The car rocked, then tipped over the edge in a free-fall, its bonnet pointing at the Atlantic. They made the last turn, the steepest. A gust of warring birds clattered over them. Rook braked to a crawl until the fury passed. A fresh burst of rain hit them. As it cleared, they saw the grey cottage crouching on a saddle of black bracken. He's hanged himself, Burr decided, catching sight of Jonathan's crooked silhouette as it dangled in the porch light. But the hanged man lifted an arm in greeting, and stepped forward into the blackness before switching on his torch. A patch of granite chip made a crude parking place. Rook climbed out, and Burr heard the 2 men hailing each other like a pair of travellers. "Good to see you." "Great Christ, what a wind!" Burr, in his nervousness, stayed stubbornly in his seat, grimacing to heaven while he forced the top button of his overcoat through its hole. The wind was booming round the car, shaking the aerial. "Get a move on, Leonard," Rook yelled. "You can powder your nose later." "You'll have to wriggle across, I'm afraid, Leonard," Jonathan said through the driver's window. "We're evacuating you to leeward, if that's all right." Grabbing his right knee with both hands, Burr navigated it over the gear lever and the driving seat, then did the same for the left. He lowered one city shoe onto the gravel. Jonathan was shining the torch straight at him. Burr made out boots and a seaman's knitted cap. "How have you been?" Burr shouted, as if they hadn't seen each other for years. "Fit?" "Well, yes, I think I really am, actually." "Good lad." Rook went ahead with his briefcase. Burr and Jonathan followed him side by side up the hacked path. "And that went all right, did it?" Burr asked, nodding at Jonathan's bandaged hand. "He didn't amputate it by mistake, then?" No, it was fine. Slice, stitch, wrap it up. Didn't take above half an hour, the whole job." They were standing in the kitchen. Burr's face was still stinging from the wind.
Scrubbed pine table, he noticed. Polished flagstones. Polished copper kettle. No pain? Not beyond the call of duty, Jonathan replied. They laughed shyly, strangers to each other. I've had to bring you a piece of paper, Burr said, coming as usual straight to what was weighing on his mind. You're supposed to sign it with me and Rook as witnesses. What does it say then? Said Jonathan. Humbug's what it says, laying the blame on a convenient bureaucracy. Damage limitation. Their insurance policy. We didn't push you. You'll never sue us. You have no case against the government for neglect, malfeasance, or rabies. If you fall out of a plane, it's your fault, etc. Getting cold feet, are they? Burr caught the transferred question and turned it back. Well, are you, Jonathan? That's more the point, isn't it? Jonathan started to protest, but Burr said, Shut up and listen. This time tomorrow you'll be a wanted man. Unwanted is more like it. Anyone who ever knew you will be saying, I told you so. Anyone who didn't will be studying your photograph for evidence of homicidal tendencies. That's a life sentence, Jonathan. It'll never go away. Jonathan had a stray memory of Sophie among the splendours of Luxor. She was sitting on a plinth, arms around her knees, staring down the aisle of columns. I need the comfort of eternity, Mr. Pine, she said. I can still stop the clock if that's what you want, and no harm done except to my ego, Burr continued. But if you're wanting to pull out and haven't the bottle to say, or if you're being too nice to your Uncle Leonard, or some such idiocy, I'll trouble you to get up your courage and declare yourself now, not later. We can have a nice supper. Goodbye, drive home, no hard feelings. None that last. We can't do that tomorrow night, or any night after. Heavier shadows in the face, Burr was thinking. The watcher's stare that stays on you after he's looked away. What have we spawned? He glanced round the kitchen again. Wool pictures of ships in full sail, bits of treen, Newlyn copperware, a lustre plate that read, Thou seest me, God. Are you sure you don't want me to put this stuff in store for you? Burr asked. No, honestly, it's fine. Just sell it. Whatever's easiest. You could want it one day when you settle down. Better to travel light, really. It's all there, still, is it? The target, I mean. He's still doing what he's doing, living where he lives and so on. Nothing's changed. Not that I know of, Jonathan, said Burr, with a slightly puzzled smile. And I keep pretty much in touch. He's just bought himself a Canaletto, if that's a guide, and a couple more Arab horses for his stud, and a nice diamond collar for his lady. Didn't know they called them collars. Sounds like a lapdog. Well, I suppose that's what she is. Perhaps it's all she can afford to be, said Jonathan. He was holding out his bandaged hand, and for a moment Burr thought he wanted him to shake it. Then he realized Jonathan was asking for the document. So he delved in his pockets, first his overcoat, then his jacket, and drew out the heavy sealed envelope. I'm serious, Burr said. It's your decision. With his left hand, Jonathan selected a steak knife from the kitchen drawer, tapped the sealing wax with a handle to break it, then cut open the envelope along the flap. Burr wondered why he bothered to break the wax, unless he was showing off his dexterity. Read it, Burr ordered. Every stupid word as many times as you like. You're Mr. Brown, in case you hadn't guessed. An unnamed volunteer in our employ. In official papers, people like you are always Mr. Brown.
drafted by Harry Palfrey for Rex Goodhue, handed down to Leonard Burr for Mr. Brown to sign. "Just never tell me his name," Goodhue had insisted. "If I've seen it, I've forgotten it. Let's keep it that way." Jonathan held the letter to the oil lamp in order to read it. "What is he?" Burr wondered for the 100th time, studying the hard, soft contours of his face. "I thought I knew. I don't." "Think about it," Burr urged. "Whitehall did. I've had them rewrite it twice." He had one last try. "Just tell me for myself, will you? I, Jonathan, am sure. You know what you're about. You've worked it through. And you're still sure." The smile again, putting Burr still less at ease. Jonathan was holding out his bandaged hand again, this time for Burr's pen. "I'm sure, Leonard. I, Jonathan, and I'll be sure tomorrow morning. How do I sign?" "Jonathan Brown." "John," Burr replied, "in your usual handwriting." The image of Corcoran the signer with his drawn fountain pen flitted across Burr's inner eye as he watched Jonathan painstakingly write John Brown. "All done," he said brightly, to console him. But Burr still wanted more of something. Drama, a greater feeling of occasion. He stood up, making an old man's labour of it, and let Jonathan help him out of his coat. They walked together to the parlour, Jonathan leading. The dining table was set for ceremony. Linen napkins, Burr noticed indignantly. 3 lobster cocktails in their glasses. Silver plate knives and forks like a 3-star restaurant. A decent pomard, uncorked to breathe. A smell of roasting meat. What the hell's he trying to do to me? Rook was standing with his back to them, hands in pockets, studying Marilyn's latest watercolour. "I say I rather like this one," he said, in a rare effort at flattery. "Thanks," said Jonathan. Jonathan had heard them approaching long before he saw them. And even before he heard them, he knew they were there, because alone on the cliff, the close observer had learned to hear sounds in the making. The wind was his ally. When the fog came down and all he seemed to hear was the moaning of the lighthouse, it was the wind that brought in the chatter of the fishermen out to sea. So he had felt the trembling of the rover's engine before ever its growl rolled down the cliff to him, and he braced himself as he stood waiting in the wind. When its headlights appeared, aimed straight at him, he aimed back at them in his mind, estimating the rover's speed by the telegraph poles, and calculating the distance ahead that he would have to aim if he were sighting a rocket-propelled grenade. Meanwhile, a corner of his vision waited on the hilltop, in case they had a chase car, or were sending in a decoy. And when Rook parked and Jonathan walked smiling through the gale with his torch, he had imagined shooting his 2 guests down the torch's beam, blowing off their green faces in alternate bursts. Players successfully negotiated. Sophie avenged. But now as they left, he was calm and saw different things. The storm had vanished, leaving torn-off shreds of cloud. A few stars lingered. Grey bullet holes made a spray pattern round the moon. Jonathan watched the rover's tail light pass the meadow where he had planted his iris bulbs. In a few weeks, he thought, if the rabbits don't get through the wire, that meadow will be mauve. The tail lights passed the bull warren, and he remembered how one warm evening, returning from Falmouth, he had surprised Jacob Pengelly and his girlfriend there, stripped of everything except each other. Jacob in transport, straining back from her, the girl arched to him like an acrobat. Next month will be a blue month on account of the bluebells, Pete Pengelly had told him. But this month now, Jack, this one is a gold month, getting golder, with the gorse and cowslips and wild daffodils winning against all comers. Just you see if they don't, Jack. Cheers. To complete me, Jonathan rehearsed to himself. To find the missing parts of me. To make a man of me, which was what my father said the army did. One man. To be useful, to stand upright, to rid my conscience of its burden. He felt sick. Going to the kitchen, he gave himself a glass of water. A brass ship's clock hung above the door, and without pausing to think why, he wound it up. Then he went to the drawing-room where he kept his treasure, a grandmother long-case clock in fruitwood with a single weight, bought of Daphne's in Chapel Street for a song. He pulled the brass chain till the weight was at the top. Then he set the pendulum in motion. "Reckon I'll go up my Aunt Hilary's in Teignmouth for a bit, then," Marilyn had said, no longer weeping. "Be a break, Teignmouth will, won't it?" Jonathan had had an Aunt Hilary too, in Wales, beside a golf club. She had followed him round the house, putting the lights out, and prayed aloud to her dear Lord Jesus in the dark. "Don't go," he had begged Sophie in every way he knew as they waited for the taxi to take them back to Luxor Airport. "Don't go," he had begged her on the plane. "Leave him, he'll kill you. Don't take the risk," he had begged her as he saw her into the cab that would take her back to her apartment and Freddie Hamid. "We both have our appointments with life, Mr. Pine," she had told him with her battered smile. "There are worse indignities for an Arab woman than being beaten by her lover. Freddie is very wealthy. He has made me certain practical promises. I have to consider my old age." Chapter 9. It is Mother's Day as Jonathan walks into Espérance. His third cement truck in 400 miles has dropped him on the crossroads at the top of the Avenue des Artisans. The signs as he strides down the sidewalk, swinging his third world airbag, read, "Merci maman, bienvenue à toutes les mamans," and "Vaste buffet chinois des mers." The northern sun is an elixir to him. When he breathes, it is as if he is breathing light as well as air. I'm home. It's me. After 8 months of snow, this easy-living gold town in the province of Quebec is hopping in the evening sunshine, which is what the town is famous for among its sister townships strewn along the largest greenstone mineral belt in the world. It hops higher than Timmins to the west in stodgy Ontario, higher than Val d'Or or Amos to the east, higher by a mile than the dreary white-collar settlements of hydroelectric engineers up north. Daffodils and tulips strut like soldiers in the garden of the White Church, with its leaden roof and narrow spire. Dandelions as big as dollars cover the grass slope below the police station. After their winter's wait beneath the snow, the flowers are as rampant as the town. The shops for the suddenly rich or merely hopeful, the boutique bébé with its pink giraffes, the pizza cafes named after lucky miners and prospectors, the Pharmacie des Croyants, which offers hypnotherapy and massage, the neon-lit bars named after Venus and Apollo, the stately whorehouses after vanished madams, the Japanese sauna house with its pagoda and plastic pebble garden, the banks of every colour and persuasion, the jewellery stores where the high graders used to melt the miners' stolen ore, and occasionally still do, the wedding shops with their virginal wax brides, the Polish delicatessen advertising films super erotique XXX as if they were a culinary event, The restaurants open all hours for shift workers. Even the notaries with their blackened windows all sparkle in the glory of the early summer, and merci maman for all of it. On va avoir du fun. As Jonathan glances into shop windows, or gratefully upwards at the blue heaven, and lets the sunlight warm his hollowed face, motorcyclists with beards and dark glasses roar up and down the street, racing their engines, and flicking their leather-back sides at the girls, who sip their cokes at outdoor tables on the sidewalk. In Espérance, the girls stand out like parakeets. The matrons of stodgy Ontario next door may dress themselves like sofas at a funeral, but here in Espérance, the hot-blooded Québécois make a carnival every day, in radiant cottons and gold bracelets that smile at you across the street. There are no trees in Espérance. With forests all around, the townspeople see open space as an accomplishment. There are no Indians in Espérance either, or not so that you'd notice, unless, like Jonathan, you spot one with his wife and family, loading a pickup with $1,000 worth of provisions from the supermarché. One of them stays aboard the truck to guard it, while the rest hang close. There are no vulgar emblems of wealth in the town either, if you discount the $75,000 power yachts in the parking lot beside the Chateau Babette's kitchens, or the herds of Harley-Davidson motorbikes clustered round the Bonnie and Clyde saloon. Canadians, French or any other sort, don't care for display, whether of money or emotion. Fortunes are still made, of course, by those who strike it lucky. And luck is the real religion of the town. Everyone dreams of a gold mine in his garden, and a couple of the lucky ones have found just that. Those men in baseball hats and sneakers and bomber jackets who stand about talking into mobile phones, in other towns they would be drug pushers or numbers boys or pimps. But here in Espérance they are the quiet millionaires of 30. As to the older ones, they eat their lunches out of tin boxes a mile below ground. Jonathan devours all this in the first minutes of his arrival. In his state of bright-eyed exhaustion, he takes in everything at once, while his heart bursts with the gratitude of a voyager setting foot on the promised shore. It's beautiful. I worked for it. It's mine. He had ridden out of the Lanyon at daybreak without looking back, and headed for Bristol for his week of lying low. He had parked his motorbike in a run-down suburb where Rook had promised to have it stolen. He had taken a bus to Avonmouth, where he found a seaman's hostel, run by two elderly Irish homosexuals, who, according to Rook, were famous for not collaborating with the police. It rained all day and night, and on the third day, while Jonathan was eating breakfast, he heard his name and description on the local radio. Last seen West Cornwall area. Injured right hand. Ring this number. While he listened, he saw the two Irishmen listening too, their eyes fixed on one another. He paid his bill and took the bus back to Bristol. A vile cloud rolled over the wrecked industrial landscape. Hand in pocket, he had reduced the dressing to a simple plaster binding. He walked the damp streets. Seated in a barber's chair, he glimpsed his picture on the back of someone's newspaper, the same photograph that Burr's people had taken of him in London, a likeness deliberately unlike, but still a likeness. He became a ghost, haunting a ghost town. In the cafes and billiard halls he was too white and separate, in the smarter streets too ragged. The churches, when he tried to enter them, were locked. His face, when he checked it in mirrors, scared him with its hostile intensity. Jumbo's faked death was like a goad to him. Visions of his supposed victim, unmurdered and unhunted, carousing serenely in some secret haven, taunted him at all odd moments. Nevertheless, in his other persona, he determinedly shouldered the guilt of his imaginary crime. He bought a pair of leather gloves and threw away his bandage. To buy his air ticket, he spent a morning inspecting travel agents before he chose the busiest and most anonymous. He paid in cash and made the booking for 2 days later in the name of fine. Then he took the bus to the airport and changed his booking to the flight that same evening. There was 1 seat left. At the departure gate, a girl in mulberry uniform asked to see his passport. He pulled off a glove and gave it to her with his good hand. "Are you pine or fine, then?" she demanded. "Whichever you prefer," he assured her with a flash of the old hotelier's smile, and she grudgingly waved him through. Or had Rook squared them? When he reached Paris, he dared not risk the barrier at Orly, so he sat up in the transit area all night. In the morning he took a flight to Lisbon, this time in the name of Dine, for on Rook's advice he was trying to stay 1 jump ahead of the computer. In Lisbon he again made for the docks, and again lay low. "She's called the Star of Bethel, and she's a pig," Rook had said. "But the skipper's venal, which is what you're looking for." He saw a half-bearded man trailing from one shipping office to another in the rain, and the man was himself. He saw the same man pay a girl for a night's lodging, then sleep on her floor while she lay on her bed and whimpered because she was afraid of him. Would she be less afraid of me if I slept with her? He didn't stay to find out, but leaving her before dawn, walked the docks once more, and came upon the Star of Bethel, moored in the outer harbour, a filthy 12,000-ton coaling vessel bound for Pugwash, Nova Scotia. But when he asked at the shipping agents, they said she had a full complement and was sailing on the night tide. Jonathan bribed his way aboard. Was the captain expecting him? Jonathan believed he was. "What can you do, son?" the captain asked. He was a big, soft-spoken Scot of 40. Behind him stood a barefoot Filipino girl of 17. "Cook," said Jonathan, and the captain laughed in his face, but took him as a supernumerary, on condition he worked his passage, and the captain pocketed his pay. Now he was a galley slave, sleeping in the worst bunk and receiving the insults of the crew. The official cook was an emaciated Lascar, half dead from heroin, and soon Jonathan was doing duty for them both. In his few hours of sleep he dreamed the lush dreams of prisoners, and it was Jed, without her Meister's bathrobe, who played the leading role. Then a sunny morning dawned, and the crew were patting him on the back and saying they had never been better fed at sea. But Jonathan would not go ashore with them. Equipped with rations he had set aside, the close observer preferred to make himself a hide in the forward hold, and lie up for 2 more nights before sneaking past the dock police. Alone, in an immense and unfamiliar continent, Jonathan was assailed by a different kind of deprivation. His resolve seemed suddenly to drain into the brilliant thinness of the landscape. Roper is an abstraction, so is Jed, and so am I. I am dead, and this is my afterlife. Trekking along the edge of the uncaring highway, sleeping in drivers' dormitories and barns, scrounging a day's pay for 2 days' labour, Jonathan prayed to be given back his sense of calling. "Your best bet is the Chateau Babette," Rook had said. "It's big and sloppy, and it's run by a harridan who can't keep staff. It's where you'd naturally hole out." "It's the ideal place for you to start looking for your shadow," Burr had said. Shadow meaning identity. Shadow meaning substance, in a world where Jonathan had become a ghost. The Chateau Babette roosted like a tattered old hen amid the razzmatazz of the Avenue des Artisans. She was the Meisters of the town. Jonathan spotted her at once from Rook's description, and as he approached her, he remained on the opposite pavement, so that he could take a better look at her. She was tall and timbered and decrepit, and, for a former whorehouse, stern. A stone urn stood at each corner of her hideous porch. Flaking naked maidens cavorted on them in a woodland setting. Her hallowed name was blazoned vertically on a rotting wooden board, and as Jonathan started across the road, a sharp east wind made it clatter like a railway train, filling his eyes with grit and his nostrils with smells of freet and hairspray. Striding up the steps, he confidently pushed the ancient swing doors and entered the darkness of a tomb. From far away, as it seemed to him at first, he heard male laughter and caught the stink of last night's dinner. Gradually he made out an embossed copper posting box, then a grandfather clock with flowers on its face that reminded him of the Lanyon, then a reception desk littered with correspondence and coffee mugs, and illuminated by a canopy of fairy lights. The shapes of men surrounded him, and it was they who were doing the laughing. His arrival had evidently coincided with that of a bunch of raunchy surveyors from Quebec who were looking for a little action before taking off next day for a mine up north. Their suitcases and kit bags were flung in a heap at the foot of a wide staircase. Two Slavic-looking boys in earrings and green aprons picked sullenly among the labels.
Vous, monsieur, vous êtes qui?
A woman's voice yelled at him above the hubbub. Jonathan made out the queenly form of Madame la Tulipe, the proprietress, standing behind the desk in a mauve turban and cake makeup. She had tilted her head back in order to quiz him, and she was playing to her all-male audience.
Jacques Beauregard,
he replied.
Comment, chérie?
He had to repeat it above the din.
Beauregard,
he called, unused to raising his voice. But somehow the name came easier to him than Linden.
Pas de bagage?
Pas de bagage.
Alors, bonsoir et amusez-vous bien, monsieur,
Madame la Tulipe yelled back at him as she handed him his key. It occurred to Jonathan that she had mistaken him for a member of the surveyors' party, but he saw no need to enlighten her.
Allez-vous manger avec nous ce soir, monsieur Beauregard?
She called, waking to his good looks as he started up the stairs. Jonathan thought not, thank you, madame. Time he got some sleep. But one cannot sleep on an empty stomach, monsieur Beauregard, Madame la Tulipe protested flirtatiously, once more for the benefit of her raucous guests. One must have energy to sleep if one is a man, n'est-ce pas, mes gars? Pausing at the half-landing, Jonathan bravely joined the laughter, but insisted nonetheless that he must sleep.
Bien, tant pis, d'abord,
cried Madame la Tulipe. Neither his unscheduled arrival nor his unkempt appearance disturbed her. Unkempt is reassuring in Espérance, and to Madame la Tulipe, the town's self-elected cultural arbiter, a sign of spirituality. He was farouche, but farouche in her book meant noble, and she had detected art in his face. He was a sauvage distingué, her favourite kind of man. By his accent she had arbitrarily ruled him French, or perhaps Belgian. She was not an expert. She took her holidays in Florida. All she knew was, when he spoke French, she could understand him. But when she spoke back at him, he looked as insecure as all Frenchmen when they heard what Madame la Tulipe was convinced was the true, the uncorrupted version of their tongue. Nevertheless, on the strength of these impulsive observations, Madame la Tulipe made a pardonable error. She placed Jonathan not on one of the floors convenient for receiving lady guests, but in her grenier, in one of 4 pretty attic rooms, which she liked to hold in reserve for her fellow bohemians. And she gave no thought to the fact, but then why should she, that her daughter Yvonne had made her temporary refuge 2 doors down. For 4 days Jonathan remained in the hotel without attracting more than his share of Madame la Tulipe's consuming interest in her male guests. "But you have deserted your group," she cried at him in mock alarm, when he appeared next morning late and alone for breakfast. "You are not a surveyor any more. You have resigned. You wish to become a poet, perhaps. In Espérance we write many poems." Seeing him return in the evening, she asked him whether he had composed an elegy today, or painted a masterpiece. She suggested he take dinner, but he again declined. "You have eaten somewhere else, monsieur?" she demanded in mock accusation. He smiled and shook his head. "Tant pis d'abord," she said, which was her habitual reply to almost everything. Otherwise he was room 306 to her. No trouble. It was not until Thursday, when he asked her for a job, that she subjected him to closer scrutiny. "What kind of job, mon gars?" she inquired. "You wish to sing for us in the disco, perhaps? You play the violin?" But she was already on the alert. She caught his glance, and renewed her impression of a man separate from the many. Perhaps too separate. She examined his shirt, and decided it was the one he had been wearing when he arrived. Another prospector has gambled his last dollar, she thought. At least we haven't been paying for his meals. "Any job," he replied. "But there are many jobs in Espérance, Jacques," Madame la Tulipe objected. "I've tried them," said Jonathan, looking back on 3 days of Gallic shrugs or worse. "I tried the restaurants, the hotels, the boatyard, and the lake marinas. I tried 4 mines, 2 logging companies, the cement works, 2 gas stations, and the paper mill. They didn't like me either." "But why not? You are very beautiful, very sensitive. Why do they not like you, Jacques?" "They want papers. My social insurance number, proof of Canadian citizenship, proof I'm a landed immigrant." "And you don't have these? None? You are too aesthetic?" "My passport's with the immigration authorities in Ottawa. It's being processed. They wouldn't believe me. I'm Swiss," he added, as if that explained their incredulity. But by then Madame la Tulipe had pushed the button for her husband. André la Tulipe had not been born la Tulipe, but Kwiatkowski. It was only when his wife inherited the hotel from her father that he had consented to change his name to hers for the sake of perpetuating a branch of the Espérance nobility. He was a first-generation immigrant with a cherub's face and a broad blank forehead, and a mane of premature white hair. He was small and stocky, and as fidgety as men become at 50, when they have worked themselves nearly to death and start to wonder why. As a child, André Kwiatkowski had been hidden in cellars and smuggled over snowy mountain passes at dead of night. He had been held and questioned and released. He knew what it was to stand in front of uniforms and pray. He glanced at Jonathan's room bill and was impressed, as his wife had been, that it comprised no extra charges. A swindler would have used the telephone, signed tabs at the bar and in the restaurant. A swindler would have done a midnight flit. The La Tulipes had had a few swindlers in their day, and that was what they did. The bill still in his hand, La Tulipe looked Jonathan slowly up and down, much as his wife had done before him, but with insight. At his wanderer's brown boots, scuffed but mysteriously clean. At his hands, small and workmanlike, held respectfully to his sides. At his trim stance and harrowed features, and the spark of desperation in the eyes. And Monsieur La Tulipe was moved to kinship by the sight of a man fighting for a toehold in a better world. "What can you do?" he asked.
"Cook," said Jonathan. He had joined the family. And Yvonne. She knew him immediately. Yes, it was as if through the agency of her appalling mother, signals that might have taken months to exchange were transmitted and received in a second. "This is Jacques, our very latest secret," said Madame la Tulipe, not bothering to knock, but flinging open an attic bedroom door not 10 yards along the passage from his own. "And you are Yvonne," he thought, with a mysterious shedding of shame. A desk stood at the centre of the floor. A wooden reading lamp lit one side of her face. She was typing, and when she knew it was her mother, she continued typing to the end, so that Jonathan had to endure the tension of looking at a mop of her untidy fair hair, until she chose to lift her head. A single bed was shoved along the wall. Stacked baskets of laundered bedsheets took up the remaining space. There was order, but there were no keepsakes and no photographs. Just a sponge bag by the hand basin, and on the bed a lion with a zipper down its tummy for her nightdress. For a sickening moment it reminded Jonathan of Sophie's slaughtered Pekingese. "I killed the dog too," he thought. "Yvonne is our family genius, n'est-ce pas, ma chère? She has studied art, she has studied philosophy, she has read every book that was ever printed in the world, n'est-ce pas, ma chérie? Now she is pretending to be our housekeeper. She is living like a nun, and in 2 months she will be married to Thomas." "And she types," said Jonathan. God alone knew why. A letter slowly disgorged itself from the printer. Yvonne was looking at him, and he saw the left side of her face in naked detail, the straight, untamed eye, her father's Slavic brow and uncompromising jaw, the silk-fine hairs on the cheekbone, and the side of her strong neck as it descended into her shirt. She was wearing her keychain like a necklace, and as she straightened herself the keys settled with a clink between her breasts. She stood up, tall, and at first glance mannish. They shook hands. It was her idea. He felt no hesitation. Why should he? Beauregard? Due to Espérance and life? Her palm was firm and dry. She was wearing jeans, and again it was her left side that he noticed by the light of the desk lamp, the tight denim creases that stretched from the crotch across her left thigh. After that, it was the formal precision of her touch. "You're a retired wildcat," he decided, as she calmly returned his glance. "You took early lovers. You rode pillion on Harley-Davidsons while you were high on pot or worse. Now, at 20-something, you've reached a plateau, known otherwise as compromise. You're too sophisticated for the provinces, but too provincial for the city. You're engaged to marry someone boring, and you're struggling to make him more. You were Jed, but on a downward slope. You were Jed with Sophie's gravitas." She dressed him, with her mother looking on. The staff uniforms were hung in a walk-in airing cupboard on the half-landing, one flight down. Yvonne led the way, and by the time she opened the cupboard door, he knew that for all her outdoor manners, she had a woman's walk. Neither the swagger of a tomboy, nor the watch-me role of a teenager, but the straight-hipped authority of a grown and sexual woman. For the kitchen, Jacques wears white and only white, and laundered every day, Yvonne. Never the same clothes from one day to the next, Jacques. It is a rule of my house, as everybody knows. At the Babette one is passionately conscious of hygiene. Tant pis d'abord. While her mother chattered, Yvonne held first the white jacket against him, then the elastic-topped white trousers. Then she ordered him to go into room 34 and try them on. Her brusqueness, perhaps for the benefit of her mother, had an edge of sarcasm.
When he came back, her mother insisted that the sleeves were long, which they were not. But Yvonne shrugged and took them up with pins, her hands brushing indifferently against Jonathan's, and the warmth of her body mingling with his own. "You are comfortable?" she asked him, as if she didn't care a damn. "Jacques is always comfortable. He has inner resources, n'est-ce pas, Jacques?" Madame la Tulipe wished to know about his extramural preferences. Did Jacques like to dance? Jonathan replied that he was prepared for anything, but not perhaps quite yet. Did he sing, play an instrument, act, paint? All these pastimes and more were available in Espérance, Madame la Tulipe assured him. Perhaps he would like to meet some girls. It would be normal, said Madame la Tulipe. Many Canadian girls would be interested to hear of life in Switzerland. Courteously prevaricating, Jonathan heard himself say something mad in his excitement. Well, I wouldn't get far in these, would I? He exclaimed, so loudly that he nearly broke out laughing, while he continued to hold out his white sleeves to Yvonne. The police would pick me up at the first crossroads looking like this, wouldn't they? Madame la Tulipe let out the peal of wild laughter that is the signature tune of humourless people. But Yvonne was studying Jonathan with a bold curiosity, eyes on eyes. Was it tactic, or was it my infernal calculation, Jonathan wondered afterwards? Or was it suicidal indiscretion that in the first few moments of our meeting I told her I was on the run? The success of their new employee quickly delighted the elder La Tulipes. They warmed to him with each new skill that he revealed. In return, Jonathan, the more than good soldier, gave them his every waking hour. There had been a time in his life when he would have sold his soul to escape the kitchens for the elegance of a manager's black jacket. No longer. Breakfast began at 6 for the men coming back from night shift. Jonathan was waiting for them. An order of 12-ounce sirloin steak, 2 eggs and frites was nothing out of the way. Spurning the sacks of frozen chips and ill-smelling catering oil favoured by his patroness, he used fresh potatoes which he peeled and parboiled, then fried in a blend of sunflower and groundnut oils. Only the best quality would do. He got a stock pot going, installed a herb chest, made casseroles, pot roasts and dumplings. He found an abandoned set of steel knives and sharpened them to perfection. No one else must touch them. He revived the old range that Madame la Tulipe had variously ruled insanitary, dangerous, ugly, or too priceless to be used. When he added salt, he did it in the true chef's way, hand raised high above his head, raining it down from a height. His Bible was a tattered copy of his beloved Le Répertoire de la Cuisine, which to his delight he had stumbled upon in a local junk shop. All this Madame la Tulipe observed in him at first with an adoring, not to say obsessive admiration. She ordered new uniforms for him, new hats, and for 2 pins she would have ordered him canary waistcoats, lacquered boots, and cross garters. She bought him costly pots and double boilers, which he did his best to use. And when she discovered that he employed a common labourer's blowtorch to glaze the sugar surface of his crème brûlée, she was so impressed by the blending of the artistic with the mundane that she insisted on marching her bohemian ladies into the kitchen for a demonstration. "He is so refined, our Jacques. Tu ne crois pas, Mimi, ma chère? He is reserved, he is handsome, he is skillful, and when he wishes, he is extremely dominating. There, we old ladies may say such things. When we see a fine man, we do not have to blush like little girls. Tant pis d'abord, Hélène." But the same reticence which she so admired in Jonathan also drove her to distraction. If she did not own him, who did? At first she decided he was writing a novel. But a reconnaissance of the papers on his desk yielded nothing but draft letters of complaint to the Swiss embassy in Ottawa, which the close observer, anticipating her interest, had composed for her discovery. "You are in love, Jacques." "Not that I am aware, madame." "You are unhappy. You are lonely." "I am blissfully content." "But to be content is not enough. You must abandon yourself. You must risk everything every day. You must be ecstatic." Jonathan said his ecstasy was his work. When lunch was over, Jonathan could have taken the afternoon off, but more often he went down to the basement to help hump crates of empties into the yard, while Monsieur Latulipe checked the takings. For God help the waiter or bar girl who smuggled in a private bottle to sell at disco prices. 3 evenings a week, Jonathan cooked family dinner. They ate it early round the kitchen table, while Madame Latulipe made intellectual conversation. "You are from Basel, Jacques?" "Not far from Basel, madame." "From Geneva?" "Yes, nearer to Geneva." "Geneva is the capital of Switzerland, Yvonne." Yvonne did not raise her head. "You are happy today, Yvonne. You have spoken to Thomas. You must speak to him every day. When one is engaged to be married, it is normal." And at around 11, when the disco hotted up, Jonathan was once more there to lend a hand. The shows before 11 were mere displays of nudity, but after 11 the acts became more animated, and the girls gave up putting on their clothes between turns, except for a tinselly apron for their cash, and maybe a gown they didn't bother to fasten. When they opened their legs for you for an extra $5, a personal service performed at your table, on a stool which the house provided for the purpose, the effect was of a furry burrow belonging to some artificially illuminated night animal. "You like our floor show, Jacques? You find it cultural? It stimulates you a little, even you." "It's very effective, madame." "I am glad. We should not deny our feelings." Fights were seldom, and had the sporadic quality of skirmishes between puppies. Only the worst of them ended in expulsion. A chair would shriek, a girl would skip back, there was the smack of a fist or the strict silence of 2 men wrestling. Then, out of nowhere, André Latulipe was between them like a little Atlas, holding them apart until the company settled again. The first time this happened, Jonathan left him to handle matters in his own way. But when an oversized drunk shaped to take a swing at Latulipe, Jonathan locked the man's spare arm behind him and led him to the fresh air. "Where did you learn that stuff?" Latulipe asked, as they were clearing bottles. "In the army." "The Swiss have an army?" "It's obligatory for everyone." One Sunday night the old Catholic curé came, wearing a soiled dog collar and a patched frock. The girls stopped dancing, and Yvonne ate lemon pie with him, which the curé insisted on paying for out of a trapper's purse bound with a thong. Jonathan watched them from the shadows. Another night a mountain of a man appeared with cropped white hair and a cuddly corduroy jacket with leather elbows. A jolly wife in a fur coat waddled at his side. Latulipe's 2 Ukrainian waiters gave him a table by the floor. He ordered champagne and 2 plates of smoked salmon, and watched the show with fatherly indulgence. But when Latulipe looked round for Jonathan to warn him that the superintendent would not expect a bill, Jonathan had vanished. "You got something against police?" "Until my passport comes back, yes." "How come you knew he was police?" Jonathan smiled disarmingly, but offered no reply that Latulipe could afterwards remember. "We should warn him," Madame Latulipe said for the 50th time as she lay sleeplessly in bed. "She is provoking him deliberately. She is up to her old tricks. But they never speak, they never look at each other, her husband protested, putting down his book. And you don't know why? Two criminals like them? She's engaged to Thomas, and she will marry Thomas, said Latulipe. Since when was no crime a crime? He added gamely. You are speaking like a barbarian as usual. A barbarian is a person without intuition. Have you told him he mustn't sleep with the disco girls? He shows no disposition to. There you are, then. Perhaps it would be better if he did. He's an athlete, for Christ's sake, Latulipe burst out, his Slav temper getting the better of him. He has other outlets. He goes running. He treks in the bush. He sails. He hires motorbikes. He cooks. He works. He sleeps. Not every man is a sex maniac. Then he is a tapette, Madame Latulipe announced. I knew it the moment I saw him. Yvonne is wasting her time. It will teach her a lesson. He's not a tapette. Ask the Ukrainian boys. He is entirely normal. Have you seen his passport yet? His passport has nothing to do with whether he is a tapette. It has gone back to the Swiss embassy. It has to be renewed before Ottawa will stamp it. He's being tossed back and forth between bureaucracies. Back and forth between bureaucracies. Such words always. Who does he think he is, Victor Hugo? A Swiss doesn't talk that way. I don't know how Swiss talk. Ask Sissi then. Sissi says Swiss are crude. She was married to one, she knows. Beauregard is French, I am certain of it. He cooks like a Frenchman. He speaks like a Frenchman. He is arrogant like a Frenchman. He is cunning like a Frenchman, and decadent like a Frenchman. Of course he is French. He is French, and he is a liar. Breathing heavily, she stared past her husband at the ceiling, which was sprinkled with paper stars that glittered in the dark. His mother was German, said Latulipe, attempting a calmer tone. What? Nonsense. Germans are blonde. Who told you? He did. Some German engineers were in the disco last night. Beauregard spoke German with them like a Nazi. I asked him. He speaks English, too. You must talk to the authorities. Beauregard must be regularized, or he must go. Is it my hotel or his? He is illegal, I am sure of it. He is too conspicuous. C'est bien sûr. Turning her back to her husband, she switched on her radio, then contemplated her paper stars in fury. Jonathan collected Yvonne on his Harley-Davidson from the Mange Quick on the high road north, 10 days after Yvonne had dressed him in his whites. They had met in their attic corridor by seeming accident, each having heard the other first. He said it was his day off tomorrow. She asked what he would do with it. Hire a motorbike, he replied. Maybe I'll take in a few lakes. My father keeps a boat at his cottage, she said, as if her mother did not exist. Next day she was waiting as arranged, pale but resolute. The scenery was slow and majestic, with rolling blue forest and a drained sky. But as they pressed north, the day darkened, and an east wind turned to drizzle. It was raining by the time they reached the cottage. They undressed each other, and a lifetime passed for Jonathan, in which for a long while there was no appeasement and no release, as he made up for months of abstinence. She fought him without taking her eyes from him, except to offer him a different attitude, a different woman. Wait, she whispered. Her body sighed and fell again, then rose. Her face stretched and became ugly, but did not burst. A cry of surrender escaped her, but from so far off it could have come from the drenched forest that surrounded them, or the depths of the grey lake. She mounted him, and they began the climb again, peak to peak until they drowned together. He lay intently beside her, watching her breathing, resenting her repose. He tried to work out whom he was betraying, Sophie, or just myself as usual. We're betraying Thomas. She rolled onto her side, turning her back to him. Her beauty added to his loneliness. He began caressing her. He's a good man, Yvonne said, into anthropology and Indian rights. His father's a lawyer working with the Cree. He wants to follow in his footsteps. She had found a bottle of wine and brought it back to bed. Her head was resting on his chest. I'm sure I'd like him very much, Jonathan said politely, picturing an earnest dreamer in a Fair Isle pullover, penning love letters on recycled paper. You're a lie, she said, distractedly kissing him. You're some kind of lie. You're all truth, but you're a lie. I don't understand you. I'm on the run, he said. I had a problem in England. She clambered up his body and put her head beside his. Want to talk about it? I've got to get hold of a passport, he said. That stuff about being Swiss is junk. I'm British. You're what? She was excited. She picked up his glass and drank from it, watching him over the brim. Maybe we can steal one, she said. Change the picture. A friend of mine did that. Maybe we can, he agreed. She was fondling him, eyes alight. I've tried everything I could think of, he told her. Explored guest bedrooms, looked in parked cars. No one carries a passport round here. Been down to the post office, got the forms, studied the formalities. Visited the town graveyard looking for dead men of my own age. Thought I might apply on their behalf. But you never know what's safe these days. Maybe the dead are already in some computer. What's your real name? She whispered. Who are you? Who are you? A moment's wonderful peace descended over him as he made her the ultimate gift. Pine. Jonathan Pine. All day they lived naked, and when the rain cleared they took the boat out to an island in the centre of the lake and swam naked from the shingle beach. He's turning in his thesis in 5 weeks, she said. And then? Marriage to Yvonne. And then? Working with the Indians in the bush. She told him where. They swam a distance. Both of you? He asked. Sure. How long for? Couple of years, see how it goes. We're going to have babies, about 6. Will you be faithful to him? Sure, sometimes. Who's up there? Cree, mainly. He likes Cree best, speaks it pretty well. What about a honeymoon? He asked. Thomas? His idea of a honeymoon is McDonald's and hockey practice at the arena. Does he travel? Northwest Territories, Keewatin, Yellowknife, Great Slave Lake, Norman Wells. Goes all over. No, I meant abroad. She shook her head. Not Thomas. He says it's all in Canada. What is? Everything we need in life. It's all here. Why go further? He says people travel too much. He's right. So he doesn't need a passport, Jonathan said. Fuck you, she said. Get me back to shore. But by the time they had cooked supper and made love again, she was listening to him. Every day or night they made love. In the small hours of morning when he came up from the disco, Yvonne would lie awake, waiting for his brushing signal against her door. He would tiptoe to her, and she would draw him down on her, her last long drink before the desert. Their love-making was almost motionless. The attic was a drum, and every movement clattered through the house. When she started to call out in pleasure, he laid his hand over her mouth, and she bit it, leaving teeth marks in the flesh around his thumb. "If your mother discovers us, she'll throw me out," he said. "Who cares?" she whispered, gathering herself more tightly round him. "I'll go with you." She seemed to have forgotten everything she had told him about her future plans. "I need more time," he insisted. "For the passport?" "For you," he replied, smiling in the darkness. She hated his leaving, yet dared not keep him with her. Madame la Tulipe had taken to looking in on her at all odd hours. "You are asleep, cocotte? You are happy? Only 4 weeks to your wedding, mon petit chou. The bride must have her rest." Once, when her mother appeared, Jonathan was actually lying beside Yvonne in the darkness, but by a mercy, Madame la Tulipe did not switch on the light. They drove in Yvonne's baby-blue Pontiac to a motel in Tolerance, and thank God he made her leave their cabin ahead of him, because as she walked to her car, still smelling of him, she saw Mimi Leduc grinning at her from the next-door parking space. "Tu fais visite au show?" Mimi yelled, lowering her window. "Uh-huh. C'est super, n'est-ce pas? T'as vu le little black dress? Très low, très sexy." "Uh-huh. I bought it. Toi aussi faut l'acheter. Pour ton trousseau." They made love in an empty guest room while her mother was at the supermarket, and in the walk-in airing cupboard. She had acquired the recklessness of sexual obsession. The risk was a drug for her. Her whole day was spent contriving moments for them to be alone together. "When will you go to the priest?" he asked. "When I am ready," she replied, with something of Sophie's quirkish dignity. She decided to be ready next day. The old curé, Savigny, had never let Yvonne down. Since childhood she had brought him her cares, triumphs and confessions. When her father struck out at her, it was old Savigny who dabbed her black eye and talked her round. When her mother drove her to dementia, old Savigny would laugh and say, "She's just a silly woman sometimes." When Yvonne started going to bed with boys, he never told her to slow down. And when she lost her faith, he was sad. But she went on visiting him each Sunday evening after the Mass she no longer attended, armed with whatever she had filched from the hotel, a bottle of wine, or, like this evening, Scotch. "Bon, Yvonne. Sit down. My God, you are glistening like an apple. Dear heaven, what have you brought me? It's for me to bring presents to the bride." He drank to her, leaning back in his chair, staring into the infinite with his leaky old eyes. "In Espérance, we were obliged to love each other," he declared, from somewhere in the middle of his homily to intending couples. "I know. It is only yesterday that everyone was a stranger here. Everyone missed his family, his country. Everyone was a little afraid of the bush and the Indians. I know. So we drew together, and we loved each other. It was natural. It was necessary. And we dedicated our community to God, and our love to God. We became His children in the wilderness." "I know," said Yvonne again, wishing she had never come. "And today we are good townspeople. Espérance has grown up. It's good, it's beautiful, it's Christian. but it's dull. How's Thomas? Thomas is great, she said, reaching for her handbag. But when will you bring him to me? If it is because of your mother that you do not let him come to Espérance, then it is time to submit him to the test of fire. They laughed together. Sometimes old Savigny had these flashes of insight, and she loved him for them. He must be some boy to catch a girl like you. Is he eager? Does he love you to distraction? Write to you 3 times a day? Thomas is kind of forgetful. They laughed again while the old curé kept repeating forgetful and shaking his head. She unclipped her handbag and drew out 2 photographs in a cellophane envelope and handed one to him. Then handed him his old steel-framed spectacles from the table. Then she waited while he got the photograph into focus. This is Thomas. My God, he's a pretty boy, then. Why did you never tell me? Forgetful. This man, he's a force. Your mother would kneel at the feet of such a man. Still admiring Jonathan's photograph at arm's length, he tilted it to catch the light from the window. I'm dragging him off for a surprise honeymoon, she said. He hasn't got a passport. I'm going to press one into his hand in the vestry. The old man was already fumbling in his cardigan for a pen. She held one ready. She turned the photographs face down for him, and watched him while he signed them one by one, at child's speed, in his capacity as a minister of religion, licensed by the laws of Quebec to perform marriages. From her handbag she drew the blue passport application form, Formule A pour les personnes de 16 ans et plus, and indicated for him the place where he must sign again, as a witness personally acquainted with the applicant. But how long have I known him? I've never set eyes on the rascal. Just put forever, said Yvonne, and watched him write down, La vie entière. Tom, she cabled triumphantly that night. Church needs sight of your birth certificate. Send express to Babette. Keep loving me, Yvonne. When Jonathan brushed against her door, she pretended to be asleep and didn't stir. But when he stood at her bedside, she sat up and seized him more hungrily than ever. I did it, she kept whispering to him. I got it. It's going to work. End of Side 5. Side 6. It was soon after this episode, and at much the same early evening hour, that Madame Latulipe paid her call by appointment on the oversized superintendent of police at his splendid offices. She was wearing a mauve dress, perhaps for half-mourning. "Angelique," said the superintendent, drawing up a chair. "My dear, for you always." Like the curé, the superintendent was an old trail man. Signed photographs on the walls portrayed him in his prime, now in furs handling a dog sled, now as lone hero in the bush, pursuing his man on horseback. But these mementos did the superintendent little service. White chins now hid the once manly profile. A glossy paunch sat like a brown football over the leather belt of his uniform. "One of your girls got herself into a spot of trouble again?" the superintendent asked, with a knowing smile. "Thank you, Louis. Not so far as I know." "Somebody been putting his hand in the till?" "No, Louis. Our accounts are quite in order, thank you." The superintendent recognized the tone and erected his defenses. "I'm glad to hear that, Angelique. There's a lot of it about these days. Not like it used to be at all. Un petit drink?" "Thank you, Louis. This is not a social visit. I wish you to make inquiries about a young man whom Andre has employed in the hotel.
What's he done?
It is more a question of what Andre has done. He has employed a man with no papers. He has been naive.
Andre is a kindly fellow, Angelique. One of the best.
Perhaps too kindly. The man has been with us already 10 weeks, and his papers have not arrived. He has placed us in an illegal situation.
We are not Ottawa up here, Angelique. You know that.
He says he is Swiss.
Well, perhaps he is. Switzerland's a fine country.
First he tells Andre that his passport is with the immigration authorities. Then he tells him it is with the Swiss embassy for renewal. Now it is back with another authority. Where is it?
Well, I haven't got it, Angelique. You know Ottawa. These ferries take 3 months to wipe their asses, said the superintendent, imprudently grinning at the felicity of the phrase.
Madame Latulipe coloured, not with a becoming blush, but with a sallow, patchy fury that made the superintendent nervous. He is not Swiss, she said.
How do you know that now, Angelique?
Because I telephoned the Swiss embassy. I said I was his mother.
And?
I said I was furious at the delay. My son was not permitted to work. He was acquiring debts. He was depressed. If they cannot send his passport, they must send a letter of confirmation that everything is in order.
I'm sure you did it well, Angelique. You're a great actress. We all know that.
They have no trace of him. They have no Jacques Beauregard, who is Swiss and living in Canada. It is all a fiction. He is a seducer.
He's a what?
He has seduced my daughter Yvonne. She's infatuated by him. He is a refined impostor, and his plan is to steal my daughter. Steal the hotel, steal our peace of mind, our contentment, our... She had a whole list of things that Jonathan was stealing. She had compiled it as she lay awake at night, and added to it with each new sign of her daughter's obsession with the thief. The only crime she had omitted to mention was the theft of her own heart. Chapter 10. The airstrip was a green ribbon stretched across the brown Louisiana swamp. Cows grazed at the edge of it, white egrets perched on the cows' backs, and from the air they looked like dabs of snow. At the far end of the ribbon stood a busted tin shed, which had once been a hangar. A red mud track ran to it from the highway, but Strelski didn't seem sure it was the place, or perhaps he wasn't happy with it. He banked the Cessna and let it slide. Then he made a low diagonal pass over the swamp. From his seat in the rear, Burr saw an old fuel pump beside the shed, and a barbed wire gate behind it. The gate was shut. He saw no sign of life until he noticed fresh tire tracks in the grass. Strelski read them at the same moment, and seemed to like them, for he opened the throttle, held the turn, and came back from the west. He must have said something to Flynn over the intercom, for Flynn lifted his liver-spotted palms from the submachine gun on his lap and made an uncharacteristically Latin shrug. It was an hour since they had taken off from Baton Rouge. With an old man's grunt, the Cessna touched down and bumped along the causeway. The cows did not lift their heads. Neither did the egrets. Strelski and Flynn sprang onto the grass. The causeway was a land bar between steaming mud flats which trembled to the sound of sucking teeth. Fat beetles trundled in and out of the steam. Flynn led the way towards the shed, the machine gun cradled across his chest as he observed to left and right. Strelski followed with a briefcase and a drawn automatic. After them came Burr with nothing but a prayer, for he had little training in guns and hated them. "Pat Flynn here has done northern Burma," Strelsky had said. "Pat Flynn here has done Salvador. Pat is this unlikely Christian." Strelsky liked to speak of Flynn with awe. Burr studied the tire tracks at his feet. Car or plane? He guessed there was a way of telling, and was ashamed he didn't know it. "We've told Michael you're a big Brit," Strelsky had said, "like Winston Churchill's aunt." "Bigger," said Flynn. "It's Father Lucan and it's Brother Michael," Strelsky tells Burr the night before, as they sit on the deck of the beach house in Fort Lauderdale. "Pat Flynn here calls the shots. You want to ask Michael something? Mostly it pays to have Pat here do it. The guy's a sleazebag and a screwball. Right, Pat?" Flynn pulls a huge hand across his mouth to hide his gappy smile. "Michael's beautiful," he declares. "And pious," says Strelsky. "Michael is very, very holy. Right, Pat?" "A true believer, Joe," Flynn confirms. Then, amid much giggling, Strelsky and Flynn divulged to Burr the story of Brother Michael's coming to Jesus, and to the high calling of Super Snitch. A story, Strelsky insists, that would never have had its beginning had not Agent Flynn here chanced to be up in Boston one weekend in Lent, taking a spiritual retreat from his wife, and curing his soul with the aid of a case of Bushmills single malt Irish whiskey, and a couple of like-minded abstainers from the seminary. "That right, Pat?" Strelsky demands, anxious perhaps lest Flynn may fall asleep. "Dead on, Joe," Flynn agrees, sipping his whiskey, and taking a huge mouthful of pizza as he benignly follows the full moon's ascent over the Atlantic. "And Pat here and his reverend brethren have hardly done justice to their first bottle of malt, Leonard," Strelsky continues, "when in rolls the Father Abbot himself to inquire whether Special Agent Patrick Flynn of U.S. Customs would have the holiness to grant him a moment of counsel in the seclusion of his private office. And when Agent Flynn graciously consents to this proposal, there in the Father Abbot's office," says Strelsky, "sits this string-bean Texan kid with ears like ping-pong bats, who turns out to be Father Lucan from something called the Blood of the Virgin Hermitage in New Orleans, which, for reasons known only to the Pope, is under the protection of Father Abbot in Boston. And this Lucan," Strelsky continues, "this kid with the ping-pong bat ears and the acne, is into recovering lost souls for the Blessed Virgin through personal sanctification and the example of her apostles. In the course of which uphill struggle," says Strelsky, while Flynn giggles and nods his red face and yanks his forelock like a fool, "Lucan has been hearing the confession of a rich penitent whose daughter has recently killed herself in a particularly disgusting fashion on account of her father's criminal lifestyle and debauchery. And this same penitent," says Strelsky, "in the extreme of his remorse, has confessed his soul so drastically to Lucan that the poor kid has taken his ass full speed to his Father Abbot in Boston for spiritual guidance and smelling salts. His penitent being the biggest fucking crook Lucan or anybody else has stumbled on in their entire lives. Penitence, Leonard, in a doper, that's like a very short feast." Strelsky has turned philosophical. Flynn is quietly smiling at the moon. "Remorse, I would say that was unknown. By the time Patrick got to him, Michael was already regretting his brief lapse into decency, and pleading the first and the fifth and his sick grandmother. Also, whatever he said was off the record on account of his dementia and grief. But Pat here— More smiles from Flynn. Pat, with his religion, retrieved the situation. He gave Michael exactly two choices. Column A was 70 to 90 in a house of permanent correction. Column B, he could play ball with God's legions, earn himself an amnesty, and screw the front row of the Folie Bergère. Michael communed with his Maker for all of 20 seconds, consulted his ethical conscience, and found it in him to go for column B. Flynn was standing in the tin shed, beckoning Burr and Strelsky to come in. The shed stank of bat, and the heat sprang at them like heat out of an oven. There were bat droppings on the broken-down table and on the wood bench and on the collapsed plastic chairs around the table. Bats hugged each other like scared clowns in twos and threes, upside down from the iron girders. A smashed radio stood on one wall beside a generator, with a row of old bullet holes in it. Someone rubbished this place, Burr decided. Someone said, "If we're not going to use the place anymore, no one is." And they smashed everything that would smash. Flynn took a last look round outside, then closed the shed door. Burr wondered whether closing the door was a signal. Flynn had brought green mosquito coils. The printed writing on the paper bag said, "Save the globe. Go without a bag today." Flynn lit the coils. Spirals of green smoke began climbing into the tin roof, making the bats fidget. Spanish graffiti on the walls promised the destruction of the Yankee. Strelsky and Flynn sat on the bench. Burr balanced one buttock on a broken chair. Car, he decided. Those tracks were car tracks. 4 wheels going straight. Flynn laid his machine gun across his knees, crooked a forefinger round the trigger, and closed his eyes in order to listen to the chatter of the cicadas. The strip had been built for marijuana smugglers in the 60s, Strelsky had said, but it was too small for today's shipments. The dopers of today flew 747 transports with civil markings, hid their stuff in manifested cargo, and used airports with state-of-the-art facilities. And for the run home they stuffed their planes with mink coats for their hookers, and fragmentation grenades for their friends. Dopers were like anyone else in the transport business, he said. They hated to ride home without a load. Half an hour passed. Burr was feeling sick from the mosquito coils. Tropical sweat was springing out of his face like shower water, and his shirt was wringing wet. Strelsky passed him a plastic bottle of warm water. Burr drank some and mopped his brow with his soaked handkerchief. The snitch re-snitches, Burr was thinking, and we get blown apart. Strelsky uncrossed his legs to make his crotch comfortable. He was nursing his .45 automatic on his lap and wore a revolver in an aluminium ankle cup. "We told him you were a doctor," Strelsky had said. "I wanted to tell him you were a duke, but Pat here wouldn't have it." Flynn lit another mosquito coil. Then, as part of the same operation, leveled his machine gun at the door while he moved sideways in silent, high strides. Burr didn't see Strelsky move at all, but when he turned, he discovered him standing flat against the back wall, with his automatic pointed at the roof. Burr stayed where he was. A good passenger sits tight and keeps his mouth shut. The door opened, flooding the shed with red sunlight. The elongated head of a young man, ravaged by shaving spots, peered round it. "Ears like ping-pong bats," Burr confirmed. The scared eyes examined each of them in turn, resting longest on Burr. The head vanished, leaving the door ajar. They heard a muffled cry of "Where?" or "Here," and a conciliatory murmur in reply. The door was shoved wide, and the indignant figure of Dr. Paul Apostol, alias Apo, alias Appetites, alias Brother Michael, strutted into the shed, less a penitent than a very small general who has lost his horse. Burr's irritations were forgotten as the magic seized him in its spell. This is Apostol, he thought, who sits at the right hand of the cartels. This is Apostol, who brought us the first word of the roper's plan, who conspires with him, eats his salt, blows the walls out with him on his yacht, and sells him down the river in his spare time. "Meet the doctor from England," Flynn said solemnly, indicating Burr. "Doctor, how do you do, sir?" Apostol replied, in a tone of offended gravity. "A little class will make a pleasant change. I surely admire your great country. Many of my forebears are of British nobility." "I thought they were Greek crooks," said Strelsky, who on Apostol's appearance had immediately adopted the stance of smouldering hostility. "On my mother's side," said Apostol. "My mother was related to the Duke of Devonshire." "You don't say," said Strelsky. Apostol didn't hear him. He was speaking to Burr. "I am a man of principle, Doctor. I believe that as a Britisher you will appreciate that. I am also a child of Mary, privileged to enjoy the guidance of her legionaries. I am not judgmental. I give counsel according to the facts that are supplied to me. I make hypothetical recommendations based on my knowledge of the law. Then I leave the room." The heat, the stench, the clatter of the cicadas were forgotten. This was work. This was routine. This was any agent runner debriefing his Joe in any safe house in the world. Flynn in his plain cop's Irish brogue. Apostol with his courtroom lawyer's truculent precision. "He's lost weight," thought Burr, remembering the photographs, noting the sharpened jaw and sunken eyes. Strelsky had taken charge of the machine gun, and ostentatiously given Apostol his back, while he covered the open doorway and the airstrip. Lucan sat tensely at his penitent's side, head tilted, eyebrows raised. Lucan wore blue denims, but Apostol was dressed for the firing squad in a long-sleeved white shirt and black cotton trousers, and round his neck a gold chain with the figure of Mary holding out her arms. His waved black toupee, artfully awry, was too big for him. It occurred to Bert that he had picked up the wrong one by mistake. Flynn was doing the agent runner's housekeeping. "What is your cover for this meeting? Did anybody see you driving out of town? What time do you have to be back in circulation? When and where shall we meet next? What happened about Annette in the office, who you say was trailing you in her car?" Here Apostol glanced at Father Lucan, who remained staring into the middle distance. "I recall the matter you mention, and it is resolved," Apostol said. "How?" said Flynn. "The woman concerned conceived a romantic interest in me. I was urging her to join our praying army, and she mistook my purposes. She has apologized, and I have accepted her apology." But this was already too much for Father Lucan. "Michael, that is not an accurate rendering of the truth," he said severely, removing his long hand from the side of his face in order to speak. "Michael's been two-timing her, Patrick. First he screws Annette, then he screws her roommate. Annette gets suspicious, so she tries to check him out. What's new?" "Can I take the next question, please?" Apostol snapped. Flynn placed 2 pocket tape recorders on the table and set them going. "Are the Black Hawks still in, Michael?" Flynn inquired.
"Patrick, I did not hear that question," Apostol replied.
"Well, I did," Strelsky retorted. "Are the cartels still going for fucking combat helicopters? Yes or no, Jesus?"
Burr had seen people play good cop, bad cop before, but Strelsky's disgust seemed alarmingly genuine. "I make it my business not to be in the room when matters of that nature are discussed," Apostol replied. "To use Mr. Roper's felicitous expression, it is his art to fit the shoe to the foot. If Black Hawks are necessary to Mr. Roper's vision, they will be included." Strelsky scribbled something angry on a pad.
"Anybody got a date for finalizing this thing?" he demanded roughly. "Or do we tell Washington, wait another fucking year?"
Apostol gave a contemptuous laugh.
"Your friend must contain his patriotic ardor for instant gratification, Patrick," he said.
"Mr. Roper is emphatic that he will not be hurried, and my clients are in full agreement with him. What grows well grows slowly is an old and tested Spanish proverb. As Latin people, my clients have a very mature sense of time." He glanced at Burr. "A Marian is stoical," he explained. "Mary has many detractors. Their scorn sanctifies her humility." The to and fro resumed. Players and places, consignments ordered or delivered, money entering or leaving the Caribbean financial laundromat, the cartel's latest building project for downtown Miami. Finally, Flynn smiled at Burr in invitation.
"Well now, Doctor, would there be anything at all by way of an interest of your own that you might be wishing to pursue with Brother Michael here?"
"Well, yes, Patrick, thank you, there is," Burr said courteously.
"Being new to Brother Michael, and of course very greatly impressed by the quality of his assistance in this matter, I'd like to ask him first a couple of broad background questions, if I may. More of texture, shall we say, than content."
"Sir, you are most welcome," Apostol cut in hospitably, before Flynn could answer. "It is always a pleasure to match intellects with an English gentleman." "Start wide and come in slowly," Strelsky had advised. "Wrap it in your British cotton wool."
"Well, there's a riddle to me in all this, Patrick, speaking as Mr. Roper's fellow countryman," said Burr to Flynn. "What's Roper's secret? What's he got that all the others didn't have? The Israelis, French, Cubans. All of them offered to supply the cartels with more effective weaponry, and all of them except the Israelis came away without a deal. Now, how did Mr. Richard Onslow Roper succeed, where everybody else failed in persuading Brother Michael's clients to buy themselves a decent army?" To Burr's surprise, a glow of unlikely warmth lit Apostol's scrawny features. His voice acquired a lyrical tremor. "Doctor, your countryman, Mr. Roper, is no ordinary salesman. He is an enchanter, sir, a man of vision and daring, a piper of people. Mr. Roper is beautiful because he is beyond the norm." Strelsky muttered an obscenity under his breath, but there was no stopping Apostol's flow. "To pass time with Mr. Onslow Roper is a privilege, sir, a carnival. Many men, coming to my clients, despise them. They fawn, they bring gifts, they flatter, but they are not sincere. They are carpetbaggers looking for a quick buck. Mr. Roper addressed my clients as equals. He is a gentleman, but he is not a snob. Mr. Roper congratulated them on their wealth, on exploiting the asset that nature had given them, on their skill, their courage. The world is a jungle, he said. Not all creatures can survive. It is right that the weak should go to the wall. The only question is, who are the strong? Then he treated them to a film show, a very professional, very competently assembled film show. Not too long, not too technical, just right. And you stayed in the room, Burr thought, watching Apostol inflate with his story. On somebody's ranch or in somebody's apartment, surrounded by the hookers and the peasant boys with jeans and Uzis, lounging among the leopard-skin sofas and the mega-sized television sets and the solid gold cocktail shakers, with your clients, captivated by the aristocratic English charmer with his film show. He showed us the British special soldiers storming the Iranian embassy in London. He showed us American special forces on jungle training, the American Delta Force, and promotion film of some of the world's newest and smartest weaponry. Then he asked us again who the strong were, and what would happen if the Americans ever got tired of spraying herbicide on Bolivian crops and seizing 50 kilos in Detroit, and decided instead to come and drag my clients from their beds and fly them to Miami in chains, and subject them to the humiliation of a public trial under United States law in the manner of General Noriega. He asked whether it was right or natural that men of such wealth should be unprotected. You do not drive old cars. You do not wear old clothes. You do not make love with old women. Then why do you deny yourselves the protection of the newest weapons? You have brave boys here. Fine men, loyal, I see it in their faces. But I wouldn't think there's 5 in 100 of them would qualify for the fighting unit I'm proposing to put together for you. After that, Mr. Roper described his fine corporation to them, Iron Brand. He pointed to its respectability and diversity, its tanker fleet and transportation facilities, its noted trading record in minerals, timber, and agricultural machinery, its experience in informal transportation of certain materials, its relations with compliant officials in the major ports of the world, its familiarity with the creative use of offshore companies. Such a man could cause Mary's message to shine in the darkest pit. Apostol paused, but only to sip water from the glass that Father Lucan had poured him from a plastic bottle. Gone were the days of suitcases, packed with $100 bills, he went on, of swallowers with olive-oiled condoms in their bellies being hauled off to the X-ray room, of small planes running the interdiction gauntlet across the Gulf of Mexico. What Mr. Roper and his colleagues were offering them was trouble-free, door-to-door shipment of their product to the emerging markets of Central and Eastern Europe. "Dope!" Strelsky exploded, unable to endure any more of Apostol's circumlocutions. "Your client's product is dope, Michael. Roper is trading guns for refined, processed 999 fucking cocaine, calculated at airstrip fucking prices, mountains of the shit. He's gonna ship it to Europe and dump it there and poison kids and ruin lives and make mega millions, right?" Apostol remained aloof from this outburst. "Mr. Roper wished for no cash advances from my clients, Doctor. He would finance all of his side of the bargain out of his own resources. He did not hold out his hand. The trust he bestowed on them transcended the normal trust of man. If they cheated on the deal, he assured them, they could ruin his good name, bankrupt his corporation, and turn away his investors forever. Yet he had confidence in my clients. He knew them as good men. The greatest blessing, he said, The greatest guarantee of security from interference was to finance the entire enterprise a priori out of his own pocket until the day of reckoning. That was what he proposed to do. He placed his faith in their hands. Mr. Roper went further. He emphasized that he had no intention of competing with my client's customary European correspondence. He would enter and leave the chain entirely in accordance with my client's wishes. Once he had delivered the merchandise to whomever my clients chose to nominate as the recipient, he would regard his task as done. If my clients were reluctant to name such persons, Mr. Roper would be happy to arrange a blind handover. Pulling a large silk handkerchief from his pocket, Apostol wiped away the sweat that had formed below his toupee. Now, thought Burr in the hiatus, go. And was Major Corcoran present on this occasion, Michael? Burr asked innocently. Immediately a scowl of disapproval settled over Apostol's darting features. His voice became snappish and accusing. Major Corcoran, like Lord Langbourne, was very much in evidence. Major Corcoran was a valued guest. He operated the projector and performed the social honors. He spoke correctly to the ladies, fixed drinks, and made himself agreeable. When my clients half-humorously proposed that Major Corcoran remain behind as a hostage until the deal was completed, the idea was warmly received by the ladies. When general heads of agreement were drawn up by myself and Lord Langbourne, Major Corcoran made a droll speech and signed with much flourish on Mr. Roper's behalf. My clients relish a little foolery to lighten the daily burden. He took an indignant breath, and his little fist opened to reveal a rosary. Unfortunately, Doctor, on the insistence of Patrick and his rough-tongued friend here, I have been compelled to denigrate Major Corcoran in the eyes of my clients, to the point where their enthusiasm for him has waned. This is unchristian behavior, sir. It is bearing false witness, and I deplore it. So does Father Lucan. It's just so shitty, Lucan complained. I don't think it's even ethical, is it? Would you mind telling me, please, Michael, exactly what your clients have so far been told, to the detriment of Major Corcoran? Apostol's head was stuck out like an indignant chicken's. The strings in his neck were taut. Sir, I am not responsible for what my clients may have heard from other sources. As to what I have told them myself, I have told them precisely what my... He seemed suddenly to have no word for his handlers. I have advised my clients in my capacity as their lawyer of certain alleged facts in Major Corcoran's past, which, if true, invalidate his suitability as a nominee in the longer term. Such as? I have been obliged to advise them that he has an irregular lifestyle and uses alcohol and drugs to excess. To my shame, I also told them he was indiscreet, which does not in the least accord with my experience of the Major. Even in his cups he is the very soul of discretion. He tipped his head indignantly at Flynn. I was given to understand that the purpose of this distasteful maneuver was to clear away the surrogate figure of Major Corcoran, thereby moving Mr. Roper personally into the firing line. I am obliged to tell you that I do not share the optimism of these gentlemen in that regard, and even if I did share it, I would not consider these actions to be consistent with the ideals of a true legionary. If Major Corcoran is found unacceptable, Mr. Roper will merely procure for himself another signer. Is Mr. Roper, so far as you know, aware of your client's reservations about Major Corcoran? Asked Burr. Sir, I am neither Mr. Roper's keeper, nor the keeper of my clients. They do not inform me of their inner deliberations. I respect that. Burr put his hand into the recesses of his sweat-soaked jacket and dragged out a limp envelope, which he tore open, while Flynn, in his broadest Irish, explained its contents. "Michael, what the doctor has brought with him here is an exhaustive list of Major Cochrane's misdemeanors before his employment by Mr. Roper. Most of the incidents relate to acts of venery, but we also have a couple of cases of riotous behavior in public places, drunk driving, drug abuse, and going walkabout for days at a time, plus peculation of army funds. As the guardian of your client's interest, you are so worried by the rumors you've been hearing about the poor soul that you have taken it upon yourself to cause discreet inquiries to be made over in England, and this is what you've come up with." Apostol was already protesting. "Sir, I am a member in good standing of the Florida and Louisiana bars, and a former president of the Dade County Bar Association. Major Cochrane is not duplicitous. I will not be used to frame an innocent man." "Sit the fuck down," Strelsky told him. "And that's bullshit about the Bar Association." "He just makes things up," Lucan told Burr in despair. "He's incredible. Every time he says something, he indicates its opposite. Like, if he's given an example of the truth, it turns out to be a lie. I don't know how to get him out of it." Burr put in a quiet plea. "If we could just discuss the question of timing, Patrick," he suggested. They walked back to the Cessna. Flynn led again, his gun across his arms. "You think it worked?" Burr asked. "You really don't think he guessed?" "We're too stupid," said Strelsky. "Just dumb cops." "We're assholes," Flynn agreed, serenely. Chapter 11. The first blow seemed to hit Jonathan in his sleep. He heard the crunch of his jawbone and saw the black lights of a knockout, followed by a long flash of sheet lightning. He saw Latulipe's contorted face glaring at him, and Latulipe's right arm drawn back to hit him a second time. This seemed a silly thing for anyone to be doing, to use the right fist as if it were a hammer working at a nail, and leave oneself wide open to retaliation. He heard Latulipe's question, and realized he was hearing it for the second time. "Salo, who are you?" Then he saw the crates of empties he had helped the Ukrainians stack in the yard that afternoon, and heard the striptease music playing through the disco fire exit. He saw a crescent moon hanging over Latulipe's head like a crooked halo. He remembered that Latulipe had asked him to come outside a moment, and he supposed he should hit Latulipe back, or at least block the second blow. But indifference, or some sense of chivalry, stayed his hand, so that the second blow hit him pretty much where the first had, and he had a brief memory of being back at the orphanage and running into a fire hydrant in the dark. But either his head was numb by then, or it wasn't a real fire hydrant, because he didn't have half the effect of the first blow, except to open a cut at the corner of his mouth and send a flood of warm blood tracking down his chin. "Where's your Swiss passport? Are you Swiss or not? Talk to me! What are you? You fuck up my daughter's life, you lie to me, you drive my wife crazy, you eat at my table. Who are you? Why do you lie?" And this time, as Latulipe pulled back his fist, Jonathan kicked his feet out from under him and laid him on his back, careful at the same time to ease his fall, because there was no nice tuft of wind-blown grass from the Lanyon to cushion him. The yard was paved with good Canadian asphalt. But Latulipe was undeterred, and scrambling gamely to his feet, seized Jonathan's arm and frog-marched him into the dingy alley that ran along the back of the hotel, for years an informal urinal for the male population of the town. Latulipe's Cherokee Jeep was parked at the far end. Jonathan could hear its engine running as they shuffled towards it. "Get in," Latulipe ordered. Pulling open the passenger door, he made to force Jonathan into the seat, but lacked the skill. So Jonathan climbed in anyway, knowing that at any point in his ascent he could have felled Latulipe with his foot, could probably have killed him, in fact with a kick to the head, for Latulipe's wide Slav brow was at just the height for Jonathan to smash the temples. By the interior light of the Jeep, he saw his third world airbag lying on the back seat. "Put on your belt." "Now!" Latulipe shouted, as if a fastened seatbelt would ensure his prisoner's obedience. But Jonathan obeyed anyway. Latulipe started the engine. The last lights of Espérance disappeared behind them. They entered the blackness of the Canadian night, and drove for 20 minutes before Latulipe pulled out a packet of cigarettes and shoved it in Jonathan's direction. Jonathan took one and lit it from the dashboard lighter. Then he lit Latulipe's. The night sky through the windscreen was an immensity of rocking stars. "So," said Latulipe, trying to maintain his aggression. "I'm English," Jonathan said. "I quarreled with a man. He robbed me. I had to get out. I came here. It could have been anywhere. A car overtook them, but it wasn't a baby blue Pontiac." "Did you kill him?" "So they say." "How?" "Shot him in the face," he thought, "with a pump-action shotgun," he thought. "Betrayed him. Slit his dog from head to tail." "They say his neck was broken," he replied, in the same evasive tone as before, for he was overcome by an absurd reluctance to tell yet another lie. "Why couldn't you have left her alone?" Latulipe demanded in tragic exasperation. "Thomas is a good man. Her whole future waiting for her. Jesus Christ." "Where is she?" Latulipe seemed to know no answer except a fierce gulp. They were heading north. Now and then Jonathan caught sight of a pair of headlights in the rear-view mirror. They were chase car lights, the same each time he looked. "Her mother went to the police," said Latulipe. "When?" Jonathan asked. He supposed it should have been why. The chase car was closing on them. "Stay back," he thought. "She checked you out with the Swiss embassy. They never heard of you. Would you do it again?" "Do what?" "This man who robbed you. Break his neck." "He came at me with a knife." "They sent for me," Latulipe said, as if that were another insult. "The police wanted to know what kind of a guy you are. Do you push drugs, make a lot of phone calls out of town? Who do you know? They think you're Al Capone. They don't get a lot of action up here. They've got a photo from Ottawa who looks a bit like you. I told them, wait till morning when the guests are sleeping." They had reached an intersection. Latulipe drew off the road. He was speaking breathlessly like a messenger who had run his distance. "Men on the run here go north or south," he said. "Best go west to Ontario. Never come back, understand? You come back, I'll—" He took several breaths. "Maybe this time it will be me who does the killing." Jonathan took his bag and climbed into the dark. It was rain in the air and the smell of resin from the pines. The chase car passed them, and for a dangerous second Jonathan saw the rear license plate of her Pontiac. But Latulipe had his eyes on Jonathan. "Here's your pay," he said, shoving a bunch of dollar bills at him. She had driven back along the opposing roadway, then bumped across the center strip to make a U-turn.
They sat in her car with the light on. The brown envelope lay on her lap, unopened. The sender's name was printed in the corner. Bureau des Passeports, Ministère des Affaires Extérieures, Ottawa. Addressed to Thomas Lamont, Care Vivant La Tulipe, Le Chateau Babette. Thomas, who says it's all in Canada. "Why didn't you hit him back?" she asked. One side of her face was swollen, and the eye was closed. "That's what I do for a living," he thought. "I obliterate faces." He was just angry, he said. "You want me to take you somewhere, drive you, leave you somewhere? I'll just handle it from here." "You want me to do anything?" He shook his head. Then he shook it again until he knew she had seen. She handed him the envelope. "Which was better?" she asked harshly. "The fuck or the passport?" "They were both great." "Thanks." "Come on, I need to know which was better." He opened the door and climbed out, and saw by the courtesy light that she was smiling brightly. "You nearly had me fooled, know that? God damn it, nearly got my wires crossed. You're great for an afternoon, Jonathan. Anything longer, I'll take Thomas every time." "I'm glad I helped," he said. "So what was it for you?" she demanded, the smile still brilliantly in place. "Come on, level. Scale of 1 to 9. 5, 6, 0. I mean, Jesus, don't you keep a score?" "Thanks," he said again. He closed the car door, and by the glow of the sky saw her head fall forward, then lift again as she squared her shoulders and turned the ignition. With the engine running, she waited a moment, staring hard ahead of her. He couldn't move. He couldn't speak. She drove onto the highway, and for the first couple of 100 yards, she either forgot her headlights or didn't bother with them. She seemed to drive on compass in the darkness. "You killed this woman." "No, but I married her for her passport." A lorry pulled up, and he rode for 5 hours with a black man called Ed, who had problems with his mortgage and needed to talk them through. Somewhere between nowhere and nowhere, Jonathan called the number in Toronto and listened to the cheerful gossiping of the operators as they passed his commission across the forest wastes of eastern Canada. "My name's Jeremy. I'm a friend of Philip's," he said, which was what he had been saying each week from different payphones whenever he checked in. Sometimes he could hear the call being rerouted. Sometimes he wondered whether it went to Toronto at all. "Good morning, Jeremy, or is it evening? How's the world using you, old boy?" Till now, Jonathan had imagined someone enlivening. This time he seemed to be talking to another Ogilvy, false and overbred. "Tell him I've got my shadow, and I'm on my way." "Then allow me to offer you the congratulations of the house," said Ogilvy's familiar. That night he dreamed of the Lanyon and of the lapwings flocking on the cliff, rising in their hundreds with stately wing beats, then falling in a rolling, twisting dive, until an unseasonable easterly caught them off their guard. He saw 50 dead and more floating out to sea, and he dreamed he had invited them, then let them die while he went off to find the worst man in the world. "This is the way safe houses should be," thought Burr. "No more tin sheds full of bats in Louisiana swamps. Goodbye to bedsits in Bloomsbury, stinking of sour milk and the previous user's cigarettes. From now on we'll meet our Joes right here in Connecticut, in white weatherboard houses like this one, with 10 acres of woodland, and leather-lined dens crammed with books on the morality of being mountainously rich."
There was a basketball hoop and an electrified fence for keeping out deer, and an electric zapper that, now evening was upon them, noisily cremated the bugs it lured with its sickly purple glow. Burr had insisted on manning the barbecue, and had bought enough meat for several loyal regiments. He had removed his tie and jacket, and was basting 3 enormous steaks in a violent crimson sauce. Jonathan, in swimming shorts, lounged beside the pool. Rook, arrived from London the day before, sat in a deck chair smoking his pipe. "Will she talk?" Burr asked. No answer. "I said, will she talk?" "What about?" said Jonathan. "The passport. What do you think?" Jonathan plunged back into the water and swam a couple of lengths. Burr waited till he had climbed out, then put the question a third time. "Shouldn't think so," Jonathan said, vigorously toweling his head. "Why not?" Rook asked through his pipe smoke. "They usually do." "Why should she? She's got Thomas," Jonathan said. They had been putting up with his taciturnity all day. For most of the morning he had walked alone in the forest. When they went shopping he had sat in the car while Burr foraged in the supermarket, and Rook went to Family Breeches to buy a Stetson for his son. "Loosen your girdle, will you?" Burr said. "Give yourself a scotch or something. It's me, Burr. All I'm trying to do is measure risk." Jonathan topped up Burr's gin and tonic and poured one for himself. "How's London?" he asked. "The usual sewer," said Burr. Billows of smoke belched from the steaks. He turned them over and brushed on red sauce to dress the burn. "How about the old priest chap?" Rook called from the other side of the pool. "Going to get a bit of a shock, isn't he, when he sees whose photograph he hasn't signed?" "She says she'll take care of him," Jonathan replied. "Must be quite a girl," said Rook. "She was," said Jonathan, and flung himself into the water again, lunging up and down the pool like a man who could never get clean. They ate dinner to the unnerving beat of the Zappa's executions. The steak, Burr decided, was really not that bad. Maybe there was only so much you could do to ruin good meat. Now and then he cast a covert glance across the candlelight at Jonathan, who was chatting with Rook about riding motorbikes in Canada. "You're unlocking yourself," he decided with relief. "You're coming round. You just needed to talk to us for a while." They huddled in the den, Rook at his adventurous best. He had lit the wood stove, and on the table he had spread letters of reference in praise of one, Thomas Lamont, and a portfolio of brokers' illustrated prospectuses of private motor yachts. "This one's called Salamander," he said, while Jonathan peered over his shoulder, and Burr watched them from across the room. 130 feet. Owner's some Wall Street bandit. As of now, she's got no cook. This one's called Persephone, but nobody who's that rich knows how to pronounce her, so the new owner's about to rechristen her Lolita. She's 200 feet. Takes a crew of 10 plus 6 protection. 2 cooks and a majordomo. They're looking for a majordomo, and we think you're perfect for them." A photograph of an agile, smiling man in tennis gear. "This man's Billy Bourne, and he runs a charter and crewing agency in Newport, Rhode Island. Both the owners are clients of his. Tell him you cook and sail and give him your references. He won't check them out, and anyway the people who are supposed to have written them are on the other side of the earth. All Billy cares about is, can you do the job? Are you what he calls civilized? And have you got a police record? You can, and you are, and you haven't. That's to say, Thomas hasn't. His roper, Billy's client, too,
Jonathan asked, now out ahead of them. "Mind your own business," said Burr from his corner, and they all laughed. But beneath the jolly laughter lay a truth they were all aware of. The less Jonathan knew about Roper and his works, the less likely he was to betray himself. "Billy Bourne's your trump card, Jonathan," said Rook. "Look after him. As soon as you're paid, make sure you send him his commission. When you're on a new job, be sure to call Billy and tell him how it's going. Play straight by Billy, and he'll open any door you want. Everybody Billy loves Billy." "This is your last qualifying round," said Burr. "After this, it's the final." Next morning, when Jonathan had had his early swim and everyone was fresh and rested, Rook got out his magic box, the clandestine radio telephone with alternating frequencies. First they went into the woods and played hide-and-seek, taking it in turns to cache the box and find it. Then, between briefing sessions, Rook made Jonathan talk to London, back and forth until he was at home with the system. He showed him how to change the batteries, and how to recharge them, and how to steal power from the mains. And after the radio telephone, Rook produced his other prize exhibit, a sub-miniature camera got up as a Zippo lighter that was not just idiot-proof, he said, but actually took photographs. In all, they spent 3 days in Connecticut, which was longer than Burr had intended. "It's our last chance to talk this through," he kept telling Rook, as a way of excusing the delay. Talk what? Through to where? Deep down, as Burr afterwards admitted to himself, he was waiting for an obligatory scene. Yet, as so often with Jonathan, he had no idea how it should have unfolded. "The equestrienne's still riding high, if that's any consolation," he said, hoping to cheer Jonathan up. "Hasn't fallen out of her saddle yet." But the memory of Yvonne must have been hanging too heavy on him, for he barely managed to smile. "He had a ding-dong with that Sophie woman in Cairo. I bloody know he did," Burr told Rook as they flew home. Rook gave a disapproving frown. He did not hold with Burr's occasional flights of intuition, any more than he believed in blackening a dead woman's name. "Darling Katy is as mad as a wet hen," Harry Palfrey announced proudly, seated over a whisky in Goodhue's drawing-room in Kentish Town. He was grey-haired and ravaged and 50, with puffy drinker's lips and haunted eyes. He wore a lawyer's black waistcoat. He had come straight from his work across the river. "She's concording back from Washington, and Marjoram is on his way to Heathrow to meet her. It's a war party. Why doesn't Darker go himself? He likes cutouts. Even if they're his deputy like Marjoram, he can still say he wasn't there." Goodhue started to ask something else, but thought it better not to interrupt while Palfrey was unburdening himself. "Katy says the cousins are waking up to what they've got. They've decided that Strelsky lulled them into imbecility in Miami, and you and Burr aided and abetted him. She says she can stand on the banks of the Potomac and watch the smoke rising off Capitol Hill. She says everyone is talking new parameters and power vacuums in their own backyard. Filled or created, I can't quite fathom which. God, I do hate parameters," Goodhue remarked, buying himself time while he replenished Palfrey's whisky. "I've had formulaic this morning. It ruined my day. And my master escalates. Nothing rises for him, or increases, or grows, or advances, or progresses, or multiplies, or matures. It escalates." "Cheers," he said, sitting down again.
But as Goodhue spoke these words, a cold shudder passed over him, raising the hair down his spine, and causing him to sneeze several times in quick succession. "What do they want, Harry?" he asked. Palfrey screwed up his face as if he had soap in his eyes, and ducked his mouth to his glass. "Limpet," he said. Chapter 12. Mr. Richard Roper's motor yacht, the Iron Pasha, appeared off the eastern tip of Hunter's Island at 6 o'clock exactly, prow forward like an attack boat, cut against a cloudless evening sky, and growing perceptibly as she advanced towards Deep Bay over a flat sea. In case anybody doubted it was the Pasha, her crew had already called ahead by SATCOM to reserve the long mooring on the outer harbour, and the round table on the terrace for 16 at 8:30, and the front row for crab races afterwards. Even the menu was discussed. All the adults like seafood, chips and grilled chicken for the children, and the chief goes crazy if there isn't enough ice. It was between seasons, the time of year when you don't see too many big yachts cruising the Caribbean, other than the commercial cruise ships out of Nassau and Miami. But if any of those had tried to put in at Hunter's Island, they'd have received no warm welcome from Mama Lowe, who liked rich yachties and abominated the common herd. Jonathan had been waiting for the Pasha all week. Nevertheless, for a second or two after he sighted her, he fancied himself trapped, and amused himself with the idea of escaping inland to the only town, or hijacking Mama Lowe's old bumboat, High-Low, which was anchored with outboard fitted, not 20 yards from where he was staring out to sea at the Pasha's approach. Twin 2,000-horsepower diesels, he was rehearsing. Extended afterdeck for helicopter, oversized Vosper stabilizers, seaplane launcher on the stern. The Pasha is quite a lady. But foreknowledge did not ease his apprehension. Until this moment he had pictured himself advancing on Roper, and now Roper was advancing on him. First he felt faint, then hungry. Then he heard Mama Lowe yelling at him to get his white Canadian ass up here double quick, and he felt better. He trotted back along the wooden pier and up the sand track to the shack. His weeks at sea had seen an improvement in his appearance. An ocean-going looseness marked his stride. His eyes had gentled. His complexion had a healthy glow. As he climbed the rise, he met the western sun starting to swell before it set, forming a copper rim round its circumference. Two of Mama Lowe's sons were rolling the famed round tabletop up the stone path to the terrace. Their names were Wellington and Nelson, but to Mama Lowe they were Swats and Wet-Eye. Swats was 16 and wreathed in fat. He was supposed to be in Nassau studying, but wouldn't go. Wet-Eye was lean as a blade, smoked ganja and hated whites. The two had been working on the table for the last half hour, sniggering and achieving nothing. "Bahamas makes you stupid, man," Swats explained as Jonathan passed by. "You said it, Swats, I didn't." Wet-Eye watched him. No smile. Jonathan gave him a lazy salute like a wiping clean, and felt Wet-Eye's tight gaze follow him up the path. "If ever I wake up dead, it will be what Wet-Eye likes to call his cutlash that has slit my throat," he thought. Then he remembered that he didn't expect to be waking up too many more times on Hunter's Island, dead or otherwise. He took another mental reckoning of the Pasha's position. She had started to turn. She needed a lot of sea. "Mas Lamont, you lady white Canadian slob, you hear me? You're the laziest white slob a poor nigger ever had to hire, and that's God's truth. You not sick no more, Mas Lamont. I'm going to tell that Billy Bourne you're just plain fucking lazy." Mamma Lo sat on the veranda beside a tall and very beautiful black girl in plastic curlers, known only as Miss Amelia. He was drinking beer out of a can and yelling at the same time. He was 22 stone tall, as he liked to say of himself, 4 feet across and bald as a light bulb. Mamma Lo had told a vice president of the United States to go fuck himself. Mamma Lo had fathered children as far off as Trinidad and Tobago. Mamma Lo owned serious real estate in Florida. He wore a cluster of gold skulls round his huge neck, and in a minute when the sun set, he would don his church-going straw hat with paper roses, and Mama, done in mulberry needlework across the crown. "You go and cook them stuffed mussels of yours tonight, Master Lamont," he yelled as loudly as if Jonathan was still down at the water's edge. "Or you going to lie about a farting and a pulling at your little white fancy?" "Mussels you ordered, Mama, mussels you get," Jonathan replied cheerfully, as Miss Amelia with her long hands delicately patted the outlines of her hair. "So where you reckon and get them mussels from? You thought of that? The shit you have. You're just brim full of white man's bullshit." "Here bought a fine basket of mussels from Mr. Gums this morning, Mama, and 15 crawfish, special for the Pasha." "From Mr. Gums, the kinkajou, I did? Hell no, maybe I did so. Well, you go stuff 'em, hear me? 'Cause we got royalty coming. We got English lords and ladies coming. We got rich little white princes and princesses coming. And we're going to play fine nigger music to 'em. And we're going to give 'em a taste of genuine nigger living. Yes, boss." He took another pull of his can of beer. "Swatch, you gonna push that fucking table up them steps, or you gonna die of old age?" Which, plus or minus, was how Mamma Lo addressed his troops each evening, when a half-bottle of rum and the attentions of Miss Amelia had restored his humour after the trials of another day in paradise. Jonathan walked round to the washrooms behind the kitchen and changed into his whites, remembering Yvonne, which he did each time he put them on. Yvonne had temporarily supplanted Sophie as the object of his self-distaste. The bubble of nervousness in his stomach had a sexual urgency. His fingertips kept tingling as he chopped the bacon and the garlic. Charges of expectation like electric shocks ran across his back. The kitchen was spotless as a ship's galley and as trim, with stainless steel worktops and a Hobart steel dishwasher. Glancing through the barred window while he worked, Jonathan observed the Iron Pasha's advance in framed shots, her radar mast and SATCOM dome, then the Carlisle and Finch searchlights. He could make out the red ensign winking on her stern and the gold curtains in the stateroom windows. "Everyone you love is aboard," Burr had told him, in a call to the third public phone cabin on the left as you walk out to sea on Deep Bay Pier. Melanie Rose was singing along gospel music to the radio while she scrubbed sweet potatoes at the sink. Melanie Rose taught Bible school and had twin daughters by someone called Cecil, pronounced Cecil, who 3 months ago had taken a return ticket to Eleuthera and thus far had not used the second half. Cecil might come back one day, and Melanie Rose lived in the cheerful hope he would. Meanwhile, Jonathan had taken Cecil's place as second cook to Mamma Lo, and on Saturday nights Melanie Rose consoled herself with O'Toole, who was cleaning grouper at the fish table. Today was Friday, so they were starting to get friendly. "You going dancing tomorrow, Melanie Rose?" O'Toole inquired. "Ain't no point to dancing alone, O'Toole," said Melanie Rose, with a defiant sniff. Mamma Lo waddled in and sat down on his folding chair and smiled and shook his head, as if he were remembering some damn tune he couldn't shake out of it. A voyaging Persian had recently made him a present of a set of worry beads, and he was swinging them around his enormous fingers. The sun had nearly set. Out at sea the Pasha was sounding her air horns in salute. "Oh man, you some Damn big fella, Mama Lo murmured admiringly, turning to stare at her through the open doorway. You sure as hell one big white fucking millionaire king, Lord King Richard fucking Onslow fucking Roper, sir. Mass Lamont, you cook nice tonight, mind. Otherwise that Mr. Lord Pasha of Roper, he gonna have your ass. Then us poor niggers gonna help ourselves to what's left of that ass, same as nigger pickings off a rich man's plate. What does he make his money from? Jonathan asked, while he toiled. Roper? Mama Lo retorted incredulously. You mean you don't know? I mean I don't know. Well, sure as hell, Mass Lamont, I don't. And I sure as hell don't ask. He's some big company from Nassau that's losing all its money. Man's as rich as that in recession time. He's sure as hell some mighty big crook. In a short while, Mama Lo would start creating his hot chili sauce for the crawfish. Then the kitchen would fall into a dangerous hush. The sous chef was not born yet who dared suggest that the yachties came to Hunter's Island for any other reason than Mama's chili sauce. The Pasha is in. Her party of 16 will soon arrive. An atmosphere of battle grips the kitchen as the first diners take their places at the lesser tables. No more brave talk, no more last touches of camouflage paint or nervous checking of the weapons. The unit has become a silent team, relating with eyes and bodies only, weaving round each other like mute dancers. Even Swats and Wet-Eye have gone silent in the tension, as the curtain rises on yet another fabled night at Mama Lo's. Miss Amelia, poised at the cash desk in her plastic curlers, is braced for the first bill. Mama Lo in his famous hat is everywhere, now rallying his troops in a stream of subdued obscenities, now out front jiggling and dissembling with the hated enemy, now back in the kitchen again, grating out orders made more effective by the suppression of his massive voice. Fine white lady, table 8, she's some kind of fucking caterpillar, won't eat nothing but fucking lettuce leaves. 2 mama salads, O'Toole. Bastard kid on 6 won't eat nothing but fucking hamburgers. 1 kid-sized hamburger and spit on it. What's happening to the world, O'Toole? Ain't they got no fucking teeth no more? Don't they eat no fish? Wet-Eye, take 5 7-Ups and 2 Mama's Punch to table 1. Move it. Mass Lamont, you just keep on going on making them muscles. 6 more dozen ain't too many, hear me? Just you be sure you keep back 16 portions for the Pasha. Muscles go straight to the balls, Mass Lamont. Ladies and gentlemen gonna screw their hearts out tonight, all on account of your muscles. O'Toole, where's the dressings? You done drunk 'em? Melanie Rose, hon, them taters needs turning, or there'll be sackcloth and ashes before your very eyes. All this under the protective strains of the 6-strong Huntsman's steel band, which roosts on the sprawling roof of the terrace, the sweating faces of the players glistening in the fairy lights, white shirts glowing in the strobes. A boy called Henry is singing Calypso. Henry did 5 years in Nassau prison for pushing coke, and came home looking like an old man. Melanie Rose told Jonathan that Henry wasn't any good for loving no more, not after his beatings. Some native people is saying that's how come he sings so high, she said, with a sad smile. It's a busy night, Mama Lo's busiest in weeks, which explains the extra excitement. 58 dinners to be served, and 16 coming up the hill. Mama Lo has spotted them through his eyeglass, and this is still low season. A whole tense hour goes by before Jonathan is able to do what he likes to do when the lull comes. Sluice some cold water over his head, and take the measure of his customers through the fish-eye peephole in the swing door. A close observer's view, measured, technical, thorough, an in-depth, undeclared reading of the quarry ahead of any contact with him. Jonathan can do this for days on end. Has done it in ditches, hedges, lying up in barns, his face and hands dappled with camouflage paint, real foliage stitched into his battle dress. He is doing it now. I shall come to him when I come to him, and not before. First, the harbour below, with its horseshoe of white lights and small yachts, each a separate campfire sitting on the glass of the sheltered water. Lift your eyeline by a knuckle, and there she is, the Iron Pasha herself, dressed for a carnival, gold lit from stem to stern. Jonathan can make out the shapes of the guards, one forward, one aft, and a third lurking in the shadow of the bridge. Frisky and Tabby are not among them. Their duties tonight are on land. His gaze moved in tactical bounds up the sand track and passed under the driftwood archway that announced the sacred kingdom of Mama Lo. It scanned the lighted hibiscus bushes and the tattered Bahamian flags dangling at the halfway point, either side of the skull and crossbones. It paused at the dance floor, where a very old couple held each other close, touching each other's faces unbelievingly with their fingertips. Jonathan guessed they were émigrés still marvelling at their survival. Younger dancers pressed together in stationary ecstasy. At a ringside table he picked out a pair of hard men in their 40s, Bermuda shorts, wrestlers' chests, a thrusting way of using their forearms. "Is it you?" he asked them in his mind. "Or are you two more Roper leash dogs?" "They'll probably use a cigarette," Rook had said. "Superfast, low job, no draft." The two men had arrived in a new white powerboat shortly before dusk. Whether a cigarette or not, he didn't know. But they had the stillness of professionals. They stood up, smoothing their nether parts and slinging their handbags over their shoulders. One of them threw a Roman wave in Mama Lo's direction. "Sir, loved it. Oh, nice eating. Brilliant." Elbows aloft, they waddled down the sandpath to their boat. They were nobodies, Jonathan decided. They belonged to one another. Maybe. Or maybe not. He shifted his sights to a table of 3 Frenchmen and their girls. Too drunk, he decided. They had already put away 12 orders of Mama's punch between them, and nobody was pouring his drink into the flower vase. He focused on the mid-deck bar. Against a background of yachting pennants, heads of blue marlin and tail ends of plundered neckties, 2 black girls in radiant cottons, perched on high stools, chatting to 2 black men in their 20s. Maybe it's you, he thought. Maybe it's the girls. Maybe it's all 4 of you. Out of the corner of his eye he glimpsed a low white powerboat heading out of Deep Bay towards the ocean. My 2 candidates eliminated. Maybe. End of Side 6. Side 7. He allowed his gaze to begin the climb towards the terrace, where the worst man in the world, surrounded by his retainers, jesters, bodyguards, and children, was disporting himself in his private Camelot. As his boat now mastered the harbour, so the person of Mr. Richard Onslow Roper mastered the round table, the terrace, and the restaurant. Unlike his boat, he was not dressed for spectacle, but had the comfy look of a fellow who had thrown on a few clothes to answer the door to a friend. A navy pullover was slung carelessly over his shoulders. Nevertheless, he commanded, by the stillness of his patrician head, by the speed of his smile and the intelligence of his expression, by the attention lavished on him by his audience, whether he spoke or listened, by the way everything around the table, from the dishes to the bottles to the candles in their green string jars, to the faces of the children, seemed to be ranged towards him or away from him. Even the close observer felt his pull. Roper, he thought. It's me, Pine, the chap who told you not to buy your Italian marbles. And as he was thinking this, a general cry of laughter went up from the terrace, led by Roper himself, and evidently provoked by him, for his bronzed right arm was flung out to make the humorous point, and his head was lifted to the woman who faced him across the table. Her carelessly disordered chestnut hair and naked back were thus far all Jonathan could see of her. But he remembered at once the grain of the skin inside Herr Meister's bathrobe, the endless legs and clusters of jewels at the wrists and neck. He felt the surge that had passed through him the first time he set eyes on her, the stab of indignation that someone so young and beautiful should accept the captivity of a Roper. She smiled, and it was her comedian's smile, cooky, slanted, and impertinent. Blocking her from his mind, he allowed his gaze to range the children's end of the table. The Langbourns have 3. MacArthur and Danby 1 apiece, Burr had said. The Roper drafts them to amuse his Daniel. Lastly came Daniel himself, aged 8, a tousled, pallid boy with a determined chin. And at Daniel, Jonathan's eye paused guiltily. Couldn't we use somebody else? He had asked Brooke. But he had hit against that iron wall. Daniel is the apple of the Roper's eye, Brooke had replied, while Burr looked out of the window. Why go for second best? We're talking 5 minutes, Jonathan, Burr had said. What's 5 minutes for a kid of 8? A lifetime, Jonathan thought, remembering a few minutes of his own. Meanwhile, Daniel is in grave discourse with Jed, whose raggedy chestnut hair divides into 2 roughly equal parts, as she leans downward to address him. The flame of the candle sets a gold fringe on their 2 faces. Daniel pulls at her arm. She rises, glances at the band above her, and calls to somebody she seems to know. Sweeping up her flimsy skirts, she swings one leg, then the other, over the stone bench, as if she were a teenager vaulting a garden gate. Jed and Daniel scamper hand in hand down the stone staircase. Upper-class geisha, Burr had said. Nothing recorded against. It depends what you're recording, thought Jonathan, as he watched her take Daniel in her arms. Time stops. The band is playing a slow samba. Daniel clutches Jed's hips as if he were about to enter her. The grace of her movements is near criminal. A flurry interrupts Jonathan's reverie. Something dire has happened to Daniel's trousers. Jed is holding them at the waistband, laughing away his embarrassment. Daniel's top button has broken loose, but Jed, in an inspired act of improvisation, pins him together again with a 6-inch safety pin, borrowed from Melanie Rose's apron. Roper is standing on the parapet, gazing down on them like a proud admiral inspecting his fleet. Catching his eye, Daniel releases Jed long enough to give a child's wave, sawing the air from side to side. Roper responds with a thumbs up. Jed blows Roper a kiss, then takes Daniel's hands and leans back, mouthing the rhythm for him to follow. The samba quickens. Daniel relaxes, getting the hang of it. The liquidity of Jed's hip movements becomes an outrage against public order. The worst man in the world is too much blessed. Returning his gaze to the terrace, Jonathan makes a perfunctory inspection of the rest of the Roper party. Frisky and Tabby sit at opposite sides of the table, Frisky favouring the left drawer, Tabby covering the diners and the dance floor. Both men appear larger than Jonathan remembers them. The Lord Langbourn, blonde hair still bundled in a ponytail, converses with a pretty English Rose, while his gloomy wife scowls at the dancers. Across the table from them sits Major Corcoran, lately of the Life Guards, sporting a battered Panama hat, with an old Etonian hatband. He is making gallant conversation with an awkward girl in a high-necked dress. She frowns, then blushes and giggles, then corrects herself, and takes a stern mouthful of ice cream. From the top of the tower, Henry, the impotent singer, breaks into a calypso about a very sleepy girl who couldn't get to sleep. On the dance floor, Daniel's chest is cuddled against Jed's mound, and his head against her breast, while his hands still clutch her hips. Jed lets him rock against her in peace. "Girl on table 6 got tits like little warm puppy dogs," O'Toole announced, prodding Jonathan in the spine with a tray of Mama's punch. Jonathan took a last long look at Roper. He had turned his face towards the sea, where a moon path led from his fairy-lit yacht to the horizon. "Maslamon, sound the hallelujah, sir!" cried Mamalo, majestically sweeping O'Toole aside. He had donned a pair of ancient jodhpurs and a pith topee, and he was armed with his famous black basket and riding crop. Jonathan followed Mamalo onto the balcony, and, white as a target in his chef's tunic and hat, tolled the brass tocsin. The echoes were still booming out to sea as the children of the Roper party came pelting down the path from the terrace, followed at a more becoming pace by the adults, led by Langbourne and a pair of wispy young men of the polo-playing classes. The band played a roll of drums. The perimeter torches were doused. Coloured spotlights made the dance floor glisten like an ice rink. As Mamalo moved centre stage and cracked his whip, Roper and his entourage began taking their reserved places in the front row. Jonathan glanced out to sea. The white motorboat that might have been a cigarette had vanished. Must have rounded the headland to the south, he thought. "Right where I'm standing here is the starting gate. Any nigger crab tries to beat the starting pistol, that's 10 lashes cold." His pith helmet tipped to the back of his head, Mamalo is giving his celebrated rendering of a British colonial administrator. "This historic ring right here," indicating a circular red stain at his feet, "is the finishing post. Every crab in this basket here has got a number. Every crab in this basket here is going to run his ass off, or I am gonna know the reason why. Every crab who doesn't make the finishing post here will go right back into the chowder." Another crack of the whip. The laughter dwindles to silence. At the edge of the dance floor, Swats and Wet-Eye are dispensing complimentary rum punches from an elderly perambulator that once bore the infant Lowe himself. The older children squat cross-legged, the two boys with folded arms, the girls hugging their knees. Daniel is propped against Jed, thumb in mouth. Roper stands next to her. Lord Langbourne takes a flash photograph, distressing Major Corcoran. "Sandy, old love, for Christ's sake, can't we just remember it for once?" he says in a murmur that fills the amphitheatre. The moon hangs like a pink parchment lantern over the sea. The harbour lights bob and twinkle in a restless arc. On the balcony where Jonathan is standing, O'Toole lays a proprietary hand on Melanie Rose's arse, and she wriggles herself obligingly against it. Only Miss Amelia in her curlers spurns the proceedings. Framed in the white-lit window of the kitchen behind them, she is intently counting the cash. The band plays another roll of drums. Mamalo bows to the black wicker basket, grabs the lid, and bears it into the air. The crabs are under starter's orders. Abandoning their perambulator, Swats and Wet-Eye strike out into the audience with their books of tickets. "3 crabs race in, all crabs is evens," Jonathan hears Swats yell. Mamalo is appealing to the spectators for a volunteer. I'm looking, he cries in an enormous voice of black man's pain. I'm a-looking for a fine, white, pure Christian child who knows his bounden duty by these dumb crabs, and won't stand no back-talking or insurrection. You, sir, I'm pinning my humble, simple hopes on you." His whip is pointing at Daniel, who lets out a serio-comic yell and buries his face in Jed's skirts, then rushes to the back of the audience. But one of the girls is already scampering forward. Jonathan hears the rah-rah voices of the polo boys applauding her. "Well played, Sally. Sock it to 'em, Sals. Jolly good." Still from his place of vantage on the balcony, Jonathan takes a raking glance at the bar, where the two men and their girls are clustered in earnest conversation, resolutely ignoring the dance floor. His gaze glides back to the audience, the band, then the dangerous patches of darkness in between. They'll come from behind the terrace, he decides. They'll use the cover of the bushes beside the steps. "Just make sure you stay up on the kitchen balcony," Rook had said. The girl Sally, or Sals, pulls a face and peers into the black basket. The drummer strikes up another roll. Sally reaches one bold arm into the basket, then the other. To shrieks of laughter she puts her whole head in, emerges with a crab in each hand, and places them side by side in the starting gate, while Langbourne's camera whirs and zooms and flashes. She dives in for the third crab, adds it to the starting line, and bounds back to her place, to more rah-rah from the polo set. The trumpeter on the tower sends up a hunter's tattoo. Its echoes are still resounding round the harbour as a pistol shot tears the night apart. Caught off guard, Frisky drops into a half-crouch, while Tabby starts to push back the spectators to make himself shooting space, without knowing whom to shoot. Even Jonathan, momentarily, searches for the shooter, until he spots Mama Lowe, sweating under his topee, pointing a smoking starting pistol at the night sky. The crabs are off. Then casually it was happening. No formality, no epiphany, no commotion, no screams. Scarcely a sound beyond Roper's curt order to Frisky and Tabby to stand still and do nothing. Now. If anything was remarkable at all, it was not the noise, but the quiet. Mama Lowe abandoned his harangue. The band stopped playing fanfares, and the polo players gave up their frenzied cheers. And this quiet developed slowly, in the same way that a large orchestra fizzles out at rehearsal, with the most determined players, or the most oblivious, going on for several bars before they too dwindled to a halt. Then for a while all Jonathan noticed were the things you suddenly hear on Hunter's Island when people stop making such a din. Bird cries, cicadas, the bubbling of the coral water off Penguin Point, the bray of a wild pony from the cemetery, and a couple of tinny wallops of a hammer as some late toiler down in Deep Bay negotiates with his outboard. Then he heard nothing at all, and the quiet became vast and terrible, and Jonathan, with his grandstand view from the balcony, picked out the two broad-armed professionals who had left the restaurant earlier in the evening, and ridden away in their new white cigarette, but were now edging along the lines of the spectators like sidesmen in church, taking their collection of pocketbooks, wallets, purses and wristwatches, and little wads of cash from people's back pockets. And jewellery, Jed's particularly. Jonathan was just in time to see her bare arms lift first to her left ear, then to her right, pushing aside her hair and bowing slightly, then to her throat to remove her necklace, just as if she were about to climb into someone's bed. "Nobody is mad enough to wear jewellery in the Bahamas any more," Burr had said, "unless they happen to be Dickie Roper's girl." And still no fuss. everyone understanding the rules, no objectors, no resistance or unpleasantness at all, for the good reason that while one of the thieves was tendering an open plastic briefcase to receive the congregation's offerings, his accomplice was wheeling the clapped-out perambulator with the rum and whiskey bottles on it, and the cans of beer in their ice tub. And among the beer and the bottles sat 8-year-old Daniel Roper, like a sacrificial Buddha, with an automatic pistol at his head, enduring the first of the 5 minutes that Burr had said wouldn't matter to a boy his age. And perhaps Burr was right at that, for Daniel was smiling and sharing the good joke with the crowd, grateful for relief from the scary crab race. But Jonathan didn't share Daniel's joke. Instead he saw a flickering of light from somewhere inside his eyes, like a red splash of fury, and he heard a call to battle, stronger than any he could remember, since the night he had emptied his heckler at the unarmed green Irishman, so loud that he wasn't thinking any more. He was only doing. For days and nights, now in the conscious part of his brain, now the unconscious, he had been steeling himself for this moment, relishing it, fearing it, planning it. If they do this, the logical response will be that. If they are here, the place to be is there. But he had not reckoned with his feelings, until now, which was no doubt why his first response was not the one that he had planned. Having stepped as far back into the shadows as the balcony allowed, he slipped off his white chef's hat and tunic, then ran into the kitchen in his shorts, heading for the cash desk where Miss Amelia sat working on her fingernails. He grabbed her telephone, held the receiver to his ear, and rattled the cradle long enough to establish what he already knew, namely, that the line was cut. He picked up a dishcloth, and, jumping on the central table, removed the neon strip that lighted the kitchen. Meanwhile, he ordered Miss Amelia to leave the cash desk exactly as it was and hide herself upstairs now. No belly-aching, no trying to take the money or they would come after her. By the glow of the arc lights outside, he then hastened to the work surface where he kept his knife block, selected the most rigid of his carving knives and ran with it, not back to the balcony, but through the scullery to the service door on the south side. Why the knife? He wondered as he ran. Why the knife? Who am I going to slice up with a knife? But he didn't throw it away. He was glad he had the knife, because a man with a weapon, any weapon, is twice the man without one. Read the manual. Once outdoors, he kept running southwards, ducking and leaping between the century cacti and the sea grape trees, until he gained the brow of cliff that overlooked Gooseneck. There, panting and sweating, he saw what he was looking for, the white motorboat, moored on the eastern side of the inlet for the men's escape. But he didn't pause to admire the sight. Knife in hand, he ran back to the darkened kitchen. And though the whole exercise had not taken him above a minute, it had been quite long enough for Miss Amelia to make herself scarce upstairs. From the unlit kitchen window on the north side, Jonathan took stock of the thieves' progress, and blessedly in that time he was able to harness some of his first murderous anger, for his focus improved, and his breathing settled, and self-discipline, more or less, was once more his. But where did his anger come from? From somewhere dark and far back in him. It rose and spread over him in a flood, yet its origin was a mystery, and he held on to the knife. Thumb on top, Johnny, same as buttering bread. Weave the blade and watch his eyes. Not too low now, and bother him a little bit with your other hand. Major Corcoran, in his Panama hat, had found a chair and was sitting astride it, arms folded along the backrest, and chin propped on his arms, watching the thieves as if they were a fashion show. Lord Langbourne had surrendered his camera, but the man with the briefcase no sooner had it than he threw it irritably aside as unacceptable. Jonathan heard a drawled, "Oh, fuck you." Frisky and Tabby stood like men possessed, rigidly at the alert, not 5 yards from their quarries. But Roper's right arm was still held out to them in prohibition, while his eyes remained fixed on Daniel and the thieves. As to Jed, she was standing alone without her jewellery at the edge of the dance floor, her body made jagged by the tension, her hands spread on her thighs, as if to stop herself running to Daniel. "If it's money you want, you can have it," Jonathan heard Roper say, as calmly as if he were dealing with an errant child. "Want $100,000? Have it in cash. Got it on the boat. Just give me the boy. Shan't send the police after you. Leave you completely alone. Long as I've got the boy. Do you understand what I'm saying? Speak English? Corky, try him in Spanish, will you?" Then Corcoran's voice, obediently passing on the same message in decent Spanish. Jonathan glanced at the cash desk. Miss Amelia's till stood open. Half-counted piles of money lay strewn across the counter. He stared down the zigzag path that led from the dance floor to the kitchen. It was steep and crudely paved. Only a lunatic would try to push a loaded perambulator up it. It was also floodlit, which meant that anyone stepping into the darkened kitchen would be unsighted. Jonathan slipped the carving knife under his belt and wiped his sweated palm on the seat of his shorts. The raiding party was starting up the path. The way in which the captor held his hostage was a matter of crucial interest to Jonathan, because his plan of action depended on it, what Burr called his plan of plausibility. Listen like a blind man, Johnny. Watch like a deaf one. But nobody, so far as he remembered, had thought to offer him advice on how one man with a carving knife prizes an 8-year-old hostage from 2 armed gunmen and survives. They had made the first leg of the path. Below them the motionless crowd, their faces brilliant under the arc lights, stared after them, not a movement among them. Jed still apart from them, her hair copper in the glow. He was beginning not to know himself again. Bad images of his childhood flooded his vision. Answered insults, unanswered prayers. First came the bagman, then 20 yards behind him his accomplice, dragging Daniel up the path by his arm. Daniel wasn't joking any more. The bagman was striding out hungrily, the stuffed briefcase hanging at his side. But Daniel's kidnapper moved in awkward, twisted strides, his upper body turning repeatedly while he menaced the crowd, then the boy with his automatic pistol. Right-handed, Jonathan recorded, bare-armed, the safety catch at on. "Don't you want to negotiate with me?" Roper was shouting up to them from the dance floor. "I'm his father. Why won't you talk to me? Let's do a deal." Jed's voice, frightened but defiant, with a note of the equestrien's command. "Why don't you take an adult? You bloody bullies! Take one of us! Take me if you like!" And then much louder, as her fear and anger joined. "Bring him back, you bastards!" Hearing Jed's challenge, Daniel's captor yanked Daniel round to face her, while he held the pistol to his temple and did the baddie's lines in a sawing Bronx snarl. "Anybody comes after us, anybody comes up the path, anybody tries to cut us up, I kill the kid, okay? Then I kill whoever. I don't give a shit. I'll kill anybody. So stay down there and shut up." The blood was pulsing in Jonathan's hands. They were out in front of him, each fingertip throbbing. Sometimes his hands wanted to do the job on their own and pull him after them. Busy footsteps thumped across the wooden deck of the balcony. The kitchen door burst open. A man's fist groped for the light switch and flicked it, to no effect. A hoarse voice panted, "The fuck? Jesus Christ, where the fuck? Shit!" A bulky figure stumbled towards the cash desk and stopped midway. "Anyone in here? Who's in here? Where's the fucking light? For fuck's sake, the fuck?" "Bronx," Jonathan recorded again, flattened behind the door to the balcony. A genuine Bronx accent, even when he's out of earshot. The man advanced again, holding the bag out in front of him while he groped with his other hand. "Anyone in here, get the fuck out, hear me? That's a warning. We got the kid. Anyone makes trouble, the kid gets fucked. Don't mess with us." But by now he had found the piles of banknotes and was sweeping them into the briefcase. When he had finished, he went back to the doorway, and with only the open door to separate him from Jonathan, he shouted down to his accomplice. "I'm going on down, Mike. I'll go start the boat, hear me? Jesus, fuck," he complained, as if the world were being too hard on him. Then he hurried through the kitchen to the scullery door, which he kicked open, before heading down the path towards Goose Neck. In the same moment, Jonathan heard the man called Mike approaching with his hostage Daniel. Jonathan dried his palm once more on his shorts, drew the knife from his waistband, and passed it to his left hand, the sharp edge upwards, as if to rip a belly from below. As he did so, he heard Daniel sob. One choked or muffled sob. So brief the boy must have caught himself almost before he began it. One half-sob of tiredness, impatience, boredom or frustration, the kind you might hear from any child, whether dirt poor or super rich, who has a bit of earache, or doesn't want to go upstairs to bed until you promise to come and tuck him up. Yet for Jonathan, it was the cry of his childhood. It echoed in every vile corridor and barrack hut and orphanage, and every auntie's spare back room. He restrained himself a moment longer, knowing that attacking blows are better for this moment of delay. He felt his heart beat slow. He saw the red mist gather across his eyes, and he became weightless and invulnerable. He saw Sophie, her face intact and smiling. He heard the clump of adult feet, followed by the reluctant scuffle of smaller ones as Daniel's captor came down the 2 steps from the wooden balcony and reached the tiled floor of the kitchen, dragging Daniel after him. As the man's foot hit the tiles, Jonathan stepped from behind the door, and with both hands seized the arm that held the pistol, and gave it a ferocious breaking twist. Simultaneously, Jonathan screamed, one prolonged, cathartic scream, to ventilate, to summon help, to terrorize, to put an end to too much patience for too long. The pistol clattered on the tiles, and he kicked it out of reach. Hauling the man and his damaged arm into the doorway, he grabbed the door, threw his body weight upon it, and crushed the arm between the door and jamb. The man called Mike screamed too, but stopped as Jonathan laid the knife blade against his sweating neck. "Shit, man," Mike whispered, somewhere between pain and shock. "Fuck you doing to me? Holy shit, you some crazy man or something? Jesus!" "Run back down the hill to your mother," Jonathan told Daniel. "Off you go. Quick now." And despite everything that was raging in him, he selected these words with elaborate care, knowing he might have to live with them later. For why should a mere cook know that Daniel's first name was Daniel, or that Jed was not his mother, or that Daniel's real mother was several thousand miles away in Dorset? As he spoke them, he realized that Daniel was no longer listening, but gazing past him towards the other door, and that the bagman, having heard the screaming, had come back to lend assistance. "Fucker's broken my fucking arm!" the man called Mike was yelling. "Let go my fucking arm, you mad shit! He's got a knife, Jerry. Don't fuck with him. My fucking arm's broke. He broke it 2 fucking times. He's not kidding. He's crazy." But Jonathan went on holding him by the arm that was probably broken, and he kept the knife pressed against the man's thick neck. The head was tipped right back on him with its mouth open, like a head at the dentist's, and the man's sweated hair stroked his face. and with the red mist there before his eyes, Jonathan would have done anything that he felt was necessary without compunction. "Walk back down the steps," he told Daniel, quietly, so as not to scare him. "Go carefully. Off you go. Now." At which Daniel did at last consent to take his leave. He turned on his heel and began tripping unevenly down the steps towards the arc lights and the frozen crowd, flapping one hand above his head as if to acknowledge his accomplishment. And this was the consoling image that remained in Jonathan's mind as the man named Jerry hit him with his pistol butt, then hit him again over the right cheek and eye, then yet a third time as Jonathan floated to the ground in veils of Sophie's blood. While he lay on the floor in the recovery position, Jerry dealt him a couple of kicks in the groin for good measure, before grabbing his accomplice Mike by his remaining arm and, to renewed screams and imprecations, dragging him across the kitchen to the opposite door. And Jonathan was pleased to see the stuffed briefcase lying not too far away, because clearly Jerry couldn't manage a maimed Mike and the loot at the same time. Then came fresh footsteps and voices, and for a bad moment Jonathan thought they had decided to come back and give him some more of the same. But in his confusion he had mistaken the origin of the sounds, because it was not his enemies who were now gathered around and staring down at him, but his friends, all the people he had fought for and nearly died for. Tabby and Frisky, Langbourne and the polo players, the old couple who touched each other's faces while they danced, and the 4 young blacks from the bar, then Swats and Wet-Eye, then Roper and Jed with little Daniel clutched between them, and Miss Amelia, crying, on and on, as if Jonathan had broken her arm too, and Mama Lo yelling at Miss Amelia to shut the fuck up, and Miss Amelia screaming, "That poor Lamont!" And Roper had noticed it and was taking exception. "Hell's she calling him Lamont for?" Roper was complaining, while he leaned his head this way and that to get a better look at Jonathan's face beneath the blood. "He's Pine from Meister's. The night flunky chap they had. Englishman. Recognize him, Tabby?" "That's who it is, Chief," Tabby confirmed, kneeling at Jonathan's side and holding his pulse. Somewhere at the edge of his screen, Jonathan saw Frisky pick up the abandoned briefcase and peer inside. "It's all here, Chief," he was saying soothingly. "No harm except to life and limb." But Roper was still crouching over Jonathan, and whatever he saw must have been more impressive than the jewellery, for he kept wrinkling his nose as if the wine were corked. Jed had decided Daniel had seen enough, and was walking him sedately down the steps. "You hear me all right, Pine?" Roper asked. "Yes," said Jonathan. "Can you feel my hand, okay?" "Yes." "Here too?" "Yes." "Here?" "Yes." "How's his pulse, Tabby?" "Quite sporting, considering, Chief." "You still hearing me, Pine?" "Yes." "You're going to be okay. Help's on its way. We'll get you the best there is. You talking to the boat there, Corky?" "On line, Chief." In the back of his mind, Jonathan had a notion of Major Corcoran holding a cordless telephone to his ear, one hand propped on his hip, and his elbow raised for extra authority. "We'll fly him to Nassau on the chopper now," Roper was saying, in the gruff voice he had for Corcoran. "Tell the pilot, then call the hospital. Not that lower-class place, t'other one, ours." "Doctor's Hospital, Collins Avenue," said Corcoran. "Book him in. Who's that pompous Swiss surgeon got a house at Windermere Quay, always trying to put his money in our companies?" "Marty," said Corcoran. "Call Marty. Get him up there. Will do. After that, call the Coast Guards, the police, and all the usual idiots. Raise some serious hell. Got a stretcher, Lo? Now go and get it. You married or anything, Pine? Got a wife or anyone? I'm fine, sir, said Jonathan. But it was the equestrienne, typically, who had to have the last word. She must have done first aid at convent school. Move him as little as possible, she was telling someone, in a voice that seemed to float into his sleep. Chapter 13. Jonathan had vanished from their screens, missing, believed killed by friendly fire. All their planning, all their listening and watching, all their supposed mastery of the game, lay like a trashed limousine at the roadside. They were deaf and blind and ridiculous. The windowless headquarters in Miami was a ghost house, and Burr walked its grim corridors like a haunted man. Roper's yacht, planes, houses, helicopters and cars were on constant watch. So was a stylish colonial mansion in downtown Nassau, where the Iron Brand Land, Ore and Precious Metals Company had its prestigious headquarters. So were the telephone and facsimile lines belonging to Roper's contact around the globe, from Lord Langbourne in Tortola to Swiss bankers in Zug and semi-anonymous collaborators in Warsaw, from a mysterious Raffi in Rio de Janeiro to Misha in Prague, and a firm of Dutch notaries in Curaçao, and an as yet unidentified government official in Panama, who, even when speaking from his desk in the presidential palace, affected a drugged murmur and the alias of Charlie. But of Jonathan Pine, alias Lamont, last heard of in intensive care at Nassau Doctors' Hospital, not a whisper from any of them. He's deserted, Burr told Strelsky, through the spread fingers of his hands. First he goes mad, then he escapes from hospital. A week from now we'll be reading his story in the Sunday newspapers. Yet everything so perfectly planned, nothing left to chance. From the moment of the Pasha's departure from Nassau to the night of the faked kidnapping at Mama Lowe's, the arrival of the cruise guests and their children, the bloodstock English girls of 12 with lolling faces, eating crisps and drawling about gymkhanas, the confident sons with whiplash bodies and the side-of-the-mouth slur that tells the world to go to hell, the Langbourne family with sullen wife and over-pretty nanny, all had been secretly welcomed, trailed, housed and hated by Amato's watchers, and finally seen aboard the Pasha. Nothing left to chance. You know something? Those rich kids had the rolls pull up at Joe's Easy, just so they could buy their grass. Amato, the proud new father, protested to Strelsky over his handset. The story duly entered the legend of the operation. So did the story of the seashells. On the eve of the Pasha's departure, one of Ironbrand's bright young men, MacArthur, who had made his debut with a non-speaking part at Meister's, was heard telephoning a dubious banking contact on the other side of town. "Jeremy, help me. Who in God's name sells seashells these days? I need 1,000 of the bloody things by yesterday. Jeremy, I'm serious." The listeners became unusually vocal. Seashells. Literally, seashells. Shell-like missile. Sea-to-air projectile, perhaps. Nowhere in the lexicon of Roper's weapon-speak had anyone before referred to seashells. They were put out of their misery later the same day, when MacArthur explained his problem to the manager of Nassau's luxury store. "Lord Langbourne's twin daughters are having a birthday on the second day of the cruise. The chief wants to hold a shell hunt on one of the uninhabited islands and give prizes for the best collections. But last year nobody found any shells. So this year the chief is taking no chances. He intends to have his security staff bury 1,000 of the things in the sand the night before. So please, Mr. Mancini, where can I get hold of shells in bulk?" The story had the team in stitches. Frisky and Tabby launching a night raid on a deserted paddling beach, armed with duffel bags of seashells. It was too rich. For the kidnapping, every step of the way had been rehearsed. First Flynn and Amato had disguised themselves as yachties and made a field reconnaissance of Hunter's Island. Back in Florida, they reconstructed the terrain on a tract of dune set aside for them in the training compound at Fort Lauderdale. Tables were laid. Tapes marked the paths. A shack was erected to denote the kitchen. A cast of diners was assembled. Jerry and Mike, the two bad guys, were professional toughs from New York, with orders to do what they were told and shut up. Mike the kidnapper was bearish. Jerry the bagman was lugubrious but agile. Hollywood could not have done better. "Are you gentlemen fully conversant with your orders now?" Irish Pat Flynn inquired, eyeing the brass rings on each finger of Jerry's right hand. "We're only asking for a couple of friendly belts now, Jerry. More in the line of a cosmetic alteration to the appearance is all that is required. Then we ask you to withdraw with honor. Am I making myself plain, Jerry?" "You got it, Pat." Then there had been the fallbacks, the what-ifs, all covered. What if, at the last minute, the Pasha failed to put in at Hunter's? What if she put in at Hunter's, berthed, but the passengers decided to have dinner on board? What if the adults came ashore to dine, and the kids, perhaps as punishment for some prank, were made to stay aboard? "Pray," said Burr. "Pray," Strelsky agreed. But they were not really putting their trust in Providence. They knew that the Pasha had never yet passed Hunter's Island without putting in, even if they knew there was bound to be a first time, and this would probably be it. They knew that Lowe's boatyard in Deep Bay held top-up stores for the Pasha, and they knew the skipper stood to take a piece of the store's bill and of the dinner bill at Lowe's, because he always did. They placed great faith in Daniel's hold upon his father. Daniel had conducted several painful phone calls with Roper in recent weeks about the hellishness of adjusting to divided parents, and had singled out the stopover at Hunter's Island as the high point of his forthcoming visit. "I'm really going to get the crabs out of the basket this year, Dad," Daniel had told his father from England only 10 days ago. "I don't dream about them anymore. Mums is really pleased with me." Both Burr and Strelsky had had similar upsetting conversations with their children in their time, and their guess was that Roper, though not of the English class that places children high in its priorities, would walk through fire rather than let Daniel down. And they were right. Absolutely right. And when Major Corcoran called Miss Amelia over the SATCOM to book the terrace table, Burr and Strelsky could have hugged each other, which was what the team said they were doing these days anyway. It was not till around 11:30 in the evening of the day itself that they felt the first stirrings of unease. The operation had been scheduled for 23:03 hours, as soon as the crab races had begun. The hold-up, the climb to the kitchen, the descent to Goose Neck had never taken more than 12 minutes in rehearsal. Why on earth hadn't Mike and Jerry signaled "Mission accomplished"? Then the red alarm lit up. Standing with folded arms at the center of the communications room, Burr and Strelsky listened to the playback of Corcoran's voice, talking in fast order to the ship's captain, the ship's helicopter pilot, the doctor's hospital in Nassau, and lastly to Dr. Rudolph Marty at his home in Windermere Cay. Corcoran's voice was already a warning. It was cool and steady under fire. "The Chief appreciates you're not in the first aid business, Dr. Marty, but the skull and side of the face are severely fractured, and the Chief believes they'll have to be rebuilt, and the hospital needs a doctor to refer the patient to them. The chief would like you waiting at the hospital when he arrives, and he will wish to compensate you generously for your trouble. May I tell him you'll be there?" A fractured skull and side of face. Rebuilt? What the hell had Mike and Jerry got up to? The relationship between Burr and Strelsky was already strained by the time a call from Jackson Memorial Hospital in Miami had them racing there by flashing light, with Flynn riding alongside the driver. When they arrived, Mike was still in the operating theatre. Jerry, grey with anger, was chain-smoking in the waiting room, wearing his Navy life jacket. "Fucking animal crucified Mike in the fucking door," Jerry said. "So what did he do to you, Jerry?" Flynn asked. "To me, nothing." "What did you do to him?" "Kissed him on the fucking mouth. What do you think, dickhead?" Then Flynn picked Jerry straight off his chair as if he were a rude child, and slapped him hard once across the face, then sat him down again in the same indolent attitude as before. "You whip him, Jerry?" Flynn asked kindly. "Fucker went crazy, played it for real. Held a fucking carving knife to Mike's throat. Got his arm in the fucking door like he's chopping firewood." They returned to the operations room in time to listen to Daniel talking to his mother in England over the Pasha's satcom. "Mums, it's me. I'm all right. I really am." Long silence while she wakes up. "Daniel, darling, you haven't come back to England, have you?" "I'm on the Pasha, Mums." "Oh, Daniel, really? Do you know the time? Where's your father?" "I didn't get the crabs out of the basket, Mums. I chickened. They make me sick. I'm all right, Mums. Honestly." "Danny." "Yes?" "Danny, what are you trying to tell me?" "Only we were on Hunter's Island, you see, Mums. There was this man who smelled of garlic and took me prisoner, and another man who took Jed's necklace. But the cook saved me and they let me go." "Daniel, is your father there?" "Paula, hi. Sorry about that. He was determined to tell you he's okay. We got held up at gunpoint by a couple of thugs at Mama Lowe's. Dan's was taken hostage for 10 minutes, but he's totally unharmed." "Wait," said Paula. Like his son before him, Roper waited for her to collect herself. "Daniel's been kidnapped and released, but he's all right. Now go on." They marched him up the path to the kitchen. Remember the kitchen up the path on the hill? "You're sure all this happened, are you? We all know Daniel's stories." "Yes, of course I'm sure. I saw it." "At gunpoint? They marched him up a hill at gunpoint, a boy of 8? "They were going for the cash in the kitchen. But there was this cook up there, a white chap, who had a go at them. He winged one, but the other one came back, and they beat him up while Daniel escaped. God knows what would have happened if they'd taken Dan's with them, but they didn't. All over now. We've even got the loot back. Thank God for cooks. Come on, Dan, tell her how we're giving you the Victoria Cross for gallantry. Here he is again." It was 5 in the morning. Burr sat motionless as a Buddha at his desk in the ops room. Rook smoked his pipe and wrestled with the Miami Herald crossword. Burr let the phone ring several times before he was able to pick it up. "Leonard," said Goodhue's voice. "Hello, Rex." "Did something go wrong? I thought you were going to ring me. You sound as if you're in shock. Did they swallow the bait, then?" "Leonard?" "Oh, they swallowed it all right." "So, what's wrong? You don't sound victorious, you sound funereal." What happened? I'm just trying to work out whether we're still holding the rod. Mr. Lamont is in intensive care, said the hospital. Mr. Lamont is stable. Not for long. 24 hours later, Mr. Lamont had vanished. Has he discharged himself? The hospital says he has. Has Dr. Marty had him shifted to his clinic? Apparently so, but only briefly. And the clinic gives no information about the destination of discharged patients. And when Amato telephones in the guise of a newspaper reporter, Dr. Marty himself replies that Mr. Lamont has left without leaving an address. Suddenly outlandish theories are being passed round the ops room. Jonathan has confessed to everything. Roper has rumbled him and dumped him in the sea. On Strelski's orders, the watch on Nassau Airport has been suspended. He fears Amato's team is becoming too visible. "We're engineering human nature, Leonard," says Strelski consolingly, in an effort to lift the burden from Burr's soul. "Can't get it right every time." "Thanks." Evening comes. Burr and Strelski sit in a roadside barbecue house with their cell phones on their laps, eating ribs and Cajun rice, and watching well-fed America come and go. A summons from the telephone monitors has them racing back to headquarters in mid-mouthful. Corcoran to a senior editor of the leading Bahamian newspaper. "Old love, it's me, Corky. How are we? How are the dancing girls?" Coarse intimacies are exchanged. Then the nub. "Sweetheart, listen. The chief wants a story killed. Pressing reasons why the hero of the hour doesn't need the spotlight. Young Daniel, very hyper boy. I'm talking serious gratitude. A mega improvement to your retirement plans. How about a practical joke that came unstuck? Can you do that, lover?" The sensational robbery on Hunter's Island is laid to rest in the great cemetery for stories permanently spiked by higher authority. Corcoran to the desk of a senior Nassau police officer, known for his understanding of the peccadillos of the rich. "Hart, how are we? Listen, in re Brother Lamont, last seen at Doctor's Hospital by one of your heavier-footed brethren. Can we just kind of lose that one from the menu? Do you mind? The chief would greatly prefer the lower profile. Feels it's better for Daniel's health. Wouldn't wish to prefer charges, even if you found the culprits. Hates the fuss. Bless you. Oh, and by the by, don't believe all that crap you're reading about Iron Brand shares going through the floor. Chief's considering a very nice little divvy this Christmas. We shall all be able to buy ourselves a piece of whatever we like best." The strong arm of the law agrees to withdraw its clause. Burr wonders whether he is listening to Jonathan's obituary. And from the rest of the world, not a peep. Should Burr return to London? Should Rook? Logically, it made no difference whether they hung by a thread in Miami or in London. Illogically, Burr needed nearness to the place where his agent was last seen. In the end, he sent Rook to London, and the same day checked out of his steel and glass hotel and moved to humbler premises in a sleazy part of town. "Leonard's putting on the hair shirt while he waits this thing out," Strelski told Flynn. "Tough," said Flynn, still trying to come to terms with the experience of having his agent immolated by Burr's ewe-lamb. Burr's new cell was a pastel-painted Art Deco box beside the beach, with a bedside light made out of a chrome atlas holding up the globe, and steel-framed windows that buzzed to every passing car, and a doped-out Cuban security guard with dark glasses and an elephant gun lounging in the lobby. Burr slept there lightly with his cell phone on the spare pillow. One dawn, unable to sleep, He took his cell phone for a walk down a great boulevard. A regiment of cocaine banks loomed at him out of the misted sea. But as he went towards them, he found himself in a building site full of coloured birds screaming from the scaffolding, and Latinos sleeping like war dead beside their parked bulldozers. Jonathan was not the only one who had disappeared. Roper, too, had entered a black hole. Deliberately or not, he had given Amato's watchers the slip. The tap on the Iron Brand headquarters in Nassau revealed only that the chief was away selling farms. Selling farms being Roper speak for mind-your-own-damn-business. The super-snitch apostole, urgently consulted by Flynn, offered no consolation. He had heard, vaguely, that his clients might be holding a business conference on the island of Aruba, but he had not been invited. No, he had no idea where Mr. Roper was. He was a lawyer, not a travel agent. He was Mary's soldier. Another evening came, and Strelsky and Flynn determined to take Burr out of himself. They collected him from his hotel, and cell phones in hand, made him stroll among the crowds on the promenade beside the beach. They sat him at a pavement cafe, and fed him margaritas, and forced him to take an interest in the people who went by. In vain. They watched muscular blacks in multicolored shirts and gold rings, rolling with the majesty of high life for as long as the highs and the living lasted, their dolls in skin-tight miniskirts and thigh boots toppling between them, their shaven-headed bodyguards in robes of Muller grey to conceal their automatic weapons. A swarm of beach boys on skateboards raced past, and the wiser ladies whisked their handbags out of reach. Two old lesbians in straw trilbys refused to be daunted, and marched their poodles straight at them, causing them to veer. After the beach boys came a shoal of long-necked fashion models on roller skates, each more gorgeous than the last. At the sight of them, Burr, who loved women, did for a moment come alive, only to lapse again into his melancholy abstractions. "Hey, Leonard," said Strelsky, making a last gallant effort. "Let's go see where the Roper does his weekend shopping." In a big hotel, in a conference room protected by men with padded shoulders, Burr and Strelsky mingled with the buyers of all nations, and listened to the sales talk of wholesome young men with name tags pinned to their lapels. Behind the men sat girls with order books, and behind the girls, in shrines cordoned off with blood-coloured ropes, stood their wares, each polished like a loved possession, each guaranteed to make a man of whoever owned them, from the most cost-effective cluster bomb through the all-plastic, undetectable Glock automatic pistol to the latest thing in handheld rocket launchers, mortars, and anti-personnel mines. And for your reading man, Standard works on how to build himself a rocket-propelled gun in his own backyard, or make a one-time silencer out of a tubular can of tennis balls. About the only thing missing is a girl in a bikini poking her fanny at the barrel of a 16-inch field piece, said Strelsky, as they drove back to the operations room. The joke fell flat. A tropical storm descends on the city, blackening the sky, chopping the heads off the skyscrapers. Lightning strikes, triggering the burglar alarms of parked cars. The hotel shudders and cracks. The last daylight dies as if the main switch has failed. Jets of rain spew down the window panes of Burr's bedroom. Black flotsam rides on the scurrying white mist. Billows of wind ransack the palm trees, hurling chairs and plants off balconies. But Burr's cell phone, ringing in his ear, has miraculously survived the attack. "Leonard," says Strelsky in a voice of suppressed excitement, "get your ass down here fast. We got a couple of murmurs coming out of the rubble." The city lights bounce back again, shining gaily after their free wash. Corcoran to Sir Anthony Joyston Bradshaw, lately unprincipled chairman of a group of derelict British trading companies, and occasional purveyor of deniable arms shipments to Her Majesty's procurement ministers. Corcoran is telephoning from the Nassau apartment of one of Ironbrand's smart young men, on the mistaken assumption that the line is safe. "Sir Tony, Corcoran here. Dicky Roper's gopher." "Fuck do you want?" The voice sounds clotted and half-drunk. It echoes like a voice in a bathroom. "Pressing matters, Attorney, I'm afraid. The Chief needs your good offices. Got a pencil?" While Burr and Strelsky listen transfixed, Corcoran struggles to achieve precision. "No, Sir Tony. Pine. Pine like the tree. Pine like a sick dog. P for Peter, I for item, N for nuts, E for easy." "That's right. First name Jonathan. Like Jonathan." He adds a couple of harmless details, such as Jonathan's date and place of birth and British passport number. "Chief wants the head-to-toe background check, Sir Tony, please, preferably by yesterday. And mum, all very mum indeed." "Who's Joyston Bradshaw?" Strelsky asks, when they have heard the conversation to the end. Seeming to wake from a deep dream, Burr allows himself a cautious smile. "Sir Anthony Joyston Bradshaw, Joe, is a leading English shit. His financial embarrassment is one of the major joys of the current recession." His smile spreads. "Unsurprisingly, he is also a former partner in crime of Mr. Richard Onslow Roper." He warms to his theme. "As a matter of fact, Joe, if you and I were fielding the all-English team of shits, Sir Anthony Joyston Bradshaw would feature high on our batting list. He also enjoys the protection of some other highly placed English shits, some of whom work not too far distant from the River Thames." The relief shone through Burr's strained face as he broke out laughing. "He's alive, Joe! You don't check a corpse, not by yesterday. Head-to-toe background, he says. Well, we've got it all ready for him, and nobody better suited to provide him with it than Tony bloody Joyston Bradshaw. They want him, Joe. He's got his nose into their tent. You know what they say, the Bedouin. Never let a camel's nose into your tent, because if you do, you get the whole camel." But while Burr was rejoicing, Strelsky's mind was already on the next practical step. "So Pat goes ahead," he said. "Pat's boys can go bury the magic box." Burr sobered at once. "If it's okay by you and Pat, it's okay by me," he said. They agreed on the very next night. Unable to sleep, Burr and Strelsky drove to an all-night hamburger joint called Murgatroyd's on US 1, where a sign said, "No shoes, no service." Outside the smoke-glass windows sat shoeless pelicans in the moonlight, each to his mooring post along the wooden jetty, like feathery old bombing planes that might never bomb again. On the silver beach, white egrets peered forlornly at their reflections. At 4 a.m., Strelsky's cell phone peeped. He put it to his ear, said, "Yes?" and listened. He said, "So get yourself some sleep." He rang off. The conversation had taken 20 seconds. "No problem," he announced to Burr, and took a pull of coke. Burr needed a moment to believe his ears. "You mean they made it? It's done? They cached it?" "They beach-landed. They found the shed, they buried the box. They were very quiet, very professional. They got the hell out. All your boy has to do now is speak." Chapter 14. Jonathan was back in his iron bed at army school after they ripped his tonsils out, except that the bed was huge and white, with the soft down pillows with embroidered edges that they used to have at Meister's, and a small herb pillow for the fragrance. He was in the motel room one truck ride out of Espérance, nursing his battered jaw with the curtains drawn, and sweating out a fever after telephoning a voice that had no name to say he had found his shadow, except that his head was bandaged. He was wearing crisp cotton pajamas, and there was a stitched device on the pocket that he kept trying to read by braille. Not M for Meister, not P for Pine, or B for Beauregard, or L for Linden and Lamont. More like a Star of David with too many points. He was in Yvonne's attic, listening for Madame La Tulipe's footfall in the half-light. Yvonne wasn't there, but the attic was, except that this was a bigger attic than Yvonne's, and bigger than the attic in Camden Town that Isabel had painted in, and it had pink flowers in an old Delft vase, and a tapestry of ladies and gentlemen out hawking. A punker dangled from a roof beam, making stately turns of its propeller. He was lying beside Sophie in the apartment in the Chicago house in Luxor, while she talked about courage, except that the smell tickling his nostrils was of potpourri, not vanilla. "He said I must be taught a lesson," she was saying. "It is not I who must be taught a lesson. It is Freddie Hamid and his dreadful Dickie Roper." He made out closed shutters slicing sunlight into blades, and layers of fine white muslin curtain. He turned his head the other way and saw a Meister's silver room service tray with a jug of orange juice, and a cut glass goblet to drink it from, and a lace cloth covering the silver tray. Across a thickly carpeted floor he distinguished through the blur of his reduced vision a doorway to a large bathroom, with towels of ascending sizes folded along a rail. But by then his eyes were streaming, and his body was hopping the way it had hopped when he was 10 and caught his fingers in somebody's car door, and he realized he was lying on his bandage, and his bandage was on the side of his head that they had smashed, and Dr. Marty had repaired. So he rolled his head back to where it had been before he started his close observation, and he watched the punker going round until the light spots of pain had cleared, and the undercover soldier's gyroscope inside him had begun to right itself. "This is where you get yourself across the bridge," Burr had said. "They'll have to mark the goods," Rook had said. "You can't just walk up to them with the boy in your arms to everyone's applause." "Fracture of the skull and cheekbone," Marty had said. "Concussion, 8 on the Richter scale. 10 years solitary in a darkened room. 3 cracked ribs. Could be 30. Severe bruising of the testicles following attempted castration with the toe cap of a heavy training boot. For it seemed that once Jonathan had gone down under the pistol whipping, it was his groin that the man had attacked, leaving among other traces the perfect imprint of a size 12 boot in his inside thigh, to the raucous amusement of the nurses. A black and white figure flitted across his vision. White overall, black face. Black legs, white stockings. Rubber-soled white shoes with Velcro fastenings. At first he had thought she was one person. Now he knew she was several. They visited him like spirits, mutely polishing and dusting, changing his flowers and his drinking water. One was called Phoebe and had a nurse's touch. "Hi, Mr. Thomas. How you today? I'm Phoebe. Miranda, just you go fetch that brush again, and this time you sweep right under Mr. Thomas's bed. Yes, ma'am." So I'm Thomas, he thought. Not Pine. Thomas. Or perhaps I'm Thomas Pine.
He dozed again, and woke to find Sophie's ghost standing over him in her white slacks, shaking pills into a paper cup. Then he thought she must be a new nurse. Then he saw the broad belt with the silver buckle, and the maddening line of the hips, and the tousled chestnut hair, and heard the mistress of the hunt voice, bang on station, no respect for anyone. "But Thomas," Jed was protesting, "somebody must love you terribly. What about mothers, girlfriends, fathers, chums? Really, nobody?" "Really," he insisted. "So who's Yvonne?" she asked, as she placed her head within inches of his own, spread one palm on his back and the other on his chest to sit him up. "Is she absolutely gorgeous?" "She was just a friend," he said, smelling the shampoo in her hair. "Well, shouldn't we be telling Yvonne?" "No, we shouldn't," he replied, too sharply. She gave him his pills and a glass of water. "Well, Dr. Marty says you're to sleep forever, so don't think of anything except getting better extremely slowly. Now, how about distractions? Books, a radio or something? Not quite yet, but in a day or two. We don't know anything about you, except that Roper says you're Thomas, so you'll just have to tell us what you need. There's a huge library over in the main house, with masses of frightfully learned stuff. Corky will tell you what it all is, and we can get anything you want flown over from Nassau. You just have to yell." And her eyes big enough to drown in. "Thanks, I will." She laid a hand on his face to feel his temperature. "We just never can thank you enough," she said, keeping it there. "Roper will say it all far better than I can when he gets back. But honestly, what a hero. Just so brave," she said from the door. "Shit," the convent girl added, catching the pocket of her slacks on the handle. Then he realized that it wasn't their first meeting since he had arrived here, but their third, and that the first two were not dreams either. "Our first time you smiled at me, and that was fine. You kept quiet, and I could think, and we had something going. You had jammed your hair behind your ears. You were wearing jodhpurs and a denim shirt. I said, 'Where is this?' You said, 'Crystal, Roper's Island, home.' Second time I was feeling vague, and I thought you were my former wife Isabel waiting to be taken out to dinner, because you were got up in a perfectly ridiculous trouser suit, with gold frogging on the lapels. 'There's a bell right beside your water jug if you need anything,' you said. And I said, 'Expect my call.' But I was thinking, why the hell do you have to dress up like a pantomime boy?" "Her father ruined himself keeping up with the county," Burr said, with contempt. "He was serving vintage claret when he couldn't pay the electricity bill. Wouldn't send his daughter to secretarial college because he thought it was infra-dig." Lying on his safe side facing the tapestry, Jonathan made out a lady in a broad-brimmed hat, and recognized her without surprise as singing Aunt Annie Ball. Annie was a valiant woman and sang good songs, but her farmer husband got drunk and hated everyone. So one day Annie put on her hat and sat Jonathan beside her in the van with his suitcase in the back, and said they were going for a holiday. They drove late into the evening and sang songs till they came to a house with "Boys" carved in granite over the door. Then Annie Ball started weeping, and gave Jonathan her hat as a promise she'd come back soon to get it. And Jonathan went upstairs to a dormitory full of other boys, and hung the hat over the corner of his bed to show Annie which boy he was when she returned. But she never did, and when he woke in the morning, the other boys in the dormitory were taking it in turns to wear her hat. So he fought for it, and won it against all comers,
and rolled it up in newspaper and posted it with no address in a red pillar box. He would have preferred to burn it, but he hadn't a fire. I came here by night as well, he thought. White twin-engined Beechcraft, blue interior. Frisky and Tabby, not the orphanage guardian, searched my luggage for forbidden tuck. I hurt him for Daniel, he decided. I hurt him to get me across the bridge. I hurt him because I was sick of waiting and pretending. Jed was in the room again. The close observer had no doubt of it. It wasn't her scent, because she wore none, or her sound, because she made none, and for a long time he couldn't see her. So it wasn't sight. So it must have been the sixth sense of the professional watcher, when you know an enemy is present, but don't yet know why you know. Thomas? Feigning sleep, he listened to her tiptoeing towards him. He had the notion of pale clothes, the dancer's body, hair hanging loose. He heard a shifting as she drew back her hair and put her ear close to his mouth to hear him breathe. He could feel the warmth of her cheek. She stood again, and he heard slippered feet disappearing down the passage, then the same feet outside, crossing the stable yard. They say that when she went up to London she scared herself, Burr said. Got in with a crowd of hooray Henrys and screwed the field. Bolted to Paris for a rest cure. Met Roper. He listened to the Cornish gulls and the long echoes from outside the shutters. He smelled the brown salt smell of weed and knew it was low tide. For a while he let himself believe that Jed had taken him back to the Lanyon and was standing barefoot on the floorboards before the mirror, doing the things women do before they come to bed. Then he heard the plop of tennis balls and leisured English voices calling to each other, and one of them was Jed's. He heard a lawn-mower and the yell of rude English children quarrelling, and surmised the Langbourne's offspring. He heard the buzz of an electric motor, and decided on a skimmer cleaning the surface of a pool. He slept again and smelled charcoal, and knew by the pinkish glow of the ceiling that it was evening, and when he dared to lift his head, he saw Jed in silhouette before the shuttered window, as she peered through it at the last of the day outside, and the evening light showed him her body through her tennis clothes. "Now, Thomas, what about a little more food in your life?" she proposed, in a school matron's voice. She must have heard him move his head. "Esmeralda's made you some beef broth and bread and butter. Dr. Marty said toast, but it goes so floppy in the humidity. Or there's chicken breast or apple pie. Actually, Thomas, there's pretty much anything you want," she added, in the startled accents he was becoming accustomed to. "Just whistle." "Thanks, I will." "Thomas, it really is odd, you not having a single person to worry about you in the world. I don't know why it should, but it makes me frightfully guilty. Can't you even have a brother? Everyone's got a brother," she said. "Afraid not." "Well, I've got one gorgeous brother and one absolute pig, so that cancels them out, really. Except I'd far rather have them than not, even the pig." She was coming across the room to him. "She smiles all the time," he thought in alarm. "She smiles like a television commercial. She's afraid we'll switch her off if she stops smiling. She's an actress in search of a director. One small scar on her chin, otherwise no distinguishing marks. Maybe somebody swiped her too. A horse did." He held his breath. She had reached his bed. She was stooping over him, pressing what felt like a piece of cold sticking plaster to his forehead. "Got to let it cook," she said, smiling more broadly. Then she sat on the bed to wait, tennis skirt parted, bare legs carelessly crossed, the muscles of one calf gently swelling against the shin below, and her skin all one soft tan. End of side 7. Side 8. It's called a fever tester, she explained in a stagey top hostess accent. For some extraordinary reason, this entire house has no proper thermometer. You're such a mystery, Thomas. Were those all your things? Just one small bag? Yes. In the world? I'm afraid so. Get off my bed. Get into it. Cover yourself. Who the hell do you think I am? God, you are lucky, she was saying, this time sounding like a princess of the blood. Why can't we be like that? We take the Beechcraft to Miami just for one weekend. We can hardly get our stuff in a hold. Poor you, he thought. She talks lines, he recorded in his misery. Not words, lines. She talks versions of who she thinks she ought to be. Perhaps you should use that big boat of yours instead, he suggested facetiously. But to his fury she seemed to have no experience of being laughed at. Perhaps beautiful women never had. The Pasha? Oh, that would take far too long, she explained condescendingly. Reaching a hand to his forehead, she unpeeled the plastic strip and took it to the shutters to read. Roper's away selling farms, I'm afraid. He's decided to slow down a bit, which I think is a frightfully good idea. What does he do? Oh, business. He runs a company, actually. Who doesn't these days? Well, at least it's his own, she added, as if she were apologizing for her lover being in trade. He did found it, but mainly he's just a lovely, darling man. She was tilting the strip, frowning at it. He's also got masses of farms, which is rather more fun. Not that I've ever seen any of them. All over Panama and Venezuela, and places where you have to have an armed guard to go on a picnic. Not my idea of farming, but it's still land. The frown deepened. Well, it says normal, and it says clean with alcohol when dirty. Corky could do that for us. No trouble at all. She giggled, and he saw that side of her too. The party girl who was the first to kick off her shoes and dance when things warm up. I'll have to be hitting the road pretty soon, he said. You've been terribly kind, thanks. Always play hard to get, Burr had advised. If you don't, they'll be bored with you in a week. Go? She cried, making her lips into a perfect O, and keeping them there for a moment. What are you talking about? You aren't nearly ready to go anywhere till Roper gets back. And Dr. Marty said specifically that you've got to have simply weeks of convalescence. The least we can do is build you up. Anyway, we're all dying to know what on earth you were doing, saving life and limb at Mama's, after you'd been someone totally different at Meister's. I don't think I'm different. I just felt I was getting in a rut. Time I threw away my striped pants and drifted for a while. Well, jolly good for us you drifted our way, is all I can say, said the equestrienne, in a voice so deep that she might have been tightening her horse's girth while she spoke. What about you? He asked. Oh, I just live here. All the time? When we're not on the boat, or travelling, yes. This is where I live. But her answer seemed to puzzle her. She laid him flat again, avoiding his eye. Roper wants me to hop over to Miami for a couple of days, she said as she was leaving. But Corky's back, and everyone's absolutely dying to spoil you rotten, and the hotline to Dr. Marty is wide open, so I don't think you'll exactly fade away. Well, remember to pack light this time, he said. Oh, I always do. Roper insists on shopping, so we always come back with tons. She left, to his profound relief. It was not his own performance that had tired him out, he realized. It was hers. He was woken by the sound of a page turning, and made out Daniel in a bathrobe, crouched on the floor with his bottom in the air, reading a large book by a convenient shaft of sunlight, and he knew it was morning, which was why there were brioches and croissants and Madeira cake and homemade jam, and a silver teapot beside his bed. "You can get giant squid 60 feet long," Daniel said. "What do they eat, anyway?" "Other squid, probably. I could read you about them if you like." He turned another page. "Do you like Jed, actually?" "Of course." "I don't. Not really." "Why not?" "I just don't. She's soppy. They're all terrifically impressed you saved me. Sandy Langbourne's talking about organizing a collection." "Who's she?" "It's a him. He's a lord, actually. Only there's a question mark hanging over you. So he thought he'd better hold off until it's removed one way or the other. That's why Miss Malloy says I'm not to spend too much time with you." "Who's Miss Malloy?" "She teaches me." "At school?" "I don't go to school, actually." "Why not?" "It hurts my feelings. Roper gets in other kids for me, but I hate them. He's bought a new Rolls-Royce for Nassau, but Jed likes the Volvo better." "Do you like the Rolls-Royce?" "Yuck." "What do you like?" "Dragons." "When are they coming back?" "The dragons?" "Jed and Roper." "You're supposed to call him the Chief." "All right, Jed and the Chief." "What's your name, anyway?" "Thomas." "Is that your surname or your Christian name?" "Whichever you like." "It's not either of them, according to Roper. It's made up." "Did he tell you that?" "I just happened to hear it. Thursday, probably. Depends if they stay on for Apo's binge." "Who's Apo?" "He's foul. He's got a tart's penthouse in Coconut Grove, which is where he does his screwing. That's in Miami." So Daniel read to Jonathan about squid, and then he read to him about pterodactyls, and when Jonathan dozed off, Daniel tapped him on the shoulder to ask whether it would be all right to eat a bit of Madeira cake, and would Jonathan like some too. So to please Daniel, Jonathan ate a bit of Madeira cake, and when Daniel shakily poured him a cup of tea, he drank some tepid tea as well. "Coming along, are we, Tommy? They made a right job of you, I will say. Very professional." It was Frisky, seated on a chair just inside the door, wearing a T-shirt and white ducks, and no beretta, and reading the Financial Times. While the patient rested, the close observer used his wits. Crystal, Mr. Onslow Roper's island in the Exhumers, 1 hour's flying time from Nassau by Frisky's right-handed watch, which Jonathan had managed to get a sight of as they loaded him on and off the plane. Slumped in the rear seat, his mind secret bright, he had watched by white moonlight as they flew over reefs fretted like the tongues of a jigsaw puzzle. A solitary island rose towards them, a cone-shaped hillock at its centre. He made out a neat floodlit airstrip cut into the crest, with a helicopter pad to one side of it, and a low green hangar, and an orange communications mast. In his peculiar alertness, he looked for the cluster of broken slave houses in the woods that Rook said marked the spot, but he didn't see one. They landed and were met by a soft-topped Toyota Jeep, driven by a very big black man who wore string gloves with the knuckles left bare for hitting people. "He okay for sitting, or you want me pull out the back?" "Just take him nice and slow," Frisky had said. They drove down an unmade snake track, and the trees changed from blue pine to lush green heart-shaped leaves the size of dinner plates. The track straightened, and by the jeep's headlights he saw a broken sign saying Pindar's Turtle Factory, and behind the sign a brick sweatshop with the roof torn off and its windows smashed, and at the roadside shreds of cotton hanging like old bandages from the bushes. And Jonathan memorized everything in order, so that if he ever got out of here and was on the run, he could count them in reverse: pineapple field, banana grove, tomato field, factory. By the burning white moon he saw fields with wooden stumps like unfinished crosses, then a Calvary chapel, then a clapboard Highway Church of God. Go left at the Highway Church, he thought, as they turned right. Everything was information, everything a straw to clutch as he fought to stay afloat. A circle of natives sat in the road drinking from brown bottles. The driver manoeuvred respectfully round them, his gloved hand lifted in a calm salute. The Toyota bumped over a plank bridge, and Jonathan saw the moon hanging to his right, with the North Star straight above it. He saw Flame of the Woods and hibiscus, and with the lucidity that was on him, remembered reading that the hummingbird drank from the back of the hibiscus, not the centre. But then he couldn't remember whether this made the bird remarkable or the plant. They passed between two gateposts that reminded him of Italian villas on Lake Como. Beside the gates stood a white bungalow with barred windows and security lights, and Jonathan took this to be a gatehouse of some kind, because the jeep slowed to a crawl as the gates appeared, and two black guards made a leisurely inspection of its occupants. "This the one the Major say coming?" "What do you think he is?" Frisky asked. "A fucking Arab stallion?" "Just asking, man. Ain't no cause for perturbation." "What did they do to his face, man?" "Styled it," said Frisky. From the gates to the main house was 4 minutes by Frisky's watch, at around 10 miles an hour for the speed bumps, and the Toyota seemed to move in a left-handed arc, with sweet-smelling water to the left. So Jonathan reckoned a curved driveway about 1.5 kilometers long, skirting the shore of a man-made lake or lagoon. As they drove, he kept seeing distant lights between the trees, and guessed a perimeter fence with halogen lamps, like Ireland. Once he heard the flutter of a horse's feet scampering beside them in the dark. The Toyota rounded another turn, and he saw the floodlit facade of a Palladian palace, with a central cupola and a triangular pediment supported by 4 tall pillars. The cupola had round dormer windows like portholes lit from within, and a small tower that shone like a white shrine in the moonlight. On the top of the tower stood a weather vane with 2 coursing dogs pursuing a spotlit gold arrow. "The bill for the house is £12 million, and more to come," Burr had said. "Contents insured for another 7. Fire only. The Roper doesn't reckon on being robbed." The palace stood on a grass mound that must have been shaped for it. There was a gravel sweep with a lily pond, and a marble fountain, and a hooped marble stairway with a balustrade rising from the sweep to a high entrance with iron lanterns. The lanterns were lit and the fountain was playing. The double doors were made of glass. Through them Jonathan glimpsed a manservant in a white tunic, standing under a chandelier in the hall. The jeep kept going across the gravel, through a cobbled stable yard that smelled of warm horses, past a spinney of eucalyptus trees, and a floodlit swimming pool with a kid's end with a slide, and 2 floodlit clay tennis courts, and a croquet lawn and a putting green. Between the second pair of gateposts, less imposing but prettier than the first, to stop before a redwood door. And there Jonathan had to close his eyes, because his head was splitting, and the pain in his groin was driving him nearly mad. Besides,
It was time that he played dead again. Crystal, he repeated to himself as they carried him up the teak staircase. Crystal. A crystal as big as the Ritz. And now, in his luxurious confinement, the unsleeping part of Jonathan still toiled, noting and recording every symptom for posterity. He listened to the day-long flow of black men's voices from outside the shutters, and soon he had identified Gums, who was repairing the wooden jetty, and Earl, who was shaping boulders for a rockery, and was an avid supporter of the St. Kitts football team, and Talbot, who was the boatmaster and sang calypso. He heard land vehicles, but their engines had no throat, so he divined electric buggies. He heard the Beechcraft plough back and forth across the sky to no routine, and each time it passed he imagined Roper with his half-lens spectacles and Sotheby's catalogue, riding home to his island with Jed beside him, reading magazines. He heard the distant whinnying of horses and the scrabbling of hoofs in the stable yard. He heard the occasional roar of a guard dog and the yapping of much smaller dogs that could have been a pack of beagles. And he discovered by degrees that the emblem on his pyjama pocket was a crystal, which he supposed he might have guessed from the beginning. He learned that his room, however elegant, was not excused the battle against tropical decay. As he began to use the bathroom, he noticed how the towel rail, though polished daily by the maids, grew salt sweat spots overnight, and how the brackets holding the glass shelves oxidized, as did the rivets fastening the brackets to the tiled wall. There were hours when the air was so heavy it defied the punker, and hung on him like a wet shirt, draining him of will. And he knew that the question mark was still hanging over him. One evening, Dr. Marty paid a visit to the island by air taxi. He asked Jonathan whether he spoke French, and Jonathan said yes. So, while Marty explored Jonathan's head and his groin, and hit his knees and arms with a little rubber hammer, and peered into his eyes with an ophthalmoscope, Jonathan answered a string of not very casual questions about himself in French, and knew he was being examined about other things than his health. "But you speak French like a European, Monsieur Lamont." "It's how they taught it to us at school." "In Europe?" "Toronto." "But which school was that? My God, they must have been geniuses." "And more of the same." "Rest," Dr. Marty prescribed. "Rest and wait." "For what?" "Until you catch me out." "Feeling a bit more like ourselves, are we, Thomas?" Tabby asked solicitously from the seat beside the door. "A bit." "That's the way, then," said Tabby. As Jonathan grew stronger, the guards grew more watchful. But of the house where they were keeping him, Jonathan learned nothing, stretch his senses as he might. No doorbells, telephones, fax machines, cooking smells, no scraps of conversation. He smelled honey-scented furniture polish, insecticide, fresh flowers, potpourri, and when the breeze was in the right direction, horses. He smelled frangipani and mown grass, and chlorine from the swimming pool. Nevertheless, the orphan, soldier, and hotelier was soon aware of something familiar to him from his homeless past, the rhythm of an efficient institution, even when the High Command was not there to enforce it. The gardeners began work at 7:30, and Jonathan could have set his clock by them. The single chime of a tocsin sounded the 11 o'clock break, and for 20 minutes nothing stirred, not a mower or a cutlash, as they dozed. At 1 o'clock the tocsin sounded twice, and if Jonathan strained his ears, he could hear the murmur of native chatter from the staff canteen. A knock on his door. Frisky opened it and grinned. "Corcoran's as degenerate as Caligula." Burr had warned, and as clever as a box of monkeys. "Old love," breathed a husky, upper-class English voice through the fumes of last night's alcohol and this morning's vile-smelling French cigarettes. "How are we today? Not stuck for variety, I must say, Hart. We kick off Garibaldi's Scarlet, then we go blue-based Baboon, and today we're a sort of livery, rather stale, donkey-piss yellow. Dare one hope we're on the mend?" The pockets of Major Corcoran's bush jacket were stuffed with pens and mail junk. Huge sweat patches reached from his armpits across his gut. "I'd like to go soon, actually," said Jonathan. "Absolutely, Hart. Whenever you like. Talk to the chief. Soon as they're back. Due season and all that. And we're eating all right and so forth, are we? Sleep, the great healer. See you tomorrow. Tschüss." And when tomorrow came, there was Corcoran again, peering down at him, puffing at his cigarette. "Fuck off, will you please, Frisky, old love?" "Will do, Major," said Frisky with a grin, and obediently slipped from the room, while Corcoran paddled through the gloom to the rocking-chair, into which he lowered himself with a grateful grunt. Then for a while he drew on his cigarette, without saying a thing. "Don't mind the fag, do we, old love? Can't do the brain work if I haven't got a fag between my fingers. It's not the sucking and puffing that I'm hooked on. It's physically holding the little sod." His regiment couldn't stomach him, so he did 5 unlikely years in Army Intelligence, said Burr, which is a misnomer, as we know. But Corky served them proud. The Roper doesn't love him for his looks alone. "Smoke ourselves, do we, Hart, in better times?" "A bit." "What times are they, old love?" "Cooking." "You can't hear us." "Cooking, when I'm taking a break from hotelling." Major Corcoran became all enthusiasm. "I must say, not a word of a lie. Bloody good grub you ran us up at Mamma's before you saved the side that night. Were those sauced-up mussels all our own work?" "Yes." "Finger-licking good. How about the carrot cake? We scored a bullseye there, I can tell you. Chief's favourite. Flown in, was it?" "I made it." "Come again, old boy." "I made it." Corcoran was robbed of words. "You mean you made the carrot cake? Our own tiny hands? Oh, love, heart." He drew on his cigarette, beaming admiration at Jonathan through the smoke. "Pinched the recipe from Meister's, no doubt." He shook his head. "Sheer genius." Another enormous draught of cigarette smoke. "And did we pinch anything else at all from Meister's while we were about it, old love?" Motionless on his down pillow, Jonathan affected to be motionless in his mind as well. Get me Dr. Marty. Get me Burr. Get me out. Bit of a dilemma, frankly, you see, Hart. I was filling in these forms for us at the hospital. That's my job in this shop, for as long as I've got one. Official form filler. Us military types about all we know how to do, isn't it? Well, well, I thought. Ho, ho. This is a bit rum. Is he a Pine, or is he a Lamont? He's a hero. Well, we know that. But you can't put hero when you've got to put a chap's name. So I put Lamont. Thomas Alexander. I say, oh, love, I do hope I did right. Born what-not in Toronto. See page 32 for next of kin. Except you hadn't got any. Case closed, I thought.
Chap wants to call himself Pine when he's a Lamont, or Lamont when he's a Pine. Far as I'm concerned, his good right. He waited for Jonathan to speak, and waited, and drew more cigarette smoke, and still waited, because Corcoran possessed the interrogator's advantage of having all the time in the world to kill. "But the chief, you see, Hart," he resumed at last, "is hewn of a different tree, as you might say. The chief among his talents is a stickler for detail. Always has been. Gets on the electric blower to Meister in Zurich. From a call box, actually, down on Deep Bay. Doesn't always care for an audience. 'How's your nice man Pine these days?' says the chief. Well, old Meister pops his garters. 'Pine, Gott in Himmel. That bugger robbed me blind. 61,402 francs, 19 centimes, and 2 waistcoat buttons, stolen from my night safe. Lucky he hadn't heard about the carrot cake, or he'd have done you for industrial espionage as well. You with us in there, old love? Not boring you, am I?' Wait, Jonathan was telling himself. Eyes closed, body flat. Your head hurts. You're going to be sick. The rhythmic rocking of Corcoran's chair gained speed, then stopped. Jonathan smelled cigarette smoke very close, and saw Corcoran's bulk leaning over him. "Old love, are you receiving my signals? I don't think we're quite as poorly as we're making out, to be harsh. The leech says we've made a rather impressive recovery. I didn't ask to come here. You're not the Gestapo. I did you a favor, just get me back to Lowe's. But, darling, you did us an enormous favor. Chief's totally on your side. Me too. We owe you one. Owe you lots. Chief's not a fellow to walk away from a debt. Very hung up on you, the way these men of vision get when they're grateful. Hates owing. Always prefers to be owed. His nature, you see. How great men are. So he needs to pay you off." He ambled down the room, hands in pockets, reasoning the thing out. "But he's also a teensy bit exercised in his noddle. Well, you can't blame him, can you?" "Get out. Leave me alone." "Seems old Meister pitched him some story to the effect that after busting his safe, you ran away to England and topped a fellow. 'Codswallop,' says the chief. 'Must be some other Linden. Mine's a hero.' But then the chief goes and puts out a few feelers of his own, which is his way, and it turns out old Meister's bang on target." Another life-saving drag of the cigarette, while Jonathan played dead. "Chief hasn't told anyone, of course, apart from yours faithfully. Lot of chaps change their names in life. Some do it all the time. But topping a chap, well, that's a bit more private. So the chief keeps it to himself. Doesn't want to nurse a viper, naturally. Family man. On the other hand, there are vipers and vipers, if you follow me. You could be the non-poisonous variety. So he's deputed me to suss you out, while he and Jed do whatever they do. Jed's his virtue," he explained for information. "Nature's child. You met her. Tall girl. Ethereal." He was shaking Jonathan's shoulder. "Wake up, do you mind, old love? I'm rooting for you. So's the chief. This isn't England. Men of the world. All that. Come on, Mr. Pine." His appeal, though roughly made, had fallen on deaf ears. Jonathan had willed himself into the deep, escapist sleep of the orphanage. Chapter 15. Goodhue had told nobody except his wife. He had nobody else to tell. On the other hand, such a monstrous story required a monstrous audience, and his dear Hester, alas, was by common consent the least monstrous person on earth. "Now, darling, are you sure you heard right?" she asked him doubtfully. "You know how you are. You hear a lot of things perfectly clearly, but the children do have to interpret the television for you. There must have been an awful lot of traffic on a Friday in the rush hour." "Hester, he said exactly what I told you," he said. "He said it clearly, above the noise of the traffic, into my face. I caught every word. I saw his lips move while he spoke." "You could go to the police, I suppose, if you're sure." "Well, of course you are. It's just I do think you should talk to Dr. Prendergast, even if you don't do anything." In a rare fit of anger at the companion of his life, Goodhue took a stiff walk up Parliament Hill to clear his head. But it didn't clear at all. He simply retold himself the story, as he had done 100 times already. The Friday had dawned as any other. Goodhue had bicycled to work early because his master liked to put the week to bed before leaving for the country. At 9 o'clock he received a phone call from his master's private secretary, saying the proposed 10 o'clock meeting was cancelled because the minister had received a summons to the U.S. Embassy. Goodhue had ceased to be surprised by his exclusion from his master's counsels, so he used the morning to catch up on work and lunched on a sandwich at his desk. At 3:30, the private secretary called down to ask whether he could step upstairs right away. Goodhue obliged. Spread about his master's office in postprandial ease, amid coffee cups and the aroma of cigar, sat the survivors of a luncheon party, to which Goodhue had not been invited. "Rex, well done," said his master expansively. "Sit you down. Who don't you know? Nobody? Jolly good." His master was younger than Goodhue by 20 years, a rich brawler with a safe seat and a ruggerblue, which, so far as Goodhue could ascertain, was the sum of his educational accomplishment. His eyes were dull, but what he lacked in vision he made up for in ambition. Barbara Vanden from the American Embassy sat to one side of him, and on the other Neil Marjoram of Procurement Studies, whom Goodhue had always rather taken to, perhaps because of his record in the Navy, his trustworthy eyes and air of decent quiet. Indeed, it had always puzzled Goodhue how a man whose honesty was written on his sleeve could possibly survive as Geoffrey Darker's understudy. Galt, another Darker apparatchik, sat at Marjoram's elbow, and was more in Darker's image, too well dressed, too much the estate agent in the boom. The third member of the Riverhouse delegation was a hard-jawed beauty called Hazel Bundy, rumoured to share Darker's bed as well as his workload. But Goodhue made a point of never listening to that sort of rumour. His master was explaining the reason for their meeting, and there was altogether too much buoyancy in his tone. "A bunch of us have been touring the UK-US liaison machinery, Rex," he said, waving his cigar in a vague arc. "We came up with a couple of rather bothersome conclusions, to be honest, and thought we'd try them out on you, off the record. No minutes, no pack drill. Discussion about principles. Kicking the ball around. All right by you?" "Why should it not be?" "Barbara, darling." Barbara Vanden was the cousin's station chief in London. She had studied at Vassar, wintered in Aspen, and summered on the vineyard. Yet her voice was like a shrill scream of deprival. "Rex, this limpet thing is right off the wall," she howled. "We're pygmies in this, totally. The real game is right up there. It's orbital, and it's now." Goodhue's confusion must have been legible at once. Barbara feels we're out of step with Langley, Rex, Marjoram explained, aside. Who's we? Well, us, really, the River House. Goodhue rounded sharply on his master. You told me this was a discussion about principles. Hang on, hang on. His master flicked his cigar at Barbara Vanden. Girl's hardly off the ground. Talk about short fuse. Christ. But Goodhue would not be put off. The River House out of step with Langley on the limpet case, he said, incredulously to Marjoram. The River House isn't even involved in the limpet case, other than supplying support in aid. Limpet's an enforcement case. Well, that's what Barbara feels we ought to be discussing, Marjoram explained, with enough distance in his voice to suggest that he didn't necessarily agree. Barbara Vanden stormed back into the breach. Rex, we have to do some major house cleaning, not just in Langley, but right here in UK, she resumed, in what was sounding increasingly like a prepared speech. We have to take this limpet thing down to basics and begin again from the bottom up. Rex, Langley's been railroaded. Not so much railroaded as shunted into a siding. This time, Marjoram did not offer his services as an interpreter. Rex, our pals are not going to buy this. Any day now they will go ballistic. What we have here, Rex, is something that has to be looked at very slowly and carefully from 55 ways up. And what do we find? It's a joint operational deal between one, a very fringe, very new British agency, forgive me, fine, dedicated, but fringe, and two, a bunch of enforcement cowboys from Miami with no geopolitics. It's tail and dog, Rex. The dog is way up here. Her hand was already above her head. And the tail is this. And right now, the tail's winning. A wave of self-recrimination swept over Goodhue. Palfrey warned me, but I didn't take him seriously. Carre is launching a putsch to recover his lost territories, Rex, Palfrey had said. He's proposing to go in behind the American flag. Rex! Barbara Vanden bellowed, so stridently that Goodhue braced himself in his chair. What we have here is a major geopolitical power shift happening in our own backyard, and it's being handled by amateurs who are not qualified to play in this league, who are running with the ball when they should be passing it, who are out of touch with the issues. The cartels pushing dope, that's one thing. It's a dope problem, and there are people out there whose job it is to deal with that problem. We've lived with that, Rex. We've paid a heavy price for that. Oh, top dollar, Barbara, from all one hears, Goodhue agreed gravely. But after 4 years in London, Barbara Vanden was gun-deaf to irony. She forged on. The cartels pushing pacts with each other, Rex, making nice to each other, buying themselves big-time materiel, training their boys, getting their act together. Rex, that's a different ballpark. There just aren't that number of people in South America who do that stuff. In South America, getting your act together is power. It's as simple as that. This isn't an assignment for enforcement. This isn't cops and robbers and shooting yourself in the foot. This is geopolitics, Rex. And what we have to do here is we have to be able to go to the Hill and say, guys, we accept the imperatives in this. We have spoken with enforcement. Enforcement have gracefully backed off. Enforcement will do their own thing in the fullness of time, which is their right and duty as cops. Meantime, this is geopolitical. This is sophisticated. This has a lot of angles. and is therefore an agreed pure intelligence responsibility. We have the way clear for sophisticated input by tried and trusted professionals in pure intelligence acting to a geopolitical brief. She had evidently finished, for like an actress pleased with her performance, she turned full face to Marjoram, as if to ask, "How was I?" But Marjoram affected a benevolent disdain for her fighting words. "Well, I do think there's a lot of substance in what Barbara says," he remarked, with that decent, straightforward smile he had. "Obviously, we wouldn't stand in the way of a revision of responsibilities between the services, but then the decision is hardly up to us." Goodhue's face was set in stone. His hands lay lifelessly before him, refusing to participate. "No," he agreed. "It's not up to you at all. It's up to the Joint Steering Committee, and no one else. Of which your master here is chairman, and you, Rex, are secretary, founder, and principal benefactor," Marjoram reminded him, with another collegial smile. "And, if I may say so, moral arbiter." But Goodhue would not be mollified, not even by someone as patently conciliatory as Neil Marjoram. "A revision of responsibilities, as you call it, is in no circumstances within the gift of rival agencies, Neil," he said sternly, "even assuming that enforcement were prepared voluntarily to quit the field, which I gravely doubt. The agencies are not empowered to carve up their responsibilities among themselves without reference to steering. No side deals. That's one of the things steering stands for. Ask its chairman," with a pointed nod at his master. For a moment nobody asked anybody anything, until Goodhue's master emitted a kind of slurrying grunt, which contrived to indicate doubt, irritation, and a touch of indigestion at the same time. "Well, obviously, Rex," he said, striking that nasal whinny peculiar to the Conservative front benches, "if the cousins are going to take over the Limpet case on their side of the pond, willy-nilly, we here on this side are going to have to take a cool position about whether to follow suit, aren't we? I say if, because these are informal discussions. Nothing's come through on the formal net so far, has it?" "If it has, it hasn't reached me," Goodhue said icily. "The pace these bloody committees work at, we wouldn't get an answer this side of Christmas anyway. I mean, come on, Rex, we've got a quorum. You, me, Neil here. Thought we might swing it on our own." "It's your call, Rex," Marjoram said amiably. "You're the lawgiver. If you can't turn it round, who can? It was you who drafted the like-to-like deal. Enforcers play with enforcers, spies with spies, no cross-fertilization. The Lex Goodhue, we called it. Quite right, too. You sold it to Washington, won the ear of Cabinet, gunned it through. Covert Agencies in the New Era. Wasn't that the title of your paper? We're only bowing to the inevitable, Rex. You heard Barbara. In a choice between a graceful shimmy and a head-on collision, I go for the shimmy every time. Don't want to see you hoisted on your own petard or anything." Goodhue was by now usefully angry, but he was too downy a bird to let his temper get the better of him. He spoke in a reasoned voice, down the table into Neil Marjoram's honest face. He said that the Joint Steering Committee's recommendations to its chairman, another nod at his master, were made in full session, not by an ad hoc quorum. He said it was the Steering Committee's recorded view that the River House was overextended and should shed more of its responsibilities rather than attempt to win back old ones, and that hitherto the Minister as chairman had concurred. "Unless you've changed your mind over lunch, of course," he suggested to his master, who scowled through his cigar smoke. He said that, speaking for himself, he would prefer to expand enforcement so that it can meet its challenges effectively. And he ended by saying that since they were off the record, he personally regarded the activities of the Procurement Studies Group as inappropriate to the new era and derogatory to parliamentary authority, and that at the next meeting of the steering committee he intended to move formally for an examination of its activities. Then he put his hands together in a churchy way, as if to say, "I have spoken," and waited for the explosion. None came. Goodhue's master fished a bit of toothpick from his lower lip while he studied the front of Hazel Bundy's dress. "Right. Okay," he drawled, avoiding everybody's eye. "Interesting. Thanks. Point taken." "Food for thought indeed," Galt agreed brightly, and smiled at Hazel Bundy, who didn't smile back. But Neil Marjoram could not have appeared more benign. A spiritual peace had settled over his fine features, reflecting the moral worthiness that was so clearly the man. "Got a moment, Rex?" he said quietly as they left. And Goodhue, God help him, was pleased to think that after a bit of healthy give and take, Marjoram was taking the trouble to stay behind and make sure there were no hard feelings on either side. Goodhue generously offered Marjoram his office, but Marjoram was too considerate for that. "Rex, you need air to cool you down. Let's take a stroll." It was a sunny autumn afternoon. The leaves on the plane trees shone pink and gold. Tourists dawdled contentedly on the Whitehall pavements, and Marjoram bestowed a paternal smile on them. And yes, Hester was right. The Friday rush-hour traffic was pretty heavy. But Goodhue's hearing was not affected by it. "Old Barbara gets a bit wound up," said Marjoram. "One wonders who by," said Goodhue. "We told her it wouldn't cut much ice with you, but she would have a go." "Nonsense. You egged her on." "Well, what are we supposed to do? Come to you cap in hand and say, 'Rex, give us limpet'? It's only one case, for goodness sake." They had reached the Thames embankment, which seemed to be where they were heading. "It's bend or snap, Rex. You're too holy by half. Just because like to like is your baby. A crime's a crime, a spy's a spy, and never the twain shall meet. Too black and white is your trouble." "No, Neil, I don't think so. Not black and white enough, I fear. If I ever write my autobiography, I shall call it Half Measures. We should all be stronger, not more flexible." The tone on both sides was still entirely comradely. Two professionals, sorting out their differences beside the Thames. "Picked your moment, I'll grant you," Marjoram said approvingly. "All that new era talk earned you a lot of brownie points around the halls. Goodhue, the Open Society's friend. Goodhue, the devolver. Makes you sick. Still, it's a nice bit of turf you carved out for yourself, one must admit. Quite right not to give it up without a fight. So what's it worth to you?" They were standing shoulder to shoulder, staring at the Thames. Goodhue had his hands on the parapet, and rather absurdly he had put on his cycling gloves, because he had recently been suffering the effects of poor circulation of the blood. Not understanding the thrust of Marjoram's question, he turned to him for enlightenment. But all he saw was the saintly profile, shining its benediction upon a passing pleasure boat. Then Marjoram turned too, and they were face to face, and not 12 inches between them. And if the noise of the traffic was troublesome, Goodhue by now had no awareness of it at all. "Message from Darker," Marjoram said through his smile. Rex Goodhue is in over his head. Spheres of interest he can't know about. Doesn't need to. Matters of high policy. Top people involved. The usual crap. Kentish Town, isn't it, where you live? Squalid little terraced house with net curtains. Why? You've just acquired a distant uncle living in Switzerland. He always admired your integrity. The day the Limpet case is ours, your uncle suffers an untimely death, leaves you $750,000 of your own. Pounds, not francs. Tax-free. It's an inheritance. You know what the boys say in Colombia. You have the choice. Either we make you rich or we make you dead. Darker says the same. I'm sorry, I'm a little dense today, Goodhue said. Are you threatening to kill me as well as bribe me? Kill your career for a start. We can reach you, I should think. If we can't, we'll have to think again. Don't answer now if it's embarrassing. Don't answer at all. Just do it. Action before words. The Lex Goodhue. He smiled sympathetically. Nobody would believe you, would they? Not in your circles. Old Rex is losing his marbles. Been going on a long time. Didn't want to say anything. I shan't send you a memo, if you don't mind. I never said a thing. Just a nice stroll by the river after another boring meeting. Have a nice weekend. Your premise is absurd, Goodhue had told Burr 6 months earlier, over one of their little dinners. It is destructive, it is insidious, and I refuse to countenance it, and I forbid you ever to speak of it to me again. This is England, not the Balkans and not Sicily. You can have your agency, Leonard, but you are to renounce for all time your Gothic fantasies about the Procurement Studies Group being run as a multi-million-pound racket for the benefit of Geoffrey Darker and a caucus of bent bankers, brokers and middlemen, and corrupt intelligence officers on both sides of the Atlantic. Because that way lies madness, he had warned Burr. That way lies this. For a week after talking to his wife, Goodhue kept his secret locked up in his head. A man who does not trust himself trusts nobody. Burr telephoned from Miami with the news of Limpet's resurrection, and Goodhue, as best he could, shared his euphoria. Rook took over the reins at Burr's offices in Victoria Street. Goodhue bought him lunch at the Athenaeum, but did not confide in him. Then one evening Palfrey called by with some garbled tale about Darker taking soundings with British arms suppliers about the availability of certain high-tech equipment for use in a South American type of climate. End user to be advised. British equipment, Harry? That's not Roper. He's buying foreign. Palfrey writhed and sucked his cigarette and needed more whiskey. Well, it could be the Roper, actually, Rex. I mean if he was covering his backside. I mean if they're British toys. Well, no limit to our tolerance, if you know what I mean. 2 blind eyes and head in the sand. If they're Brit, naturally. Flog 'em to Jack the Ripper. If they're Brit. He sniggered. It was a fine evening, and Palfrey needed movement. So they walked as far as the entrance to Highgate Cemetery and found a quiet bench. Marjoram tried to buy me, said Goodhue, straight out ahead of him. £750,000. Oh, well, he would, said Palfrey, quite unsurprised. That's what they do abroad. That's what they do at home. There was a stick as well as a carrot. "Oh, yes, well, there usually is," said Palfrey, delving for a fresh cigarette. "Who are they, Harry?" Palfrey wrinkled his nose, blinked a few times, and seemed mysteriously embarrassed. "Just a few clever chaps, good connections. You know." "I don't know anything." "Good case officers, cold heads left over from the Cold War, scared of being out of a job. You know, Rex." It occurred to Goodhue that Palfrey was describing his own predicament, and didn't like doing so. "Duplicity trained, naturally," Palfrey continued, volunteering his opinion, as usual, in a series of torn-off, shop-worn sentences. "Market economy chaps. Peaked in the 80s. Grab it while you can. Everybody does it. Never sure where the next war's coming from. All dressed up, nowhere to go. You know. Still got power, of course. Nobody's taken that away from them. Just a question of where to put it." Goodhue said nothing, and Palfrey obligingly continued. "Not bad chaps, Rex. Mustn't be too critical. Just a bit marooned. No more Thatcher. No more Russian bear to fight. No more Reds under the bed at home. One day they've got the world all carved up for them. 2 legs good, 4 bad. Next day they get up in the morning, they're sort of, well, you know." He finished his premise with a shrug. "Well, nobody likes a vacuum, do they? Not even you like a vacuum. Well, do you? Be honest. You hate it." "By vacuum, you mean peace?" Goodhue suggested, not wishing in the least to sound censorious. "Boredom, really. Smallness. Never did anyone any good, did it?" Another giggle, another long drink from the cigarette. "Couple of years ago they were top-notch cold warriors. Best seats in the club, all that. Hard to stop running once you've been wound up like that. You keep going. Natural." "So what are they now?" Palfrey rubbed his nose with the back of his hand, as if to correct an itch. "Just a fly on the wall, really. Me? I know that. What are they?" Palfrey spoke vaguely, perhaps in order to detach himself from his own judgments. "Atlantic men. Never trusted Europe. Europe's a Babel dominated by Krauts. America's still the only place for them. Washington's still their Rome, even if Caesar's a bit of a frost." He made an embarrassed writhe. "Global salvationists, playing the world's game. World order boys having their shot at history and making a few bob on the side. Why not? Everybody else does." Another writhe. "They've gone a bit rotten, that's all. Can't blame them. Whitehall doesn't know how to get rid of them. Everyone thinks they must be useful to someone else. No one's got the whole picture, so no one knows there isn't one." More rubbing of the nose. "Long as they please the cousins, don't overspend and don't fight each other in public, they can do what they like." "How please the cousins?" Goodhue insisted, holding his head in his hands, as if he had an awful headache. "Spell it out for me. Do you mind?" Palfrey spoke as to a fractious child, indulgently, but with an edge of impatience. "The cousins have laws, oh boy, watchdogs breathing down their necks. They hold kangaroo courts, put honest spies in jug, senior officials on trial. The Brits don't have any of that balls. There's joint steering, I suppose, but frankly most of you are a bit decent." Goodhue raised his head,
then put it back in his hands. "Go on, Harry." "Forget where I was, actually." "How Darker pleases the cousins when they're having trouble with their watchdogs." Palfrey was entering the reluctant stage. "Well, obvious, really. Some big beef in Washington, D.C. ups and tells the cousins, 'You can't arm the Wazza-Wazzas. That's a law.' Okay?" "So far, yes." "Right-ho," say the cousins. "Received and understood. We will not arm the Wazza-Wazzas." An hour later they're on the blower to Brother Darker. "Geoffrey, old sport, do us a favour, will you? The Wazza-Wazzas need a few toys." The Wazza-Wazzas are embargoed, of course. But whoever cared a tart's kiss about that, provided there's a few bucks in it for the exchequer? Darker gets on the blower to one of his trustees. Joyston Bradshaw, Spiky Lorimer, or whoever's the flavour of the month. "Great news, Tony. Green light for the Wazza-Wazzas. You'll have to go in the back door, but we'll make sure it isn't locked." Then there's the P.S. The P.S. Charmed by Goodhue's innocence, Palfrey gave a luminous smile. "The postscript, old boy. The sweetener. And while you're about it, Tony, old sport, the going rate for introductions is 5% of the action, payable to the Procurement Studies Widows and Orphans Fund at the Bank of Crooks and Cousins Incorporated, Liechtenstein. It's a cakewalk, long as you're not accountable. Have you ever heard of a member of the British Intelligence Services caught with his hand in the till? A British minister being brought up before the beak for dodging his own regulations? You must be joking. They're fireproof." Why does pure intelligence want limpet? Palfrey tried to smile, but it didn't work. So he drew on his cigarette and scratched the top of his head instead. Why do they want limpet, Harry? Palfrey's slippy eyes scanned the darkening woods in search of rescue or surveillance. "You'll have to do that one for yourself, Rex. Out of my depth. Yours too, actually. Sorry about that." He was already getting up when Goodhue shouted at him, "Harry!" Palfrey's mouth was pulled crooked in alarm, revealing his ugly teeth. "Rex, for Christ's sake, you don't know how to run people. I'm a coward. You mustn't push me or I'll just dry up or invent something. Go home, get some sleep. You're too good, Rex. It'll be the death of you." He glanced nervously round him and seemed momentarily to relent. "Buy British, darling. That's the clue. Don't you understand anything bad?" Rook sat at Burr's desk in Victoria Street. Burr sat in the operations room in Miami. Both were clutching secure telephones. "Yes, Rob," said Burr cheerfully. "Confirmed and reconfirmed. Do it." "Just let's have that absolutely clear, can we?" said Rook, with the special tone that soldiers have when they are clarifying orders from civilians. "Just run it by me one more time. Do you mind?" "Put his name out, Rob. Splash it. All of his names. Everywhere. Pine alias Linden alias Beauregard alias Lamont. Last seen in Canada on the whatever. Murder, multiple theft, dope running, obtaining and toting a false passport, illegal entry into Canada, illegal exit if there is such a thing, and anything else they can think of to make it interesting." "So, the Grand Slam," said Rook, refusing to be wooed by Burr's joviality. "Yes, Rob, the Grand Slam. That's what everywhere means, isn't it?
An international warrant for Mr. Thomas Lamont, criminal. Do you want me to send it to you in triplicate?" Rook replaced the receiver, lifted it and dialed a number at Scotland Yard. His hand felt strangely stiff as he touched the numbers, the way it used to feel in the days when he played with unexploded bombs. "And when he's crossed the bridge, we'll burn it," Burr had said. Chapter 16. "Old love," Corcoran proposed, lighting his first foul cigarette of the day and balancing a porcelain inkstand by way of an ashtray on his lap. "What say we pick the fly shit out of the pepper?" "I don't want you near me, actually," Jonathan said, in a prepared speech. "I've got nothing to explain and nothing to apologize for. Just leave me alone." Corcoran lowered himself gratefully into the armchair. They were alone in the bedroom. Frisky had once more been ordered to remove himself. "Your name's Jonathan Pine, formerly of Meister's, the Queen Nefertiti, and other emporia. But you are now travelling as one Thomas Lamont on a bona fide Canadian passport, except that you don't happen to be Thomas Lamont. Contest? No contest. I got the kid back. You've had me patched up. Give me my passport and let me go. And between being J. Pine of Meisters and T. Lamont of Canada, not to mention J. Beauregard, you were Jack Linden of remotest Cornwall, in which capacity you topped a mate of yours, to wit, Alfred, alias Jumbo Harlow, an Aussie boat bum with sundry convictions for drug running down under. Whereupon you did a bunk before the law could have its way with you. I'm wanted for questioning by the Plymouth police. That's as far as it ever got. And Harlow was your business partner?" said Corcoran, writing. "If you say so." "Dope running, Hart?" asked Corcoran, glancing up. It was a straight commercial venture. "That's not what the press cuttings say. It's not what our little dicky birds say either. Jack Linden, alias J. Pine, alias you, ran a load of dope for Harlow, single-handed from the Channel Islands to Falmouth, what the hacks call an impressive sale. And Brother Harlow, our partner, took the dope to London, flogged it, and bilked us out of our cut, which miffed us, understandably. So you did what any of us would do when he's miffed with his partner. You topped him. It wasn't the neat piece of necessary surgery it might have been, given your proven skills in the field, because Harlow churlishly offered resistance. And so you had a fight, but you won. And when you'd won, you topped him. Hurrah for us!" "Stonewall," Burr had said. "You weren't there. It was two other blokes. He hit you first, and it was with his consent. Then yield ungracefully, and make them think they've got the real you." "They've no proof," Jonathan replied. "They found some blood, they never found the body. Now, for Christ's sake, get out." Corcoran seemed to have forgotten the whole subject. He was grinning reminiscently into the middle air, all bad thoughts abandoned. "Do you know the one about the chap applying for a job in the Foreign Office? 'Look here, Carruthers,' they say, 'we like the cut of your jib, but we can't overlook the fact that you've done a spot of time for buggery, arson, and rape. Really not know it?' Jonathan groaned. "Perfectly simple explanation," says Carruthers. "Loved a girl who wouldn't let me diddle her, so I banged her on the head, raped her, shafted her old dad, and set fire to the house. You must have heard it." Jonathan had closed his eyes. "OK, Carruthers," said the selector chaps. "We knew there'd be a reasonable explanation. Here's the deal. Keep away from the girls in the typing pool. No playing with matches. Give us a kiss and you can have the job.
Corcoran was really laughing. The chubby wreaths round his neck went pink and shook. Merry tears ran down his cheeks.
I feel such a shit, you being in bed, you see, he explained. And the hero of the hour to boot. So much easier if I had you under a bright light, with me playing James Cagney, and walloping you with the dildo.
He adopted the high-flown tones of a court policeman.
The wanted man, my lad, is believed to have a revealing scar on his right hand.
Show, he ordered, in a quite altered voice. Jonathan opened his eyes. Corcoran was standing at the bedside again, his cigarette held to one side and upwards like a grubby yellow wand, and he was holding Jonathan's right wrist in his damp hand, examining the broad scar curling along the back of it.
"Oh, dear," said Corcoran. "You can't have done that, shaving. All right, be like that."
Jonathan had snatched back his hand. "He pulled a knife on me," he said. "I didn't know he carried one. He wore it on his calf. I was asking him what was in the boat. I knew by then."